Thank you again for your patience. It's 9:08, and I would call the meeting to order. Before we do roll call, I just wanted to acknowledge we do have a lengthy agenda today. A reminder that public comment is 3 minutes, and presentations for the school today will be 5 minutes. And we will anticipate lunch between 12:50 and 1:10, trying to stop at a natural break with the presentations. I appreciate you all so very, very much. Welcome again. Thank you. Teresa, if you would be so kind to do roll call.
Yes. Chair Dr. Holmes Sutton,
Present.
Vice Chair Thigpen,
Here.
Member Dr. Aldabal, Member Hadid Bennett,
Present.
Member Salcido,
Present.
Member Shante Rosales,
Present.
Member Stern,
Present.
Member Whitaker,
Present.
the Student Representative Burry.
Present.
Thank you. If you all would join me, please, with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. As we get started with public comment, I also just wanted to note that we may take some items on the agenda out of order today as well. We will begin with public comment, acknowledging that it will be taken during this agenda item regarding any item appearing on the agenda, and that public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Public comments here in the boardroom from Autumn, is it Norse?
Hello, good morning. My name is Autumn Norris. I'm an assistant principal at Coral Academy of Science, our Sandy Ridge campus. I wanted to share two items that we just recently found out. The first is our campus received the AP honor roll at the platinum and access level. So just to give you some background on that, only 32% of eligible schools receive honor roll, and then 7% receive that platinum level. At our school, students can start taking AP courses in ninth grade, and more than half of our students at any point do take an AP course. 78% of those are passing scores, which will translate to college credit. The second thing is, sorry, it's hard because there's people also behind me. The second thing is that 4 of our Coral Academy campuses were ranked on from the U.S. News in the top 10 for our middle school campuses. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I would ask if there is any public comment online.
There is not.
Thank you. And I only had one sheet, but is there any additional public comment in the boardroom? Appreciate you. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 3, approval of the consent agenda, specifically for our October board meeting minutes. I would ask for a motion.
Member Thigpen will move to approve.
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. I will transition to agenda item number 4, our SPCSA charter school governing standards. And today, member Shante Rosales will be presenting.
Good morning. We do have a long agenda, so I will keep this tight and direct. But I do like these as well from our former member Sheila Moulton. Always talked about board governance, so it is like ingrained in me. But I picked number 5 today. To ensure strong leadership and effective partnerships. And I feel this is really, really important to us as a board and to our schools boards as well. Specifically, bullet point 5 to proactively plan for the development of future leaders and for succession. Sometimes you all know life, and we get so caught up into making sure our budgets are right. Are we working with the EMOs? Are we passing everything? Do we have this? Do we have that? Are our people that we're holding accountable doing what they're supposed to do? That you forget you are not going to be there forever. What are you proactively doing to make sure that everything that you're working on today is going to survive the pipeline? As you could see on this board, we have a junior member, a student member. So at some point in life, we know that there's at least one person, a youth out there that knows how this works, that has some sort of understandings of charter schools, the governance of them, how they operate, any of that, all of that stuff. Sorry to put you on the spot. I didn't mean to do that. But it is really important because we do get caught up in the just normal day-to-day things. So, and then to also keep it brief, just a few things we can do. We can always proactively put our boards out there at events, let them know, hey, there's parents in our schools. Do you think you'd ever want to join our board? Come to a meeting, see what we're about, question things, follow up, do things in the community. You never know, there's a community member out there that may be willing to join and understand as long as they have the same thoughts and ideas for our campuses and our schools. The law governs what we need on there, but other members can also contribute greatly to how our schools operate. And I just want everyone to remember that and keep that at the forefront when we're in the grind of it all and in the thick of it all.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I will move us to agenda number 5, the Executive Director's report, and defer to Executive Director McAdoo.
Good morning, Melissa McAdoo for the record. With your permission, Chair Holmes-Sutton, I'll go through my entire update and take questions at the end, if that's okay. Rather than highlight one specific school this month, I wanted to shout out to our high schools offering AP courses. In my written report, you saw a graph that highlights how SPCSA charter schools in the state measure up. SPCSA schools saw 8 percentage points more growth in exams than did the state of Nevada. SPCSA schools had 47% of test takers identify as Black or Hispanic versus 41% across the state of Nevada. Students in the SPCSA earned qualifying scores on 57.7% of AP exams versus 54.8% of exams in Nevada, and qualifying score performance increased by 7.8% in the SPCSA versus 5.7% in Nevada. Moving on to school closures, Teach will begin the financial audit of the wind down as soon as they get some payments received from Vegas Vista, which may have actually already happened. Eagle will begin their financial audit of the wind down as soon as CSP receivable issues are resolved. Both Teach and Eagle continue to manage requests from families and vendors concerning the wind down efforts. 10 Square, the organization who is overseeing those efforts, will provide another in-person update in January of 2025. Moving on, in case you missed it, we recently had an election, and now that that is behind us, we are gearing up for the upcoming legislative session. Staff began working with the governor's office in May, following their outline process to establish bill drafts for the upcoming session. Legislative priorities for the SPCSA include ensuring all charter school sponsors serve as the local education agency of the schools they sponsor, removing limitations for SPCSA board members regarding annual ratings at schools they may work at, enabling public charter schools to receive transportation via auxiliary services, just as traditional public schools do, and minor revisions to the charter school renewal process. Additionally, the Department of Motor Vehicles is helping ensure that charter schools are granted the same exemptions when registering vehicles as other public entities receive. The SPCSA will establish a fiscal note working group to support us as we have the last 2 sessions. This group is critical to ensure we provide accurate fiscal impacts to charter schools relating to different legislative proposals. We will continue to provide updates to the authority throughout the session. Moving on, the SPCSA has been providing some trainings to our schools. And we know that the effectiveness of charter schools' governing boards is closely linked to their school's academic and fiscal success. Effective boards provide strong leadership, setting clear goals for academic performance and fiscal responsibility. They ensure the school's mission and vision align with strategies for achieving high educational outcomes. Additionally, effective boards practice sound financial oversight, securing resources and managing budgets wisely to enhance learning environments. As the first step in supporting schools' governance, the SPCSA provided 3 opportunities to attend open meeting law training, one of which was offered after hours. Schools with 3 or more open meeting law concerns in the previous school year were required to participate in the training by either attending one of the training sessions or by agendizing the training and showing it during a board meeting. A recording of the training will be uploaded to the SPCSA website. SPCSA staff will, as the next step, provide a best practices training in early 2025. Additionally, the SPCSA staff offered 5 training sessions to schools and their boards regarding the new performance framework, which the authority board approved in July 2025. And lastly, 3 SPCSA staff and 2 board members attended the National Association of Charter School Authorizers conference in October. As always, this conference provided a unique opportunity to focus specifically on the work of authorizing across the country. Member Aldaba attended, but she's not with us today, so I've asked member Dad Bennett, sorry, I'm like coming down with something, member Dad Bennett to highlight her key takeaways from the conference.
Thank you so much, Patricia Haddad Bennett. So I think two major takeaways from the conference. One, and first was really contextualizing what is happening here in Nevada in relation to the rest of the country. I think the charter landscapes and ecosystems in each state looks very different. And as we're in a moment of transition and expansion in our ecosystem here with the coming on of new authorizing entities and sort of exiting of other authorizing entities, it was really nice and really helpful to understand sort of what does this look like in other communities and how have other communities and states worked through that. And also the other key takeaway was, as a new member of this board, getting the opportunity to get some time with some staff members and some board members and get to know them and their values and where they're coming from. And obviously, I think it was clear that each person is really zeroed in and focused on improving outcomes for kids and making sure there's really high quality schools available. And so it was a really good experience overall, and appreciated the opportunity to be able to join and attend.
Awesome. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions on any of the items that I talked about today.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, if I may, I just wanted to ask if you had any highlights that you wanted to pull out specifically around the PERS contributions and the delinquency regarding the schools.
Yeah, so the reason I didn't make mention of it is we are in a better place. All of our schools have approved repayment plans for PERS, and they are, making their monthly payments to bring that down in accordance with their plan. So as long as everything kind of stays on track, no new schools get added to the list, I'll include it in my written report, but I probably won't call it out specifically because things are just kind of carrying on as they should at this point.
I appreciate you. And then I also just wanted to bring back an opportunity for Member Baru to offer some words and welcome yet again.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so sorry. So we introduced that we have a new student rep on our board. I know this is his second meeting, but it is first time being in person. So, and I want to just give him a chance to introduce himself. His name is Matthew. I think we're all saying your last name differently, so we're going to let you say it, and then we're going to do our best to get it right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Baru. So, I'm very thankful for this position on the board to have the opportunity to represent over 60,000 students in this charter school district. Is something that I never imagined doing. But I hope that I can make a meaningful contribution to the board, and hopefully that I can represent the students to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome again. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. Do any board colleagues have any questions or remarks? Any board colleagues online? Member Salcido?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Magnin, you mentioned the BDR, or sorry, the gearing up for the legislative session and some priorities. Can you remind me, does the SPCSA have allotted BDRs, or do we go through the governor's office, or how do we get those priorities into a bill?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Melissa Mackin. For the record, yes, we work with the governor's office and utilize one of their BDRs. And that's being drafted as we speak.
Thank you.
Member Whitaker, did you have questions or remarks? I just see your box lighting up, being highlighted. Okay, thank you. Thank you, appreciate you. I will transition us to agenda item number 6, Jim's final closure report, and defer to you again, Director Mack.
Member Holmes Sutton, if you're okay, I would like to skip to agenda item 7. I don't see Jason Guanasso in the room or online. So if you're okay, can we skip that? And
Absolutely.
hopefully he will come before that.
Thank you.
Okay, so agenda item number 7 is Danny, you're up.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. Danny Peltier for the record. Agenda item 7 is a request from Vegas Vista Academy for a charter contract amendment. Vegas Vista Academy has submitted an amendment application requesting that the SPCSA grant a good cause exemption and approve the school's request to relocate its facility. VBA is a public dual language charter school currently located at 5355 Madre Mesa Drive in Las Vegas in 89108. As of the 2024 validation day, VBA had 121 students in grades K through 3. They're currently in their first year of operation. According to the amendment application, VBA is seeking relocation because the new location, 4660 North Rancho Drive, will be the permanent facility for the school. VBA is currently leasing space at the Aguilas CFC Church at that Madre Mesa address at $26,000 a month. VBA plans on eventually growing to serve grades K through 12, and the current facility is too small to accommodate the future needs of the school. Additionally, according to the school, the new facility, having previously housed a charter school, will be able to fully accommodate their full campus. The proposed move to the new facility, VBA does not contemplate an expansion in its currently improved enrollment cap, nor does it contemplate any changes to the school's mission, vision, or academic program. VBA also notes in their amendment application that the relocation to the new facility will not change the targeted communities, and the school will continue serving families in the 89106, 89107, and 89108 zip codes. The new location will also allow VBA to directly serve the 89130 zip code as well. Additionally, VBA will work with their family organization, the Vegas Vista Academy Family Organization, to spearhead a parent initiative to assist in preparation of the new campus. One thing to note that was in the recommendation memo, according to a recent conversation I've had with the VBA team, they had discussions with their current landlord, and the school will remain at the 5355 Madre Mesa Drive through the end of the school year, and the relocation will take place during the summer of 2025. SPCSA staff does recommend the SPCSA board approve the request by VBA to relocate its facility beginning of the 25-26 school year. VBA identifying and relocating to a permanent facility will allow the school to create stability for students, families, and staff members. Additionally, as I noted above, the new facility will allow the school to continue to build upon its unique educational program and provide space for activities outside the classroom setting. The school did provide a budget that was reasonable, and according to the school's most recent board meeting, where the amendment request was approved, the school has also received both grant money and donations, which will ensure the financial viability as the school relocates to the new facility.
Yes, because he's here today.
Oh. Thank you, Teresa. The recommendation before the board today includes a condition regarding the submission of the certificate of occupancy. Since the posting of that recommendation memo, Vegas Vista was able to submit that C of O. So staff would ask, if the board decides to approve this motion on page 3, that they remove that condition regarding the submission of the certificate of occupancy not later than 30 days prior to occupying the facility. SPCSA staff would still ask the authority to include the condition that Vegas Vista work with staff to identify and complete pre-opening requirements that pertains to the occupation of the 4660 North Rancho Drive facility. That is it for my remarks. I do see that we have the VBA team down there in the Vegas boardroom who are probably more than happy to answer additional questions that the board may have. And I too would answer any questions that the board would have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Chair Homestead, I would ask if board colleagues online have any questions or remarks for staff. Yes, Member Stern.
Good morning, Member Stern, for the record. I just had a question, and I apologize if I missed it in the memo here, about transportation. It looks like the new facility is a couple of miles, so how is that going to affect transportation and enrollment, or is it projected to have any impact on your enrollment and transportation for families that you currently serve or looking to serve?
I will, go ahead, Dr. Feinstein.
Good morning, Benjamin Feinstein, Executive Director of Vegas Vista Academy, for the record. I appreciate everyone being here and this opportunity. Member Stern, we have transportation funding through transportation grant, and we will use Aguilas as a bus stop for the families that have already built that into their commute.
As a follow-up to that, and Danny, I don't know if you had something you wanted to add also, but have you done any sort of surveying or questioning to your families to kind of confirm that that will work for the families that you're serving? I'm just wondering what work you've done with your current families to communicate that change of plans and where they fall.
Yes, Dr. Feinstein, for the record, we have done a Google survey of our families to see, first of all, if they want to move, secondly, when they want to move, and positive responses for if they want to move. Everyone is very excited about getting a permanent site, and we don't see any drop off from our current enrollment because everyone's ready for that, especially with the fact that we're staying in Aguilas until the end of the year. We did have about half the families indicate they would be willing to do the move at the winter break, but because of our current situation with our lease with Aguilas, we've decided we are going to stay the rest of this school year and do that move over the summer.
Thank you so much. I have one quick follow-up question on a different topic. So I know that Danny mentioned that you have the certificate of occupancy. Is there anything else that you're going to need to do to the facility that might delay the possibility of it being ready for you to actually start the school year at next year? Is there any reason that there might be a delay with that?
Dr. Feinstein, for the record, no, we don't have any reason to believe that would be delayed. We actually quite possibly could have done the move in December. There's a minimal amount of cosmetic things to be done and a couple of other repairs. And we do have built into our bond a budget to take care of those issues and repairs. And we've already gotten different companies to do bids on those repairs. So we've already engaged companies to get in and make those repairs happen. So there's nothing major that was outstanding in any of the appraisals or any of the inspections. And because the facility had previously been a school, it's considered turnkey. We do have a little bit of work to do, but it is not work that's going to delay a move over the summer.
Member Stern, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Homestead. Are there any additional board colleagues online with questions or remarks? Any board colleagues in the boardroom with questions or remarks for either staff or the school leadership? Okay, thank you. With that, I would call for a motion specifically regarding agenda item number 7 and the amendment. And I would also note that the proposed motion is removing the first condition, and so there will only be one condition, and that is the second one that is listed on page 3 of the memo.
Vice Chair Thigpen, I'm happy to make the motion. I move that we grant the good cause exemption request and approve Vegas Vista Academy's request to relocate its facility to 4660 North Rancho Drive with the following condition: that Vegas Vista Academy work with SPCSA staff to identify and complete pre-opening requirements that pertain to the occupation of the 4660 North Rancho Drive facility.
Thank you. I would ask for a second.
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
I will transition us to agenda item number 8, the SPCSA 2025-2030 draft strategic plan, deferring to Director McAdoo.
Okay. Awesome. You guys can see that. These new sharing features are fantastic. As the authority knows, our current strategic plan expires at the end of 2024. In June, staff began updating the strategic plan, first with staff at our all-staff retreat, and then with partner organizations and school leaders over the last few months. The SPCSA met with partner organizations twice and offered schools 4 opportunities to provide feedback. Those feedback sessions were scheduled on different days of the week and at different times, including one after hours, to accommodate as many schedules as possible. I want to thank our partners and the school leaders who took the time to provide input. We did receive valuable feedback during all of these sessions. The version of the plan included in today's board materials incorporates much of the feedback we have already received. Today, we will introduce a draft of the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. Following today's introduction, SPCSA staff and authority board members will provide additional feedback over the next few weeks. We would also encourage anyone listening to reach out and share their ideas prior to the plan's final approval on December 13th. This plan is a foundational document for the SPCSA. It informs everything we do, including the new charter school application. Certain components of the plan will remain the same, including the vision and the mission. The vision of the SPCSA remains equitable access to diverse, innovative, and high-quality public schools for every Nevada student. The mission also remains the same. The SPCSA sponsors, supports, and oversees dynamic and responsive public charter schools that prepare all students for academic, social, and economic success. Additionally, the SPCSA's values and strategies remain substantially the same. The values include student-focused, excellence through improvement, transparency, accountable autonomy, equity and diversity, and effective leadership. We will reach our goals through strategies that fall into one of 4 categories: proactive oversight, strategic growth, expanded support, and recognizing progress. I hope that one of the things you're really going to see in this new plan is us leaning heavily into recognizing the progress of our schools. What will change in the new plan are the goals, objectives, and key initiatives. The 3 proposed goals and measurable objectives included in the plan include goal number 1, provide communities with access to excellent schools that students and families want to attend, with key objectives of improving upon existing strong performance on the NSPF by achieving 60% 4-star or better and 78% 3-star or better. Again, these are 5-year goals, not annual goals. And then this is where you really see us leaning into recognizing progress. 100% of schools placed on the intervention ladder will show year-over-year improvement on the performance framework. Goal number 2 is to provide equitable access to charter schools. The percentage of Title I schools in the SPCSA portfolio is at or above the percentage of statewide Title I schools. New charter schools opening under the strategic plan will have an ELL enrollment rate at or above the state average. New charter schools opening under the strategic plan will have an IEP enrollment rate at or above the state average. And the last goal that we have is something that is a little bit different in this strategic plan because it really does hone in and focus specifically on the work of the SPCSA and what we're doing. Clearly, goal 1 and 2, they're very important. They're foundational to our work, but they're also largely out of our control to a large degree, right? I mean, there's certain key initiatives that we're going to do to try to support them, but we don't hold all the chips in regards to those goals. So we really want to hone in on something specific for the SPCSA, and that we're going to just kind of start with we're aiming to be an effective organization. We want most respondents indicating satisfaction with our communication on an annual survey. And we want most respondents to indicate that our public-facing documents are clear and easy to understand. I also want to point out really quickly that one of the other really big changes around on this strategic plan is around these key initiatives. In our previous version of the plan, we wrote key initiatives that were intended to last for 5 years. We did that in 2019, and then we know what happened. We had a pandemic, right? And so the landscape changed dramatically, and I think we can all safely agree we're in a volatile time in education right now. And so we don't know what's going to happen in the landscape. So I think it's really important that we revisit these key initiatives annually. So if these feel like they're smaller chunks than what you may have seen in in the previous plan, they are. They're really intended to be something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 years rather than 5 years. So with goal number 1, the first 2 key initiatives we'd like to work on to help ensure that we reach that goal is to conduct regular site evaluations focusing on effective board governance and educational programming. That falls under proactive oversight. We also want to codify expectations for strong governance and training for charter school board members, including open meeting law training, which we actually have already done. That falls under proactive oversight. For goal number 2, we want to monitor and report on the number of English language learners who reach English language proficiency as measured by the WIDA. This is a really big one for our schools because, and this actually came out of the feedback. This was a recommendation by a school leader, and I thought it was excellent because what we know is that our schools are doing a really great job with our English language learners, and they're exiting out of the program and they're becoming proficient. And it's sort of a perverse incentive, right? Because now they don't get the funding for them, and it also kind of counts against them because it's like, well, you don't have an ELL population that's representative of the state at large. It's like, well, we did, but we did a good job, and they exited the program, right? So we really want to highlight that excellent work that's going on with our schools. We also want to ensure that data related to specific subgroups' academic performance compared to the state and school are made accessible. We want the public to understand that students who are on an IEP, students who are English language learners, students who are living in poverty have a better chance of meeting standards and making more growth at charter schools, and it's our responsibility to get that data out there and make it publicly accessible. And then last but not least, again, this is incorporating in a lot of feedback that we got on this. We want to develop an annual survey and a biannual roundtable platform to solicit school feedback and improve communication. We did get some feedback that roundtables were better than surveys, and it was a very mixed bag. It was pretty much split 50-50 on what people preferred. So we're going to try to do both. We want to refine the budget and staffing model, including staffing to combine site visits and risk-based monitoring. This is really important to our schools. Our school leaders are getting interrupted from doing their core responsibilities because there's a lot of people coming to their schools. It's not just us. NDE's coming, LCB's coming. A lot of things are happening. What we can control, though, is site visits and risk-based monitoring. And I think it's going to take some time, but I think we can figure out a way to combine that into one trip so that they're disrupted a little bit less. And then lastly, we want to develop a streamlined amendment and renewal process for schools that achieve a clearly defined high standard of performance and compliance. Again, a lot of feedback has already been incorporated into this plan. I look forward to working more with the SPCSA staff to incorporate their feedback on this draft of the plan, as well as individual one-on-one meetings with board members to incorporate their feedback into the plan. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Chair Hom Sutton, are there any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom? Vice Chair Thigpen.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, this is great to see, and I think we're going to always continue to be working to improve. And I like the idea of reviewing this annually to make sure we can tweak things as we go along over the next 5 years. One question I had, and I know we talked about this offline before, is there any way to incorporate some sort of external communication strategy within this? I think, especially over the last year, we've seen a lot of misinformation and disinformation around how public charters work within the state, the ones that we sponsor. I want to be able to start seeing us sharing, what's behind the curtain essentially, or get rid of the curtain altogether. And then also, sharing some of the good stuff, like some of the things we shared at the beginning of our meeting about how well some of our schools are doing, highlighting that great work. And then one thing recently that kind of came to mind after seeing a parent in a Facebook group I happened to be a part of, asking about how to enroll in a certain school and if they had to wait until next year, and all those sorts of things. So sharing helpful resources, I think, on our platforms that we have that may be underutilized, I think would be good. I know on our website we have like a map of all of our schools that we sponsor, which I think is kind of a great unsung hero in terms of resources we have. So yeah, I think I just would like to see just in broadly just a communication plan, or a start of one that we can just get proactive on.
I got it down, could not agree more.
Thank you, Chair Hom Sutton. Member Dodd.
Thank you, Patricia Haddad Bennett. So along those lines, because I'm going to go out of order of my notes here, but on the key initiatives goal to ensuring that the second indicator there, ensuring that data related to specific subgroups, academic performance compared to the state and school are made accessible. I guess my question is accessible to who? Knowing that that data is available like retroactively from previous years on state websites and things. So you just say a little bit more about who the audience is and what you hope they glean from that information.
Yeah, absolutely. Melissa Mackin, for the record, certainly, how to go find the NSPF data, and I know how to go find the NSPF data. But even when I'm trying to find the NSPF data, if I'm a parent and I'm trying to be like, do I want to put my kid in, do I want to apply at school A or B? getting it all compared and pulled up and figured out is kind of messy right now. And some of that's just unique to like charter schools and what we're doing. So there's certainly examples from other states, and I'll be honest, this is a key initiative that might take a couple of years because it's somewhat complicated. But we are trying to build out a dashboard where you can click on, Coral Academy, and you can see academics, finances, organization, all in one place. You don't have to like click around in a bunch of different reports. So that's one part of that. Another big part of that has to do with our academic, which that will incorporate in our academic performance framework. And in that new framework, we are going to be specifically calling out subgroups of students to show how those subgroups are doing compared to the nearby schools, as well as how they compare to other students in the same school. So I think through the reporting that we're going to do, it's going to be more available, readily available, but we still need to take it a step further to make it easy for people to access and find.
That's helpful, thank you. Sorry, Patricia had it, Bennett. And I just would want to be thinking about the existing tools that are out there and be sure to leverage those as much as possible to lessen the burden on staff, of course. And then two, if that's okay, on the goals, unless you prefer, well, I'll just throw them out right now. So on goal one, provide communities with access to schools, excellent schools students and families want to attend. The second metric that we've got here is 100% of schools placed on the intervention ladder will show year-over-year improvement on the performance framework. And so if I'm understanding, that's a goal for 5 years, and then recognizing that there are various schools that are on the intervention ladder at any moment. So even one school not making improvement would mean the SPCSA not meeting this goal. I think about like developing goals and best practices and how you go about that. And so what we've created here is a binary. And so my suggestion would be to just get a little bit more specific. Are we talking about, and realistic, right? Are we talking about 90%? Are we talking about 95%? That's great, but that's one that sticks out to me as like you make good, measurable, audacious but achievable, right, goals. So that's one. And then in goal 3, appreciate this being about satisfaction. Just concerned about how to measure most respondents when we're thinking about year over year. If that's 51%, if that's majority, that's great. Just getting more specific.
Yeah, so I know that's absolutely a horribly written bench goal. No, it is, and we've wrestled with it. The issue that we're having is that the SPCSA has not done a survey with schools since before COVID. And so we don't have a benchmark. And that is really the problem is we don't have a benchmark to go with. We haven't done a survey of our schools in a long time. So this is one that it's like we got to start somewhere, and then I suspect next year once we actually have a benchmark to set, a SMART goal where you can say we want to get from point A to point B, but we don't even know where point A is at. And so it's making that one a little bit challenging, but it's certainly something that I anticipate with staff we will wordsmith and kind of. I suspect that one may look a little different when you come, and second of all, you're not the first person who said the 100%. It's too lofty. Get a grip. So I suspect you'll also see some modifications to that in the final draft as well. Yeah.
Chair Homestead, any additional questions from board colleagues in the boardroom? Any questions from board colleagues online? Director McAdam, if I may, I was also nodding as I was listening. I think I heard you say, and I want to be certain to confirm it or clarify it, 60% or 4-star, 78% or 3-star?
Or above.
Or above.
Or above, yeah.
So it's 60% 4-star, 78% 3-star.
So the 78% 3-star and above would include 3, 4, and 5-star.
Okay.
The 60% would include 4 and 5-star. So
Oh.
yeah.
I appreciate you. And then my next question was specifically regarding goal 2. And for context, acknowledging that I understand, right? Sponsored schools to serve a population that's representative of the state in terms of race, ethnicity, or other student groups. Curious about, and if there had been inquiry from school leadership around new charter schools opening under the strategic plan will have an ELL enrollment rate at or above the state average. And so my question was, and specifically also that follows the next bullet, new charter schools opening under the strategic plan will have an IEP enrollment rate at or above the state average. If there had been inquiry and or consideration for staff around at or above the district that school is with rather than the state.
I actually love that. So I'm taking note of that and we'll definitely discuss that as a staff.
I appreciate you. I don't believe that I have any other questions, but I would ask again, board colleagues in the boardroom or online if they have any questions.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, Member Stern,
Yes,
if
Member
I may.
Stern. Yes, please.
Director McAdoo, just a point of clarification, you were talking about wanting to share information. And I'm just wondering what information, because the Nevada Report Card Accountability Portal has a lot of information. So are we looking to provide more current information? Are we looking to provide different information? Can you help me understand what we're looking to build that would be more accessible to families? Or is it that they don't know to go there to find some information?
No, you're right. The Nevada Report Card provides a ton of information. I think what we want to do is incorporate in not only that information, but also what we are legally required to do, right? Our academic performance framework, our financial framework, and our organizational framework. And that's not to say it's not accessible. It is on the website, but it's not very user friendly. Like you have to go out and find the organizational framework and then find your school. And then you got to go back out and you got to find where are the financial frameworks. Go find that school. We want it to be like, okay, I opened up early learning bridge in Ely and I can see it all the information in one place for one school. So it's not that the information isn't out there. It is. It's out there. It's available to the public, but it's not super user friendly. And I also think it kind of goes with what Member Thigpen was saying too, right? Like we want the information to be accessible. We want to tell the story better, right? We know that students in our schools are outperforming and we aren't doing the greatest job of communicating that. And so I think it's, hopefully that answered your question.
No, that makes sense. Member Storm, for the record, that makes sense to me, Director McAdoo, that we're really looking to consolidate the information that's available so that it's a one-stop shop is what it sounds like for people to be able to find it. As a follow-up to that, I'm wondering if there's, social media is such a integral part of our lives as we're thinking about that communication piece. Um, is there part of the communication plan leveraging social media in any way to help with that message, or is the focus really on our site, our website, or what does that communication plan look like?
Melissa McAdoo, for the record, let me be very clear. There is no communication plan right now. And that is, I think, what Member Thigpen's concern is, right? Like, he would really like to see a coordinated communication plan, which would incorporate all of that, right? Like social media, you know, newsprint, local news. Some of our schools do a really good job of that, but some of them are smaller and they just don't have the bandwidth. Now, I will say the SPCSA also doesn't have somebody hired to do that work. And so that is one of the hurdles that we kind of have to overcome is like who would do this? How would we pay for it? Some of those sorts of things. But I'm saying all that to say I agree. It's a worthy conversation to have. And it is something that I do think we have to, figure out, and it might take several years to get there, but we have to start somewhere, and I think that communication plan is step number one.
Uh, Members from for the record, thank you. Yeah, I agree that a communication plan, particularly for that ease of access, and just to communicate that the information is available, it's certainly worthwhile to compile it. But again, if families don't know that that's accessible or prospective families, that's just another barrier to that communication piece. On goal number 3, I you mentioned meeting benchmark data, so I did want to suggest that perhaps a tweak that could be made to the key initiatives might be a statement of rather than most respondents talk about the establishment of benchmarks and creating goals surrounding those benchmarks as the initiative. It sounds like that might be more representative of what we are trying to do at this time, since we don't actually have that data. The key initiative at this point would be establishing that baseline with benchmarks and then creating a plan around that. That seems to be what would make more sense to me than simply stating most respondents would indicate, since we don't know what that would look like at this time.
Thank you, Member Stern. I will make another call. Any board colleagues online or in the boardroom with additional questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you so much, Director McAdam. I will transition us to agenda item number 9, the academic performance ratings. I'll also note that after this agenda item, we'll take a convenience break for about 10 minutes before we move to agenda item number 10, and also acknowledging that as we may take agenda items out of order, we'll return to agenda item number 6 when it's appropriate to do so. Ensuring that the individuals who need to be in this space are available to us. So agenda item number 9, and I would defer to Director Broughton.
Good morning, Authority Board. It's good to see all of you today. Today, my accountability team of the SPCSA will be presenting ratings on the Nevada School Performance Framework, also known as the NSPF, and then also on the SPCSA academic performance ratings. We're going to provide kind of an overview of our schools, and then we'll move into the second part of the agenda, which is notices based on this performance. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Drs. Ozdemir and Gaetan.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. Good morning, Chair Holm Sutton, Vice Chair Tekven, and the members of the board. My name is Selçuk Ozdemir, Manager of Academic Performance. I'm joined by my colleagues, Dr. Brandon Gaetan and Mary Holskow. As Dr. Broughton mentioned, today we will present an overview of recent academic performance data for SPCSA schools, including results from both Nevada School Performance Framework, star ratings, and the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. We will also provide recommendations for the authority action regarding academic performance. Next slide, please. Here's an outline of today's presentation. First, we will address agenda item number 9, academic performance ratings. Item 9A is a discussion of 2023-24 school year Nevada School Performance Framework results. As a reminder,
Selçuk, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Okay, perfect.
Just back up a couple sentences.
Okay. So item number A is a discussion of 2023-24 school year Nevada School Performance Framework results. As a reminder, NSPF is the Nevada School Rating System required under federal law. Item 9B relates to 2023-24 school year. SPCSA Academic Performance Framework results, which is a separate rating system specific to SPCSA schools that is required under state law. At the end of this section, there will be a recommended authority action on adoption of the results. After discussing performance, we will move to an overview of the academic performance recommendations related to agenda items 10 to 31. This will be an overview of SPCSA staff recommendations to the authority for action on academic notices, including removal of prior notices, the issue of new notices, escalation of existing notices, and continuation of existing notices. Next slide, please. Moving into the discussion of academic performance ratings. The first topic is an analysis of 2023-24 NSPF school rating results. Next slide, please. First is a quick refresher on the NSPF. The federal law, the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, requires each state to annually rate all public schools within that state. ESSA also requires states to use their rating system to identify schools with low performance. The Nevada School Performance Framework meets those requirements. Every September, the Nevada Department of Education issues a score of corresponding star rating to schools based on their performance in the prior year. With the NSPF, the NDE can also identify schools with low performance. An overview of academic measures, including in the elementary, middle, and high schools NSPF, are shown on the slide here. The NSPF includes items such as proficiency, growth, graduation rates, college and career readiness, and chronic absenteeism. The links at the bottom of the slides provide more information if needed. Next slide, please. Okay. Continuing with the NSPF refresher, I would like to give a little bit recent NSPF history here. Due to COVID-19, the NDE suspended the NSPF in 2019-20 and 2020 and 21 school years. For the 2021-22 school year, NDE calculated NSPF scores, but did not publish the corresponding star ratings. For the 2022-23 school year, NDE calculated NSPF scores and ratings and also identified low-performing schools. These were the first official star ratings and school identifications since the 2018-19 school year. For this 2023-24 school year, NDE calculated the NSPF and low performance as usual, with it being the second consecutive year of NSPF data. Next slide, please. Okay, now we are moving to discussion of NSPF results. This slide displays pie charts with overall star rating results for 2023-24 school year for both the SPCSA, shown on the left, and the state, shown on the right. For the SPCSA on the left, the most frequent ratings was 5 stars, shown in blue, at 34% of schools. And as you can see, almost 75% of schools were at or above 3 stars, the yellow, green, and blue slices, which outperformed the state, where only about 45% of schools met that 3-star threshold. Compared to the state, SPCSA had fewer 1 and 2-star schools and more 3, 4, and 5-star schools. Remarkably, the SPCSA authorized almost half of the 96 5-star schools across the state. Below the pie charts, we have also included information on 2022 23 school year NSPF ratings for comparison. The SPCSA did experience an increase in one-star schools from 12 to 21 this year. Next slide, please. I'd like to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Gaitan, to dive into more details here.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Brandon Gaitan, staff member with the SPCSA. This slide shows the percent of schools with a 3-star or higher rating overall and by school level for the state and SPCSA. Starting with the overall data on the left, on the prior slide, we mentioned that almost 75% of SPCSA schools were at or above 3 stars, which outperformed the state, where only about 45% of schools met that 3-star threshold. This trend of SPCSA schools outperforming the state in terms of meeting the 3-star threshold holds true across the elementary, middle, and high school levels as well. An additional NSPF related item we want to discuss is the national trend where the COVID-19 pandemic has affected some communities more than others, such as high poverty communities. Here we display NSPF star ratings for non-Title I and Title I schools between the SPCSA and the state. As a reminder, Title I schools serve a high percentage of students that are eligible for free or reduced price lunch. Starting at the top for the state overall, about 3/4 of non-Title I schools had an NSPF rating of 3 stars or higher. The next bar down shows that about 95% of SPCSA non-Title I schools have earned at least a 3-star rating. The bottom 2 bars show the percent of Title I schools that achieved at least a 3-star rating. For the state overall, only 1 in 5 Title I schools had a 3-star rating or higher, while the SPCSA outperformed the state with about 47% of Title I schools having a 3-star rating or higher. While that's an admirable achievement, there's a drastic difference in the performance of Title I schools versus non-Title I schools in the state and within the SPCSA. It was only about 47% for Title I schools. Let's now discuss how SPCSA and SPF results compared to school districts across Nevada. This chart shows the percent of schools with a 3-star rating or higher by district for the 2023-24 school year. As mentioned on the prior slide, the SPCSA had a much higher rate of schools meet that 3-star threshold, 73%, than the state, which again was about 45%. And this also held true against all Nevada school districts except 2 very small school districts, Eureka and Story, that each had about 4 schools. This slide outlines SPCSA star rating changes over last year. The top table shows data by star rating change. About 1/4 of SPCSA schools increased their star rating by at least 1 star, that's in the green shaded cells, but an almost equal amount decreased by at least 1 star, that is in the red shaded cells. This is comparable to the overall state data as well. The 8 SPCSA schools with a 2-star increase are displayed alphabetically by name in the bottom table. SPCSA schools made up almost half of the 2-star increases in the state, so these accomplishments should very much be celebrated. Not shown here, but available in the attachment, are changes in school NSPF scores over last year. So as you remember, the NDE calculates NSPF scores, which correspond to a star rating. Across the state and within the SPCSA, about 2/3 of schools had relatively minor changes in their score over last year. That was either a 10-point or less decrease, no change, or less than a 10-point increase. So again, most schools had relatively minor changes. The NSPF also helps identify low-performing schools, as we mentioned previously, as required under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. Comprehensive Support and Improvement, or CSI schools, are the lowest performing schools in the state. The SPCSA had 4 schools identified this year due to NSPF scores in the lowest 5th percentile statewide, but the only one still open is Sage Collegiate Elementary. Beacon was also identified previously in 2017, but they serve a unique population of credit deficient students and are thus approved to be also rated on the Nevada Alternative Performance Framework. Moving to targeted support and improvement, or TSI schools, those are schools with consistently underperforming student groups. The SPCSA had one school, Nevada Virtual Middle School, identified for TSI this year, which was due to their IEP student group underperforming 2 years in a row in certain academic measures. Finally, the last federally required low-performing school identification is additional targeted support and improvement, or ATSI. ATSI schools have very low performing student groups that are in the lowest fifth percentile of performance statewide. Displayed in the table on this slide are the 6 SPCSA schools identified for ATSI this year due to a variety of very low performing student groups, plus the 3 schools that were identified last year. I'm going to pass the next few slides over to my colleague, Mary Holzclaw.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Brandon. My name is Mary Holzclaw. For the record, I am part of the Accountability and Assessment team. Right here we have moving on beyond overall NSPF rating results and identifications. We will now discuss certain measures, including the NSPF, such as proficiency and growth. Proficiency is a significant component of the NSPF, worth up to 25 points in the elementary and middle school. This slide shows ELA, math, and science proficiency trends for the Smarter Balance assessment for both the SPCSA and the state for the 3 most recent years. Overall, SPCSA proficiency rates for elementary and middle school students are mixed over time, but still outperform the state in each content area for the years shown. Trends for student group proficiency, which are provided in the attachment, and are also mixed, but still generally outperform the state. Also available in the attachment is a similar analysis of high school proficiency for the ACT and high school science assessments. Generally, the results overall and by student group are similar to those shown here for Smarter Balance. Next slide, please. An important component of the NSPF is growth, with various measures worth up to 55 points in the elementary and middle school NSPFs. Growth is a somewhat complicated, so let's start with a refresher at the top of the slide. The NDE uses at least 2 consecutive years of a student's assessment data to calculate their growth. The NDE then calculates how much growth a student has made compared to their peers via a student growth percentile, or SGP, which ranges from 1 to 99. An SGP of 75 means the student has shown more growth than 75% of their peers. Here we display the SPCSA median growth percentiles for ELA and math overall and at the elementary and middle school levels for the recent 3 years. These data show that generally, median growth trends by content area and school level are mixed over time. Next, please. The NDE calculates an additional growth measure in the NSPF called the Adequate Growth Percentile, or AGP, which is a growth target. If a student meets their growth target for the year, that means they have made enough growth to be on track to remain or become proficient. Here we show the percentage of SPCSA students meeting their growth target for ELA and math overall and at the elementary and middle school levels for the most recent 3 years. These data show that trends in the percent of students meeting their growth targets over the past few years are mixed. Some content areas and levels, overall elementary and middle, went down then up, some have held steady, and some have decreased every year. There have been no steady increases. So from here, I'm going to pass it back to my colleague, Dr. Gatan.
Thank you again, Brandon Gaitan, for the record. Now that we have covered the NSPF results, the next topic for discussion under academic performance ratings is the 23-24 SPCSA Academic Performance Framework results. First is a refresher of the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework, which is very similar to the NSPF star rating system in that schools earn a rating based on their performance in various measures. In contrast to the NSPF, which uses star ratings from 1 to 5, there are 4 framework rating levels: exceeds, meets, does not meet, and below standard. The framework incorporates NSPF scores under the NSPF index score indicator, which is in orange on the left. It also contains the geographical comparisons indicator, shown in blue, that compares charter school performance to their zone district and school, as well as an enrollment diversity indicator, shown in green, which compares charter school enrollment rates to its zone district. Finally, there's a school progress indicator in gray that reflects reductions in assessment non-proficiency. That measures informational only and points are not attached to it. As a reminder, over the summer, the authority approved an updated academic framework that the SPCSA will use to evaluate schools for the 24-25 school year. There are similarities and differences. The framework displayed on the slide here will be retired with these 2023-24 school year results that we will show on the next few slides. This slide displays an overall analysis of academic framework ratings for the 2023-24 school year. On the left, the rating categories and point ranges are shown, so that exceeds, meets, does not meet, and below standard. On the right, a pie chart shows the count and percent of SPCSA schools in each rating category. About 75% of schools received a meet or exceed standard rating, that's in the blue and green, while about 25% received a does not meet standard rating, shown in yellow, and 2% received a below standard rating, shown in red. Last year's results were generally similar to these. Next, we'll examine school performance in two of the framework indicators, the geographical comparison and enrollment diversity indicators. As a reminder, the geographical comparison indicator compares a charter school NSPF performance to the NSPF performance of its zone district and school. This indicator provides information on charter school performance in context of local schools and is aligned with the current SPCSA strategic plan. Selected results for this indicator are displayed on the slide. About 71% of SPCSA schools had NSPF scores at or above their comparison district average NSPF score, and about 75% had NSPF scores at or above the comparison school NSPF score. Taken together, these data indicate that on the Nevada School Star Rating System, most SPCSA schools are outperforming their local districts and local schools. Moving to the enrollment diversity indicator, as a reminder, this indicator compares enrollment rates of various student groups between SPCSA schools and their zone districts. This indicator is also aligned with the current SPCSA strategic plan. Under this indicator, only about 30% of SPCSA schools had free or reduced price or FRL enrollment rates at or above their comparison district rates. An even lower percent of SPCSA schools were above their comparison district regarding enrollment for students with IEPs, individual education programs, and English learners. These data generally indicate that SPCSA schools are not serving populations representative of their local school district. However, about 44% of SPCSA schools received at least one bonus point in this indicator for increasing their student group enrollment rates by at least 25% over last year, indicating that SPCSA schools are moving towards serving a population more representative of Nevada. With those SPCSA academic performance framework results presented and available as a detailed attachment, that leads us to the staff recommended action for the authority, which is displayed on the slide. And I'm going to pass this to our Director of Authorizing, Katie Broughton.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next slide.
That brings us to our takeaways for the 23-24 school year academic performance of SPCSA schools. On the NSPF, about 75% of SPCSA schools met the 3-star NSPF rating threshold, which outperformed the state, where only 45% of schools met that threshold, and also outperformed all Nevada school districts except 2 very small districts. Generally, proficiency rates are mixed in recent years for the SPCSA and its student groups, but these rates still outperform the state. However, many students are still not meeting grade level expectations. As to growth, those trends are mixed as well. And finally, in regard to the SPCSA academic framework, about 75% of SPCSA schools received a meets or exceeds standard rating, and SPCSA schools are outperforming their local counterparts, as about 75% of schools had an NSPF score that outperformed their local comparison school, with a similar rate outperforming their local comparison district. Only about a quarter or less of SPCSA schools had an enrollment rate at or above their local comparison district in the FRL, IEP, and ELL comparison measures for enrollment rate, but there are steps forward as over half of those schools increased these enrollment rates by at least 25% over last year. So that brings us to the end of the presentation for the agenda item regarding academic performance ratings. Thank you for your time and consideration. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. I appreciate you. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom. Any questions from board colleagues online? Seeing none, I would move us to an action, specifically looking for a proposal for the recommendation to adopt the 2023-24 school year SPCSA academic performance framework results as provided.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
And may I have a second?
Member Haddad.
Second.
Second.
I have Member Haddad Bennett seconding. Thank you. Thank you, Member Slito. We appreciate you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Before we transition to the next, I noted that we would take a break. However, we're going to return now to agenda item number 6.
Chair
specifically-
Holmes Sutton, so
yes.
sorry to interrupt. We do have, like, kind of at the end of this presentation, an overview of items 10 to 31 and just sort of the notices. And it's not action, it's just kind of, here's what's coming. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that after the break before we actually get into the agenda items?
If we may, I think it may be most appropriate to put it with the agenda items that we'll attend to.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. We're returning to agenda item number 6, Jim's final closure report.
Okay, Melissa Mackinnon for the record. GEMS, or Girls Empowerment Middle School, opened its doors in 2020-2021 school year with a mission to empower girls to excel academically, develop their voices, and lead fearlessly in a safe, caring educational environment. Despite its compelling mission and dedicated staff, GEMS faced persistent enrollment challenges throughout its operation, ultimately leading to its closure. On May 19th, 2023, the authority board appointed Jason Guanasso as the trustee assigned to close the school in accordance with Nevada law and regulation. Mr. Guanasso has provided reports to the authority throughout the process. He is here today to provide his final report, and he is joining us online. Jason.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Executive Director. I provided a report to you outlining what has occurred in conformance with the closure plan that I submitted to you. I believe it was in May of 2023. And that closure report, just to refresh your recollection, is attached to my report as Exhibit 1, and it outlines all the steps that needed to be taken to close the school. My report itself tracks with the closure report, providing you with an update on all the things that were accomplished in the last year and a half since closure. And what you'll see is that with regard to the required notices, those all were effectively completed, that the transition team was established and then executed on the plan that was submitted before you. We handled all the communication and public relations efforts related to the closure. We also were faithful to take care of the employees as they transitioned out of the school, as well as the students. All the students found appropriate placements, and there was very little disruption in their education. Notwithstanding the fact that they were disappointed that their school was closed, we found appropriate placements for all of the students. With regard to records management, we completed and managed the records in accordance with Nevada law. With regard to asset management and disposition. We also followed the requirements of Nevada law and disposed of the assets appropriately. With regard to financial obligations, as I've reported to you previously, there were more obligations than there was money to meet all those obligations. And so I prioritized as the trustee the obligations that were presented and paid those down to the best of our ability based on the funds that were available in the bank account. Um, and the um, the biggest obligation that did not we didn't satisfy was the lease obligation, and there was some legal liability attached to not paying on the lease for the building. But because the former EMO for the school had guaranteed the lease, it was a code. That entity ultimately handled the negotiations and resolution of the dispute regarding the lease, and so that obligation and the legal liability related thereto was handled by the school's previous EMO. The Outside of that, the one major issue that we had a hard time solving was completing the statutory required audits. After reaching out to several accountants and reaching out to um, sister charter schools for help, we were not able to find any accountant or sister entity or EMO to help us with the audits that needed to be completed. And so I presented that issue to SPCSA staff, and staff helped with providing a legally sufficient review of the financials, which I believe they provided in their report to you concurrent with my report. The only remaining issues for the school at this juncture is winding down the corporate entity and taking care of uh, those legal I don't know, formalities of final closure of the school, meaning that the state will no longer recognize this entity as a nonprofit entity, and it will be effectively closed for purposes of Nevada law. But all of the other obligations, as far as I can tell, under our Nevada law and in accordance with the closure plan that we submitted to you, have been fully satisfied. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has or staff has with respect to anything in my report, anything that's happened over the last year and a half, or any concerns that you all may have that have not been addressed.
Thank you, Chair Holmes-Sutton. We appreciate you. I would ask if there are any questions of staff or board colleagues in the boardroom. Any questions from staff or board colleagues online? Okay, seeing none. Director McAdam, I would just ask, are we also attending to the accompanying information provided by staff?
No, Melissa Mackin for the record, no, we just included that because we weren't able to find an audit firm. We did sort of a desk audit. And so we just included those results as part of Mr. Guinasso's final report. But we have nothing further to add.
Okay. If I may, I just wanted to confirm, having reviewed the memo under asset disposition, that again, I'm specifically looking at the 3 bullets regarding the facility lease documentation not being found, and confirmation that no records were located regarding the disposal of the Chromebook, student desk chairs, or teacher furniture. And then that continues to stand.
Jason, excuse me. Jason, can you address the disposal of Chromebooks, student desks, chairs, teacher furniture? Jason, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
It appears that he is signed out.
Dr. Broughton, do you by chance have any information on that?
I do not have any additional information.
One of the challenges we're facing is that our team member who did this work has moved on to a new position. So I know that is not a very satisfactory answer, Chair Holmes Sutton. I will do my best to kind of round that information up for you. But Mike Dang prepared this report and did the desk, got it, and he's no longer with us, so I can't reach out and ask him in the moment. But I will circle back and see what I can find out.
I appreciate you. Thank you. With that, if there are no questions from board colleagues or staff regarding this agenda item, I will note that it is 10:34. We will break until 10:45, resuming at that time with the continuation of the overview for the work that we will be doing with regards to agenda items 10 through 31. And we will be moving item 31 up following agenda item 10. Thank you. You're welcome to break. We will finish with the presentation, specifically looking at the overview at the close of the presentation, beginning on agenda item, or excuse me, agenda item number 9. My apologies. May I ask everyone to please take their seats? Thank you kindly. I appreciate you. Apparently my voice was too soft. I appreciate you all so much. We will continue with authority oversight of academic performance. I will return to Director Broughton. We will proceed then with agenda item number 10. We will move 31 up behind agenda item number 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Holmes Sutton and the SPCSA board. This is item 9B, which is the overview of academic performance recommendations. So in terms of authority oversight of academic performance, Nevada state law lays out the purpose of the SPCSA, which includes specific text regarding oversight of schools to ensure that they maintain high educational standards. Nevada state law and regulation outline various potential consequences for a school with academic underperformance. The most severe consequence under state law for underperformance include mandatory termination of a charter contract by the authority board, which is required when any school has 3 one-star NSPF ratings in any 5-year period. Statute also allows the authority to amend a charter contract to eliminate underperforming school levels, such as an elementary, middle, or high school level, or campuses when a charter holder has other school levels or campuses that do not meet the termination criteria. So that would be a school that has, an elementary school with 1 star and a middle school with 3 star. State law and regulation also provide the authority with permissive termination provisions. In these cases, the authority may terminate a charter contract for high schools that have a graduation rate under 60% for the immediately preceding school year, for elementary and middle schools that are in the lowest 5% in the NSPF score statewide for the immediately preceding school year. Oops, too fast. Sorry. Scrolled in the wrong thing. And for elementary and middle and high schools that receive 1 or 2 star ratings in each of the last 3 ratings or have not complied consistently with the academic performance framework. When a school is on track to meet either the mandatory or permissive criteria, the authority has historically issued academic notices to notify the 1 and 2 star schools and their governing boards that there are concerns with academic performance and that the continued underperformance will result in a notice being escalated or in extreme cases, the charter contract being terminated as authorized under state law and regulation. Historically, the authority has issued notices of concern and then notices of breach and finally notices of intent to revoke in that order of severity. These levels are generally aligned with the mandatory termination criteria as well as the permissive criteria related to 3 years of underperformance. Before we get into the recommended action for this year, we want to provide an overview of prior authority action regarding academic underperformance. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the authority issued and escalated academic notices in October 2019 based on the 2018-2019 school year data. The authority did not address academic notices for the 2019 to 2020 and the 2020 to 2021 school years due to a lack of academic data resulting from the pandemic. In November 2022, the authority lifted academic notices for schools that met certain criteria, but academic notices were not issued or escalated due to lack of official NSPF star ratings. Finally, most recently, last year's data, 2022 to 2023, the authority issued, continued, and lifted academic notices in November and December of 2023. Of note, the authority deviated from the historical practice of issuing notices to 1 and 2 star schools and only issued notices to 1 star schools due to concerns with the growth data within the NSPF. That leads us to the recommended authority action items for today's meeting. We'll start by recommending lifting prior notices for academic performances for schools that achieved a 3-star or higher NSPF rating or a meet or exceed standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework for the 23-24 school year. We will also recommend issuing academic notices of concerns for schools that received a 1 or 2 star NSPF rating and a below or does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. We will recommend the authority escalate prior academic notices of concern to academic notices of breach for specified schools with continued academic underperformance for the 23-24 school year. And we'll sort of define what that continued academic underperformance school year is. And then finally, we also will provide recommendations for some of the academic notices to be continued for certain schools with academic underperformance. I'm going to give a holistic overview of the landscape of the notices, and then we will take action on each charter holder one at a time. So, in terms of recommending the lifting of prior notices for academic performance for school that achieved a 3-star or higher NSPF rating or a meets or exceeds standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework for the 23-24 school year. There are 3 schools in the SPCSA portfolio that met this criteria: Discovery Sandhill Elementary, Nevada Rise Elementary, and Somerset North Las Vegas Elementary. SPCSA staff will make a note that any school listed here that had a prior 1-star NSPF rating, if they receive another 1-star NSPF rating in the coming 2 years, we will recommend the authority bypass an academic notice of concern and issue a notice of breach to the school in alignment with the mandatory termination provisions outlined in NRS. On this slide is a list of schools that we are recommending the board issue notices of concern for academic performance. These schools received a 1 or 2-star NSPF rating and a below or does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. There are 17 schools that met this criteria, and they are listed alphabetically by school name on the slide. We will also have a series of recommendations to escalate academic notices of concern to academic notices of breach. This table outlines the 9 schools that are already under academic notices. These schools displayed continued academic underperformance by receiving 1 or 2-star NSPF ratings and a below or does not meet standard rating in the NSPF academic performance framework for this 23-24 school year. Additionally, these schools did not show growth in their NSPF score by 10 or more points. And then last, we will recommend 3 schools continue their current academic notice. These schools also all had a 1 or 2-star NSPF rating and a below or does not meet standard academic performance rating. However, the rationale listed on the slide for continuing rather than escalating their notices, essentially, if a school had a 10, like if they stayed 1 or 2-star, but they demonstrated a 10 or more growth in their NSPF index score, then we're recommending their notice stay as is. And then we have several schools that had a notice of breach, and we are generally not recommending that the authority escalate that. If a school received a 2-star rating and increased their NSPF star rating over the prior year or adjusted their index score by 10 or more points. Slam Elementary did have a prior academic notice of concern due to receiving a 1-star rating in the 22-23 school year. Because they were a 2-star school this year, we're recommending that their notice be stayed and continued rather than elevated. As far as schools with current academic notices of breach, generally, except in some extreme circumstances, we are not recommending that the authority escalate those to academic notices of intent to revoke unless the school has received 3 1-star ratings in the past 5 years. Both of the schools listed here with prior academic notices are Freedom Classical Elementary and Legacy North Valley Elementary. They have a single 1-star rating in the past 5 years. Therefore, at this time, we recommend not to escalate their notices and keep them as is. These slides have provided an overview of the landscape of notices for the board to consider. The schools who are identified for action based on academic performance have representatives at the meeting today to speak with the board. Each school will have 5 minutes if it's just like one campus and one school level, or 10 minutes if it's multiple campuses or multiple levels. to discuss their academic goals and action steps the school has taken and will continue to take toward making measurable progress toward those academic goals. Before we begin hearing from the schools, I want to let board members know that each notice will include a requirement for schools to include an academic goal in their school performance plan. These should align with the goals that will be shared with you today, and SPCSA staff will monitor the school's performance plan. Additionally, each school that's rated as 1 or 2 star will receive a site evaluation during the 24-25 school year. And finally, we have been monitoring each school's adherence to NRS 388A.367, which requires low-performing schools to notify the parent or guardian of each student enrolled in the school and provide all stakeholders with the opportunity to discuss actions and solicit feedback for continued growth and improvement based on the statewide accountability rating system. Finally, I'll just remind the board that each charter holder will be voted on individually. There are a series of recommendation memos for each item. And if the chair and board are ready to proceed, we can begin with lifting the academic notice for Discovery Sandhill, but I'll take a moment here to see if there are any questions.
Chair Hom-Sutton, thank you very much. Are there any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom or online? Seeing none, I would transition us to begin with agenda item number 10. I'm looking at removal of prior notices for academic performance.
All right, so we're going to start with 10A, which is a removal of prior notice for Discovery Charter School. The elementary school at the Sandhill campus of Discovery Charter School was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2018-29 school year. This notice of concern was continued for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA academic performance framework. For the 2023-2024 school year, Sandhill Elementary School improved their performance to a 3-star NSPF rating and a meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. SPCSA staff would like to recognize Discovery Charter School for their academic improvement and return the Sandhill Elementary program to good standing due to their improved academic performance. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo.
Chair Hom-Sutton, thank you, Director Broughton. Did you note that school leadership was here and available for this campus as well? Or?
For the ones that we were lifting notices of, no.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I would ask if board colleagues have any questions for staff before we entertain a motion. Seeing no questions, I would ask for a motion regarding approving the recommendation of SPCSA staff to remove the notice of concern for Discovery Charter School, Sandhill Campus Elementary School for academic performance for 2023-2024 school year and return the school to good standing.
Member Shanti Rosales will make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Member Salcido.
Thank you, Member Salcido. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. I would move us to agenda item 10B, specifically for Nevada Rise Academy.
Nevada Rise Academy was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 1-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. For the 2023-2024 school year, Nevada Rise Elementary improved their performance to a 3-star NSPF rating and a meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. SPCSA staff would like to recognize Nevada Rise for their academic improvement and return the elementary program to good standing due to their improved academic performance. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo. And I will just remind the board, this is a school in which They do have a 1-star rating, so if they were to get another 1-star rating in the next 3 years, we would recommend this one goes directly to a notice of breach in the future, to align with those mandatory provisions for 3 1-star ratings.
Thank you, I appreciate you. I would ask if board colleagues have any questions regarding agenda item 10B. Seeing none, I would call for a motion specifically regarding approving the recommendation of SPCSA staff to remove the notice of concern for Nevada Rise Academy for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year and return the school to good standing.
Member Shanti Rosales will make that motion.
Thank you.
Member Hannah Bennett, happy to second. I do have a question about the item,
Absolutely.
not B in particular when we move on from here. Second, thank you.
Did you want to?
So absolutely supportive of Nevada Rise being removed from the list. The question that I have is in agenda item number 9 on slide 29, we were just looking at a list of what we'll see as far as removal of prior notices. I'm also seeing an additional school on this list in this slide that's saying they're being recommended, but I'm not seeing them on the agenda. And if you just clarify.
Thank
I
you.
can,
I appreciate
yeah.
you.
I can clarify that. That's in regards to Somerset, and there's going to be additional action taken on Somerset, so they're all grouped together in agenda item number 29. So you should see it down in item 29.
Thank you, Director Brown. We have a motion on the floor by member Shantae Rosales and a second by member Haddad Bennett. And I would ask all those in favor of the motion to indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. We will now take an agenda item out of order and we will move to agenda item 31 and invite school leadership to the front.
While they're coming, I'll just provide a brief overview of Young Women's Leadership Academy of Nevada. The middle school at Young Women's Leadership Academy earned a 1-star NSPF rating and a does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Young Women's Leadership Academy regarding their middle school program. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance. The school does have about 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. And Chair Olmstead, my apologies. For clarification, we are acting on the proposed motion first or hearing from the school first?
No, yeah, we'll give the school a few minutes to talk then, or to give their presentation, 5 minutes, and then if you guys have questions for the school or staff, you can ask them, and then we can look at the motion.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Selena Torres, for the record, spelled Selenatorres. And I am currently the Executive Director of Young Women's Leadership Academy. Unfortunately, my principal, Ms. Draper, was unable to make it as she had a medical emergency. So I'm here to speak about our school and our performance. Some basic information about our school that can be seen on the next slide is our school is currently serving grades 6 through 9. This is the 3rd year that our school has been around. In our middle school, we did receive a 1-star rating, and our high school has not yet been rated because we do not have a graduating class. So we'll have that in just a couple of years. Some demographics of Young Women's Leadership Academy is that we are 100% free and reduced lunch, 100% young women, 61% Latino, 28% Black, 7% white, and 2% 2 or more races. So the demographics of our school definitely look like the community that we are serving. We do have an academic goal that is also reflected, the same goal that we have on our SPP. Our goal is to increase the percentage of all students meeting their AGP in math and ELA. And we are providing intensive supports to our teachers and to our students to ensure that we get close to reaching that goal. So our measurable action items, we have provided over 15 hours of professional development to staff with an emphasis on Tier 1 and Tier 2 strategies, SPED supports, and English language learner interventions. Students are all enrolled in double dose classes, which means that they have 2 math classes and 2 ELA classes. Because of our block schedule for our students, that means that they see their math and ELA teacher every single day and are receiving different types of supports in those classes to ensure that we're filling their gaps, but then we're also providing them with grade level content to help support their growth. The school has implemented iReady, and we have our winter diagnostic coming up next week, and we look forward to seeing our student growth. With that program, we have also provided small groups, and so our teachers have been doing polling small groups to support our students and fill those gaps as well. The school has also purchased new curriculum that aligns with the Nevada state standards, and we are ensuring that our teachers are implementing that curriculum with fidelity. In the past, the school did not have curriculum for some of the classes. A good example is that our science classroom did not have lab equipment, and there were no lab materials for them to do any type of experiments. There were also no textbooks for the students, and so we've ensured that those are readily available to the students and the teachers alike. And the leadership team is conducting regular formal and informal instructional observations to support our teachers and make sure that our teachers are providing the support needed for our students. Thank you. If you have any questions, we're ready to support. Thank you.
Chair Holmstead, thank you. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues online.
Member Stern, if I can proceed. Chair Sutton. Member Stern, for the record, just a clarification, you mentioned one of your action steps being students being enrolled in the double dose math and ELA. Is this a change from what you were doing last year? Is this a continuation? Which of these action steps are new? Okay, is the question.
Thank you for the question. I would say that all of them are new. And while the double dose did exist previously for our students at Young Women's Leadership Academy, it was not structured. And so the structures in those classes is very intentional. So in the past, my understanding from teachers and students alike is it was just a continuation of the same course. We've made it very clear that these are 2 separate courses, and that there are different instructional materials and that the teachers are responsible for providing different types of instruction. While our core class, so the reading, so the ELA class and the core math class is more whole group instruction. The double dose class is providing a lot more small group support and really filling those gaps for students that are behind and helping accelerate those that are ahead.
I appreciate that clarification. A follow-up question to that then. What supports, if any, are you providing to your staff for additional training? I see that you have a note about formal and informal instructional observations. Are there any other professional development opportunities that are being provided to your teachers to support their improved implementation of curriculum and instruction?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in the school day, one of the things that we did when we were planning for the school year is we ensured that they had sufficient time for planning. So while students are dismissed at 2:40, staff is there until 3:30, so they have about 50 minutes of time that is provided to them for that planning, and there's 30 minutes in the morning that is different than what was in the schedule previously. Additionally, while I indicate that there are 15 hours of PD that was specifically for the interventions and strategies that was listed on the slide, there's been significantly more professional development. We started the school year 1 week earlier, so we provided 2 weeks of professional development to our teachers before coming back instead of the standard 3 days or 4 days, in order to make sure that our teachers understood the vision and the goals of our school for this upcoming school year, but that they were also familiar with the curriculum and the needs of our classrooms.
I appreciate that additional context. If I may, one more question. Are you implementing PLC structures or anything else in terms of structures for support for studying data within your school day for your teachers as part of that planning time that you mentioned, those 50 minutes at the end of each day?
Thank you so much for the record. So we're a very small school, right? There's 13 teachers total, which means that I only have 2 ELA teachers and 2 math teachers. So we're a very, very small team. And so while we look at that data as a team and our ELA teachers meet with one another, our PLC structure is going to be very different than what it might look like at other schools. That all being said, we're also providing opportunities for our teachers to shadow other teachers and meet with other teachers at different campuses. Namely, we have been working closely with Matter Academy East Las Vegas, and our teachers have gone to that campus, met with them. Our math teachers went in and saw one of the master teachers that's been a veteran teacher and saw her classroom, learned how to use some of the resources. They actually really appreciated that visit because they weren't familiar with all the extra great things that were available with our curriculum's online components. And so they were able to become familiar with that and see how they could implement those strategies in their classroom. So the answer is yes, we are PLCing, but I think it also looks different with us being such a small school that PLC has to go beyond just our walls as a school building.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Chair Olmstead, thank you, Member Stern. Are there any additional questions from board colleagues online or in the boardroom?
Sure.
Member Salcido?
No question, but just I wanted to thank Executive Director Torres for her presentation and the answers she gave right now to Member Stern's questions really gave me some comfort and encouragement and confidence that that they're heading in the right direction. And I think the school is fortunate to have her. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salcido. If I may, just a couple of questions. I think they'll be quick. Just confirming that students did come to your school from GEM's closure, correct?
Yes, we did have a large amount, and for context of the history of YWLA, myself and the principal are both new to the team. I do not have a number off the top of my head of how many of the students that we have right now are from GEMS. I know I have one staff member who was previously at GEMS who works with us too, which I think was actually helpful with that transition because the students already had a rapport and the families had a rapport with that member. Additionally, we do have some students. I also know there was a question earlier about some of the equipment for GEMS. I can find out if there were anything else, but I know that we did receive laptops from GEMS as well, which is really helpful to just supporting our students and making sure that we're a one-to-one school.
I appreciate you so much. You answered my question. It would have been about technology and then also how long you've been there. We appreciate your leadership. At this time, I would entertain a motion regarding agenda item 31.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record. And again, thank you for all your work. I hate that we have to make these motions, but it is procedure. I move that we approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Young Women's Leadership Academy Middle School for academic performance for the 2023, for last year. Now, 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you. A second, please.
Member Stern, I second.
Thank you, Member Stern. We have a second from Member Haddad Bennett. Appreciate you both so very much. I would ask all those in favor of the motion to indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Member Whitaker, were you?
Aye. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Again, any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. I will transition us to agenda item number 11, inviting leadership for Battleborn Academy.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the Record for agenda item 11. Battleborn Academy was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2022-2023 school year. Because the elementary school received a second consecutive one-star rating, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of breach to Battleborn Academy regarding the elementary school. It is also critical to note that NRS 388A.300 requires the SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of a school who receives a 1-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive school years. Should the elementary school level receive a 1-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the elementary school. Furthermore, the middle school at Battleborn Academy also earned a 1-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Battleborn Academy regarding their middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Good morning, Kathy Rudd for the record, co-founder and co-principal of Battleborn Academy. I'm sorry, my voice is going out a little bit. I've been getting sicker. So if we can move to the next slide. So Battleborn Academy is in our 3rd year of existence as a public charter school. We opened in 2022. We, at the time, served students in kinder, 1st, 5th, and 6th grades. Last year, we more than doubled in size and served students in grades K through 7 through demand from our families who wanted those middle grades to come into existence earlier than our original plan. And that allowed us to be at about 267 students last year. This year, we are fully K-8 with our first graduating class of 8th graders, which we're very excited for. Our student population metrics you can see on the screen, we're just shy of 80% Hispanic, about 14% Black, with a small number of percentage in other racial categories. We do serve about 16% of our students with IEPs and have been really proud to serve our students with special needs. That is something that many of our families have sought out our school for, and we do overrepresent compared to our neighborhood schools in that category. Likewise, we serve about 92% free and reduced lunch population, and a population that is about 58% English learners. Additionally, one of the things that I want to make sure that we do in this time is celebrate the places where our students and families are seeing big wins. Specifically, last year we worked really hard to reduce chronic absenteeism and change the trend that our school was seeing, but also our state and nation were seeing here. In 2022, 2023, we had a 38.7% chronic absenteeism rate, and we reduced that last year to 17.6% in our elementary school and 22.6% in our middle school. So significant growth here. We can't have students achieving and growing if they are not physically in school. So being able to change that trend has been important to our metrics here and to our future growth. We also wanted to celebrate that we did earn 10 out of 10 points for our middle school ELA MGP, that measure of growth is incredibly important and sees really strong potential for us to move quickly out of the 1-star category for our middle school, to be able to capitalize on this growth year over year into being a 2, 3, and beyond star school very quickly for our middle school students, as well as taking those lessons that we've learned from that into our elementary school. And always like to shout out that one of our prides of our school is our strong parent involvement. We have over 95% participation in all 3 rounds of conferences that we do every single school year. And we have 4 student events every year, which average more than 600 attendees at every event. Our most recent one in October actually had 750 attendees. Next slide, please. All right. So our goals for this year do reflect our need to see increased academic achievement and proficiency. We are seeing quite a bit of growth, particularly for middle school students, and this is the time that we really need to arrive at proficiency. And so our goal reflects that. So by 2025, our students are demonstrating academic proficiency using that SBAC exam and monitored 3 times a year by the MAP exam as the proxy for that testing. You can see the specific levels of proficiency we're aiming to achieve there. And kind of coupling that with our second goal, which is our student literacy goal, really focusing our time on student literacy, increasing both our read by grade 3 numbers in elementary, which affects the academic performance rating and star rating, but also affects whether our students are performing on the SBAC exam. And we're making sure that our students are strong readers as they come up through our program. With that, this is the first year, this current school year, 24-25, that our students sitting the SBAC exam will have been students we had the year prior in our elementary school. So we're really excited to see incredible growth from our 3rd graders who were our founding class of 1st graders and have been with us for 2 years. And we're really excited to see the year-over-year growth that's possible with them and the growth that we're going to achieve with our 4th and 5th graders as well. And last but not least, of course, continuing to focus on that school culture, the goal with wanting both of our schools to be below the 20% rate, which I'll share the wins that we're having there on our last slide. So we are taking quite a number of measurable action steps to make sure that we are quickly accelerating growth and achievement at our school. And the most profound potentially among them is actually working with Raise the Bar, which many of you on staff and many folks on the board are very familiar with. Jessica Barr and her team have taken lots of great looks at our data, have really worked with us as school leaders, done a lot of training for the school leadership team, done training for our teachers and staff to make sure that we are implementing targeted to our specific data, our students, and the results that we're seeing, we are implementing the highest priority action steps to make sure that we are increasing that achievement. Some of the things that we have done are outlined for you here. I want to particularly call attention to the increase in intervention in math time. So we did increase additional 45 minutes of math per day in our elementary classrooms, bringing us up to an hour and 45 minutes a day of math in elementary school. And implemented an additional intervention hour in math for grades fifth through eighth grade students, 2 times a week for all of our students, and 5 times a week for our priority cusp students who are kind of sitting at that level 2 and able to achieve that proficiency within the year, really making sure that we're making dramatic gains for them. We've had an intervention hour in ELA the entire time we've been open, and our ELA results show that, and that's where we see that profound growth. And it's time to really focus that same attention into our math growth, and that's what we're aiming for this year. We do also have a tiered attendance system, and we've realigned our central pacing guides and curriculum study to make sure that our teachers are teaching across the content in a very aligned way through K through 8. From the staffing perspective, we did have looking at the data and effective instructors in our third and fourth grade classrooms last year. We removed those and replaced them with very highly effective teachers, and we're starting to see that dramatic growth happening in those grades as well. We do use the models that Raise the Bar recommends for the SBAC alignment and training. We've been receiving some of their training. We've been doing additional ones internally and making sure that we're moving in that direction. And then we do coach weekly PDs and coach our teachers weekly and have targeted PDs to support their instructional development. Last but not least, measuring that progress. Like I said earlier, we use the MAP exam as our measurement of that progress. We are also piloting iReady with our third, fourth, and fifth graders this year. And then I did want to shout out that tiered intervention system for chronic absenteeism. We built on the momentum of last year where we kind of cut our absenteeism in half, and right now we're sitting at 6% long-term chronic absenteeism for this year, and we are aiming to keep at that pace. So we are really, really seeing an increase in what's happening and a momentum of collaborating with our families to make sure that both their time in school and their academic achievement there are on the right track, both individually and at a collective level for our school. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you. We'll also acknowledge as we're strategizing time, we will be giving schools like a 2-minute warning as well so that we can stay on track, or we're going to be here for a while. Just wanted to provide opportunity for board colleagues to ask questions, either online or in the boardroom.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, thank you for taking the time to present to us today. I do have a couple questions based on the academic goals. I noticed that you mentioned in goal 1, you had a middle school math 10% proficiency goal, and the same goal for student literacy. It looks like will increase in the number of grade level. So I'm just I feel like those feel very low to me. Can you explain why it wouldn't be any higher? I don't know where they're currently at proficiency wise, and you may have said that. I apologize.
Kathy Rudd, for the record, thank you for the question. No, I had not clarified that, so I appreciate the opportunity to do so. The 10% proficiency rate for the math, MAP, and ELA and SBAC exams would actually represent doubling our current number of proficient students. We've been just at about 5% proficient, particularly for middle school math. In the last years, and a little bit higher than that for elementary. So we are seeing growth happening for many of our students, but really making sure that we're marking that proficiency. So I know 10% is low. It like hurts my educator soul to have that number on there. And we know that that still represents doubling the number of our kiddos who are proficient in math, and that's momentum we can build on. The student literacy goal is a little bit different. Previously, we had not measured whether our students were grade level readers at a systemic whole school level. We had been measuring it only for our students in the RTI program. And so this is our first year of taking that baseline, and then our goal is to take the early year baseline, which I should have prepared that number for you all and don't have it in front of me. But what we marked it out in August, we're looking to increase from the August to May proficiency rate of looking at that particularly increasing 10% on its own. So the baseline here is not zero. The baseline is much higher than that. We're looking to increase it by 10% over the course of a single school year of the number of students who start and then end the grade level reading at their new grade level.
Chair Homestead, thank you so much. I wanted to follow up Vice Chair Thigpen's question, just for clarification. So on goal 1, with regards to student growth and achievement, middle school math, 10% of the students will be at proficiency, or the students will be at 10% proficiency?
10% of students will be at proficiency. Oh, Kathy read for the record. 10% of students will be at proficiency.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Any other questions from board colleagues?
Member Stern for the record,
Thank
if I
you.
may. Member Stern for the record, I had a question about the, given the context that you gave us about the 10% proficiency in math, what that 1 hour and 45 minutes a day in elementary might look like, because that seems incredibly intensive. And thinking about the overall development of elementary students and the need to kind of balance that. Can you share a little bit more about what that would look like and how that'll be structured so that it's on the SEL, social emotional learning piece of things, just a positive experience for students? Because that is a very long, that is a lot of math in a day.
Kathy wrote for the record. Yes, thank you for that. It is not consecutive, if that's helpful. So what we've really been able to do with adding that additional time is to intentionally have both a full hour, so that's 60 minutes, that is grade level standards, right? Nobody's going to pass an SBAC exam about that grade level if they don't have the grade level standard exposure. So our students are getting that full hour of grade level exposure, and then a 45-minute in elementary and 60-minute in middle school targeted intervention of kind of building up their remedial skills to be filled in the gaps. If you look at our data from drilling at the kid level, really we have core foundational math knowledge and numeracy skill gaps that we need to be filling with kids and backfilling. So it's intentional time to be doing that without taking away time from grade level standard mastery.
I appreciate that context. Member Stern for the record. So just to reiterate for my own clarification, just to make sure I'm understanding. So your intention is to spend 1 hour at doing grade level content with students, and then 45 minutes essentially as sort of a tier 2 intervention individualized for what students need. And so within that model, and I don't know if this applies to your students, but usually most schools have a range where you do occasionally have those students who might be at or above grade level. Are those students going to be getting those enrichment opportunities within this time? Is that part of the plan as well, both for math and for ELA?
Kathy Rudd for the record, thank you for the clarification. Yes, so we have a very small number of students. Obviously, you can see last year we were about 5% proficient, so we have about 5% of our students who are achieving math on grade level. In the middle school level, where that's the case, those students have this intervention hour only twice a week, and they are on the program IXL using that at an individual pace for them. So it is an opportunity to extend specifically within math for them as well. And where we're headed in the next semester, once we get to January, is actually allowing those students to take a second elective instead and be able to have 5 days a week of that second elective. So we're headed in a direction where being proficient on grade level for both ELA and math could lead to students having additional enrichment time outside of the academic content areas and being able to free up both teacher capacity that way to focus on the students who most need our intervention support in that intervention hour, and being able to really see students thrive in a setting that will be good for them.
Member Stern for the record, thank you so much, and I appreciate you providing that context of ensuring that the time is used purposefully for students so that you are making that effort to attend to the needs of all of your students, including those who are achieving and exceeding so that they can have an excellent educational opportunity as well. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any additional questions from board colleagues?
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I have a quick question. This is for staff. Has staff reviewed the plan submitted? Do they feel like the plans as submitted would move them out of notice of breach and possibly notice of concern eventually?
Melissa Mackin, for the record. I mean, yes, there's no one that like submitted a plan that we were like, oh, there's no plan here, right? So certainly, I mean, a plan is really only as good as it's executed and, all of those things, but certainly the concepts, ideas, strategies that these schools are employing do not give any concern to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Home acknowledging equity of time for all of those that are in attendance, I would like to ask just one final question, if I may. And that is with regards to your action steps and staffing. I was curious specifically around the first bullet, removed ineffective instructors from high priority grade levels, what that looked like, and what types of supports are being put in place to support teachers that are being identified as ineffective.
Kathy Rudd for the record. Thank you for the clarifying question for this. Yes, so we are sort of to something that Executive Director Torres said in her presentation as well. We are a very small school. So last year we had a single classroom of third grade, a single classroom of fourth grade, and we actually ended up releasing both of those staff members and they no longer work for us. We had kind of known throughout the year that the growth wasn't where we wanted and that coaching was in place to support them and that coaching wasn't resulting in increased academic achievement for their students. And so we sort of mutually parted ways with both of those teachers. For the roles this year, we moved one of our highly effective teachers from our younger grades from a first grade classroom into that third grade classroom, something she had previously taught and wasn't teaching with us. And then we did bring on an outside hire for the fourth grade classroom and have supplemented that with some additional instruction from our administration team. And so we've been able to really support teachers both through really effective modeling of instruction from our admin team, as well as coaching and support data analysis. And a lot of the pieces of really supporting them looking at their student data and identifying gaps and making sure that we're teaching, reteaching, or even a lot of pre-teaching is a lot of what we're working on at this point to really set up standard scaffolds so that teachers are as successful as possible.
Chair Holmstead, thank you so very much. That clarification is very helpful. I would entertain a motion.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I move that we approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Battleborn Academy Elementary School and a notice of concern to Battleborn Academy Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
I would ask for a second.
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate each of you. I will move us to agenda item number 12, Coral Academy of Science, Las Vegas.
All right, agenda item number 12 is the Coral Academy of Science, Las Vegas, specific to their Nellis Air Force Base campus. It was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2018 to 2019 school year. The notice of concern was continued for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. Due to a second consecutive 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA academic performance framework, for the 2023-2024 school year, the SPCSA staff recommend that the authority issue a notice of breach to Coral Academy Science Las Vegas Nellis Air Force Base regarding its elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Chair Holmes Sutton, before we turn it over to the school, I just want to note for the record that Member Salcido had to sign off at 11:30.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Meador Nelson, principal of Coral Academy, Nellis Air Force Base campus, and I'm joined by my assistant principal. Good morning, Jennifer Cosby.
Evet, Executive Director Ercan Aydoğdu.
Hello, Chief Academic Officer Mustafa Gülüzü.
All right, well, good morning. If we can go ahead and move to slide 1. Right now, we service pre-K through 8th grade. We are a military connected school. Our elementary school right now is rated as 2-star, but we have made significant gains throughout our school. Our middle school this year did move from a 3-star to a 5-star school because of the interventions that we are applying. Our student population is over 93% military connected. With the military connected population, we see a variety of high risk attributes. Because of that, we have about a 30% transiency rate. Military connected students tend to miss 1 to 3 months of school every time they transition from one base to another. So over time, that can accumulate to over a year of missed school during that time. Also, our students are coming from all over the world, all over the country, coming into our school with significant academic gaps. So we do end up having to spend a lot of time closing those gaps to pull students up to where they need to be academically. Nellis Air Force Base is also an EFMP base, which stands for Exceptional Family Member Program. Currently, right now, we are over 18% special education. There's been a significant increase over the past 3 years since I've been there. We've also had a double in our student population needing extensive special education services, including in self-contained classrooms and high behavioral students related to their special needs. We also have a highly diverse school community that is representative of the military community, not only neurodivergently, but also ethnically, racially, linguistically, and experientially, making a really unique school community. And then, in addition, as a result, it is a high trauma population because of the school transiency, and then also the trauma that students experience when parents are deployed to war zones for extended periods of time, leading to family problems in the home as well. For our academic goals, our first goal is to increase our overall pooled proficiency. We have had significant growth in both reading and math over the 3 years that I've been there. When I first took over the school, it was just after COVID. We have done extensive work in building clear systems and structures in place, not only for academic achievement, but also social emotional and staff retention. Our second goal is to increase the percentage of non-military affiliated teacher retention from 84% to 93%. We have been working diligently in improving our Tier 1 instruction, also our Tier 2 instruction, and improving teacher efficacy. It is challenging to improve teacher efficacy with the transiency that we have within our teacher population. With the gains that we've made within our middle school, when we really dug into our data to figure out why have we not seen the same gains in our elementary school comparatively, and when we look at our teacher retention rate, our teacher retention in our 3rd through 5th grade over the last 2 years has been extremely low. Last year was 50%, and then moving from last school year into this school year, we only had a 27% teacher retention rate in our 3rd through 5th grade classrooms, which is challenging as we try to build up teacher efficacy and increase student academic performance. And then we did reduce our chronic absenteeism by almost 10%. So the previous year, 22-23 was 20%, and then the 23-24 school year, we brought it down to 11.5%. You can go to the next slide. For our action steps, we have right now, we are targeting intensive instructional coaching with our 3rd through 5th grade teachers. This instructional coaching has a variety of different components, including PLC work, in traditional coaching rounds where they are observed, we have a meeting and then follow-up feedback cycle. But then we also have in the moment coaching where coach or instructional leader is observing a teacher and providing in the moment coaching, in addition to co teaching and planning and professional development. We have differentiated ongoing professional learning throughout the entire year. We have biweekly and weekly professional learning specifically designed for the needs of improving Tier 1 instruction and Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. We also moved to an alternative calendar this year where we were able to
Yes,
incorporate.
it'll take one more minute.
Okay. All right. Well, we were able to incorporate data days. This is giving our teachers the opportunity to evaluate student academic data and plan effectively. We have 5 data days throughout the entire school year. And then in addition to our master's schedule, with those data days, we have a walk to read, walk to math, 30-minute time where all students are receiving both intervention and enrichment every single day. This is K through 8th grade. We have written several grants to increase our literacy support with both staffing and curriculum. We have 4 additional literacy aides, 2 reading interventionists, math strategists, and math interventionists. We also use other grant funding to provide additional classroom aides for our 3rd through 5th grade. And we are also working on continuing to maintain our chronic absenteeism numbers, as well as we have extensive social and emotional support to support whole child.
We appreciate you. Acknowledging that colleagues can ask questions of those things that were not yet addressed on the slides. And if I may, before I ask for questions, just want to also acknowledge, right, the challenges. I am a former military dependent and grew up in the military, birth to graduation. So definitely acknowledge it, the challenges that persist in the military community. So thank you for your leadership. I would ask board colleagues online or in the boardroom for any questions that they may have. I see none, and I have some questions if I may.
Hello?
Member
Oh,
Stern, please go
oh,
ahead.
oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know what was going on with my mic. Member Stern, for the record, if I may, Chair Holmes Sutton.
Please.
Thank you so much. I'll try to keep these brief, but I did want to revisit what you had mentioned about the retention for your teachers in grades 3 through 5 being what sounds like significantly lower than the rest of the school, and that being something that you're targeting. And I apologize if I missed it, but can you speak to what those retention efforts are specifically for those grade levels? I think you said it was at 20%, so I'm curious, since that seems very important to improving your elementary school, what specifically you're doing to retain those teachers.
Yes. For those teachers that have struggled in 3rd through 5th grade, some of the major challenges are both behaviors, connected with behaviors, and the needs of special education students, as well as the extreme gaps that students come in. That's why this year we're really trying to focus a lot of our efforts and supports to try to, I guess, hug those grade levels. We have our instructional coach dedicating the majority of her time supporting those teachers, we've provided sub days to allow for a long time scope and sequence planning. We added the additional, each grade level has a classroom aide at this point now to help with small group instruction. And in addition to that, the time provided with our data days to not only look at the data, but then also time to plan for their differentiated instruction. In addition, we received through grant funding curriculum and materials. So we're using SIPS materials for our reading interventions, which is rated at an SO level 4 as far as its effectiveness. In addition to that grant funding, we have allocated money for training for our teachers. Even this week, we had the coach come in and provide on-demand coaching for our SIPS instruction. Do you want to add anything on to the supports we're providing?
Jennifer Cosby, assistant principal. So academic-wise, we are providing a lot of coaching and PD, but also a lot of teachers express their testing pressure because they are relatively new and they don't have a lot of experience in testing. So they express their testing pressure. So we also provide SEL time for the teachers, having one-on-one meeting and guiding them what the testing looks like, what kind of support we can provide. And we also delivered the message that if you feel pressure, students will feel pressure as well. So taking care of teachers' SEL should be the number one thing. So we are working on it as well.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that additional context. I'm wondering if these changes that you implemented are, because you mentioned that you believe it's behaviors and SPED, I'm wondering with those staff that have chosen to leave the school and were not retained, if you had conducted any sort of exit interviews with them, or if you've done any surveys of your current staff that shows that this is in alignment with what your staff was looking for you to provide in order to improve that retention so that you can see those increased results.
Yes, yeah. The number one thing that teachers are asking for is support in order to be successful. For those teachers that did leave, we did have some that did leave because they were military connected and they did PCS to another base. But then we did have teachers leave who just were not a good fit for the challenges of the military connected population, and they did not feel that they were they didn't feel they were supported enough. So that's why we really are trying to make sure we are allocating enough support for those third through fifth grade teachers.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that additional context and all the challenges of working with military connected families. One more quick question, just so I have my complete understanding of what this support looks like. I noticed, and maybe I missed it, I apologize if I did. But given that your teachers, you mentioned, are relatively new and looking for support, are you providing curriculum to them and training in that curriculum, or what does that, do you have any support around that instructional piece, not just the pedagogy and management piece?
Yes, we do have consistent curriculum for all of our grade levels. We use Reveal Math for all elementary grade levels, as well as Wonders for reading. And then this year we are using Right from the Beginning. That was also grant funded. And we have provided professional development, not only in how to use and understand the program, but then we also talk about it in our PLC conversations. And then in addition, we have given sub days to all third through fifth grade teachers for long range planning that has been supported by either an instructional coach, administrator, or instructional strategist.
Member Stone, for the record, thank you so much. I appreciate that context and the support that you're providing to your teachers so they can be successful. Thank you.
Chair Holmstead, thank you. Member Stern. Um, just a couple of questions, if I may. One was around the recruitment and hiring of teachers. Is there a consideration for a balance of teachers who are affiliated with the military community and those who may be more permanent in the community?
Yes, and that's why one of our school goals has been to increase the amount of non-military affiliated teachers, because every time we have the staff turnover, then we have to start all the way back at the beginning. And but then still with the competition within Las Vegas for highly qualified teachers, and then the limitations that we have with teacher pay, that does make it more challenging. I know for us, for Coral Academy at Nellis Air Force Base, we have a slightly higher rate of pay for our teachers to attract teachers, but it still doesn't compare. Now that they've changed their teacher pay scale, teachers with a master's get paid much higher rate within the school district. So a lot of the teachers that we have are either new teachers or teachers without a master's, or teachers that we've had for a long time who have been within our community.
I appreciate you. Thank you for that clarification. My second question is regards to support, not only for teachers, but for yourselves. Are you connected to or considering being connected to other military schools? And I say that acknowledging, right, having come through the schools, the DoD schools. I actually told a different story, and it was wherever I went with a new PCS, like there were no gaps. I didn't miss anything. Everything like ran very smoothly. I understand we're in different contexts, and certainly the challenges of COVID, and all of the challenges with regards to military. And I moved every 2 years, and acknowledge had an opportunity to have a very rewarding, meaningful, successful educational career in the DoD schools. Is there a consideration for connecting with other military schools to kind of engage with one another collaboratively as to how you can address some of the persisting challenges that you're having?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually have tried to reach out to other, not only DoDEA schools, but other charter schools located on military bases. So that has been a challenge to connect. But we have done research on DoDEA schools and effective DoDEA schools. So there are some major differences. So DoDEA schools are funded at $25,000 per pupil. So one of their things that they cite as to their rate of high achievement is that they are able to offer significantly higher rates of pay and pull highly effective teachers from the local education agencies. Also, DoDEA schools have their own set of standards, so they are able to maintain that educational consistency from DoDEA school to DoDEA school, whereas we are required to follow Nevada academic content standards that align with our state testing that we're hold for accountability purposes.
I appreciate that. Just a final follow-up question with regards to curriculum, perhaps pedagogical strategies, behavioral strategies, particularly with students. And what I think I hear you saying is addressing the challenges regarding funding and staffing. Have there been any learnings from those connections with other military affiliated schools and or on bases that have proved meaningful, or is there opportunity for that? I know that the commander is very, very supportive, and I know that additional funding came through and he spoke to us at a previous meeting. So is there something that he could do that could facilitate connections, collaborations, and partnerships as well?
I can try to reach out to maybe our school liaison can possibly try to facilitate that. I know that we have done a lot of things that aligns with our research of other military connected schools, that we do seem to be on the right track in supporting our military connected students. Our other academic growth, so for example, our kindergarten through second grade, last year our kindergartners were at the 87th percent achievement percentile nationwide because of our interventions. And our first and second grade were also as strong. So that's where we feel like we are really on the right track, and we have so many social emotional interventions put into place as well. And our kids overall seem to be happier, seem to be enjoying coming to school more. And I think coming out of COVID and taking over a school that didn't have clear systems and structures in place, didn't have a solid staff, um, did not have high quality tier one instruction happening, or even I would say just a solid foundation overall, that I feel like we are on the right track. We are making really great gains school wide. Even our SPCSA site evaluations every year they've come, they have seen tremendous growth, and their recommendation each year has been keep doing what you're doing because you guys are doing the right things.
I appreciate you. Thank you again for your leadership. I would entertain a motion.
Member Shanti Rosales will do the motion, but just prior to that, I also want to thank you for acknowledging that there were not supports given to your staff. Acknowledging that is like always the first step. It's not easy to be like, oh, I didn't help you when you needed it. And so that's a big thing to me. And then working on it, like acknowledging it and saying, okay, what are we going to do to fix it and trying to fix it. I just wanted to comment on that really quick. And now I will do the motion if I don't write anything down. And my motion is to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff to issue a notice of breach to Coral Academy of Science Las Vegas Nellis Air Force Base Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
May I have a second?
Vice Chair Thigpen will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Appreciate you again. Thank you. We will transition to agenda item number 13, Civica Nevada Career and Collegiate Academy. Acknowledging that there are two items here, a notice of concern for the elementary school and a notice of concern for the middle school. Will you be taking those action items separately, together?
So
Yeah.
there's a recommended motion at the end, which I'll say here in just one second, but there's a recommended motion that has both things together.
Thank you.
So the elementary school at Civica, Nevada Career and Collegiate Academy earned a 1-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. The middle school at Civica earned a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Civica Nevada Career and Collegiate Academy regarding the elementary school and middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more info about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you acknowledging that there are 2 action items, even though they're being presented and acted on as one, that you will have 10 minutes, and we will give you a 2-minute warning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board. For the record, R.J. Sandgate, Principal of Civica Academy. I have with me my Vice Principal, Dr. Marie Montero. School information on us as a whole. We are currently serving a K through 10 campus. Our elementary school, as we just discussed, received a 1-star designation, 26 overall points. Our middle school received a 2-star designation of 30 overall points. Student population metrics currently are K-5 as a total student count of 708 students. As a whole, it's 80% Hispanic, 13% Black or African American, and then 7% of white, American Indian, Asian, Native, Hawaiian, or 2 or more races. For our middle school campus, we have 264 students, 80% Hispanic, 14% Black or African American, 6% combined. And then overall, our student population is at 100 students currently, which is double from the year previous. We have 383 EL students, which is now at 400 since submitting this PowerPoint, which leaves us at about 36, now 40%. Some academic goals for us this year. We would love to get, and we will, above district median rate in growth indicator and closing opportunity gaps by the end of the 24-25 school year. Grow from 1-star elementary school to a 3-star within 2 academic years. That's the minimum. Of course, when we get to a 5-star this year, we would love that. But grow from a 2-star middle school to a 4-star within 2 academic school years. Also, really focus on our Comcast and TISM numbers, try to get them all down to single digits in all 3 of our schools, elementary, middle, and high school. Year previous, we were at 41%. Last year, we got it down to 29%. We are currently trending to be in the single digits as we currently speak. Increase academic achievement indicator also by 8 to 10% by the end of the school year, and that's based off of the previous school year. So hopefully a 10% increase in proficiency in our pooled proficient. Our measurable action steps. We've currently hired 30 additional staff members this school year as the year previous. We are maximizing our dollars. I've had the opportunity to join Civica last March 29th. Dr. Montero came on board on June 24th, so relatively new staff for us. We've hired 30 new staff members, and we're really maximizing those dollars that we have available to us through grants and also our operating budget. We are currently running effective small groups focused on filling in gaps for students, such as the double dose that you've heard a couple of the campuses talking about. Had a lot of exposure to that. That's just kind of supplementing the core, because obviously on the core, you want to make sure that you're staying standards that need to be obviously presented to students. They had an opportunity at the end of the school year on state assessments, so they have seen that material. But also filling in gaps is one of the biggest things. We do have students that are currently 2, 3 grade levels below, and we have to service those students, obviously. And with that 30 additional staff member count, a lot of that was in support of interventionists. So in every single double dose class, there are 2 adults to help with that small group instruction. So there is really 8 students to 1 adult, and that's really kind of just pinpointing and making sure that every student's getting exactly what they deserve. On top of the 30 additional staff, we also hired some more counselors for SEL support and also just tracking students. That's a really big thing, creating academic plans for them. We've adjusted long-range plans to make sure that we are hitting all priority standards before SBAC testing does hit. Too many times in the past, you see so many math teachers not hitting geometry in time. So we just really made sure that we were focused. We had a great meeting over the summer, asked teachers to voluntarily come in early. We met up, created long-range plans to make sure that everything's hit by time of testing. Big thing is educating staff on SBAC itself. When we kind of stepped in, there wasn't much knowledge about that. And though we have a new format of the SBAC test, we go through that very religiously. line by line with teachers on a weekly basis. And that's with being data driven. Everything we do is data driven. We were called in the war room, I call it yesterday for a lot part of the day. And that's just with our growth checks, just through iReady itself, not just focusing on the diagnostic results, but also the growth checks. So our teachers are getting about 8 or 9 different assessments throughout the year that we are really tracking. We are putting that information in for them because we don't want anything add anything new to their plate, but we want them to be very knowledgeable where every single student is, according to the data. We do track that data weekly. We do send out through the iReady program. It gives you a printout of students that have hit their minutes and a minimum of 2 lessons passed. We actually have a little wrestling belt that we call the Data iReady Champion of the Week. So we present that to the staff every week so they can see exactly what numbers they're hitting. Just to have some fun in there as well. We are enhancing our writing procedures throughout the school year. So we call it the Wolf Writer. So it's all based on, there's a writing component to SBAC. We want to make sure that they are, number one, knowledgeable that there are 3 styles of essays that they might see on the SBAC, so they have to train for all 3. And just kind of going through some statistical thing, we don't just have them writing. What are they going to do on the SBAC? They're typing it, because what happens is when you write 5 paragraphs, you are typing only 3. And you really need to have a 5-paragraph response when it comes to the SBAC. So everything we're doing is meaningful and purpose, and we celebrate, as Director McAdam put on her slide, you're celebrating the successes. That's one of the biggest things that you can do. So we have a Wolf Rider, we have a certificate, we're celebrating them, and we have a rider of the grade level. Tutoring started early October. That will run through all the way through the end of March. That's 3 days a week. That's all the way through K through 10. We have about 290 students that are religiously staying with us on those days, which is obviously going to hopefully push us towards that threshold of our goals. Updated curriculum. We went from Wonders 2020. We updated to the newest version of Wonders, and we also supplemented that with Magnetic, which is through iReady to enhance foundational skills. Consistent walkthroughs. Though Dr. Montero might be over a certain grade level, we have a cycle where she's also seeing the rest of the school, because it's about building that that family feel and making sure all administrators are interacting with all the staff. So they don't just feel like they have one person to go to. They have 5, 6, 7, or 8 different people to go to. So they are doing weekly walkthroughs that we are checking on. We use a Govex, which is showing us data on how many walkthroughs we're doing, so we can see if we're being effective in making sure we're getting into the classroom, which is one of our biggest roles that we serve. Weekly meetings. As we say, you want to front load your staff in August and say, all right, go get them. We got this year. Every Tuesday, we call it Tune-Up Tuesdays. We are meeting with every single grade level during their prep time. That's when you're kind of playing things by ear based off your coach's feedback, your administrator feedback. Is this a thing that we need to review some curriculum things? Is this something we have to talk about writing procedures, updates on SBAC, update on data? So we meet every single Tuesday, and all teachers meet up for PLCs on Thursdays. And that's just, administrators might pop in for 5 minutes, but that's their time to plan as a team. And teachers know when to reach out to include an administrator if they so need, or an instructional coach. We did go from 1 instructional coach to 4 this year from the year previous. So when it comes to support, we are maximizing that support, and that's the number one thing when it comes to the teachers and what they're asking for. Progress monitoring every month, as we just had it this past week. We are we're really putting a lot of stake into that as well. We're not just waiting for 3 diagnostics. We're also hitting those every other month to make sure we're kind of keeping up with the trend of where our students are scoring, because you can have an advanced student drop very quickly, and you can have a student that's busting their tail, and now they're an advanced student. You want to celebrate those students as much as you can. They send me to Costco all the time to get some candy to celebrate the kids, and we make little baggies and we hand deliver it to them, and it makes them feel like superstars, and that's the biggest thing. It's fun. Fluency tracking, kind of a lost art. I mean, that's something that we are tracking monthly. It's monthly, and it is just tracking. Teacher pulls a student, they're counting the words that they're reading per minute to make sure that fluency is continually on the uprise, which obviously will help them further down the road as they're reading the things on the computer screen to pass their SBAC score. Ensuring teachers are planning and prepared. One of the biggest things that we are focused on weekly, we're checking lesson plans through Planbook and also through the grade book, making sure, because how can you deliver if you're not planning for it? So we do ask our teachers to have the plans in the Friday before the following week, so we know that, again, if they need to look at things over the weekend, they possibly can, but they are prepared every single week when they are delivering. So that's checked every Friday by our administrators. And Carnimax and TSM pull data weekly for review. We pull them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have a team of 4. That's including our counselors and our assistant principal that's over chronic absenteeism. And we do home visits bi-weekly. So that's where we're seeing a big thing, and we're having people come in, talking about attendance, understanding the statistic behind it. If you're missing 18 or more days in a school year, you're really losing 1 to 2 years of instruction. So we're just kind of highlighting the importance of that and going boots to the ground and going to the actual homes if need be. Those are some of those measurable action steps.
I appreciate it, Chair Homestead. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom or online. Member Haddad Bennett.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Patricia Haddad Bennett. Just a question on the previous slide as part of your measurable action steps. The language in there said 30 additional staff members. What is that looking like?
Thank you for the question. RJ Sandy for the record. 30 more staff members than we had in total from last year. So those are some different folks, but it's just the total number.
Member Rosales.
Thank you. Member Shantae Rosales for the record. Thank you so much. I felt like on the slide, it wasn't as thorough as when you were speaking on these individually. So I do definitely appreciate that. And you had nothing in front of you. So you've really been doing this work and you're really ingrained in it. You said you just came in March?
Yes, March 29th. I was given the opportunity to run the school.
They threw you right on in there, didn't they?
I'm an athlete, so just put me in, coach. Let's go.
So good job. So I guess my question is kind of related to that. And also, side note, I'm sorry, I forgot your title, Doc.
The
Yes.
Vice Principal of Civica Academy.
Okay, thank you so much. I just didn't grab that initially. So when you first started and you came into Civica, was any of this information given to you? Did you find out about it later on? I'm just trying to figure out how you gained all of this knowledge, wrapped your head around it to put this in place, and did you know about it prior to staff here notifying the school that they would be on these levels? You know what I'm saying? How'd you acclimate yourself into this?
I had some idea, but you learn things every single day. There's no doubt about it. I was blessed to be put in a position where I learned a lot very quickly. Systems in place. Dr. Montero and I actually work for sister schools. We work for the same charter as a whole. She was just in Florida, so I've known her for years, and we've just been blessed to learn a lot of great procedures, things that work for our demographic of students. And I kind of approach it with, I keep my mouth closed, my ears open when I first step into something. I ask a lot of questions because you want to be humble with your approach, but you also have what you feel might be best in mind. So I kind of went with didn't want to be a bull in a china shop by any means, but I had a lot of great background serving students from this demographic, and just asking questions kind of what brought us for today. And again, just the team that we have around us. The school has always had some great foundational things to it. It's just slight tweaks was the biggest thing, and just having the proper personnel. So when we say we hired 30, and that was a very big thing that was not there in the year previous. And I think that was stretching people too thin. There wasn't a narrow focus for some people, so a lot of things weren't streamlined. So when you're getting pulled so thin, I mean, the efficiency and the effectiveness sometimes go to wayside. So again, we're hopeful. We're tracking things daily. I can't wait for Diagnostic 2 to come out, but it's been a fun journey, but you learn stuff every day, no doubt.
Okay, I was just curious because you're new, you kind of inherited some of this. So I'm really anxious to see how some of the things you directly implemented work out over the course of time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board colleagues?
Member Stern, if I may.
Yes, please.
Member Stern, for the record. I appreciate all the additional context that you provided on top of the information in the slides. I just had a couple of follow-up questions for clarification. So turning again to that 30 additional staff members, that's a significant financial expenditure. So I'm curious how that was, how you fit that into the budget and what were the trade-offs in doing that? Is that something that you'd be able to sustain within your current budget?
Thank you for the question. RJ Sandy for the record. That was available money, actually. So that was just money that wasn't used to its fidelity, and it's total, chances. So really, we filled positions that should have been there from the year previously. So I plan out. I do not want to be the principal that's saying you have a position this year. Oh, sorry, I don't have funding for you this year. Everything is streamlined. Everything is going to be completely sustainable. And that's kind of what we do. We kind of have a 5-year plan in our mind. And I feel like we already built our staff out to be sustainable for the next 5 years. There has been some transiency within the school and inconsistencies, and that's the one thing. I went to the kindergarten. One of the first things I did, I walked in kindergarten rooms. I said, "I will be the principal that will be standing on that stage when you graduate high school." And they're like, "What is graduation?" And that was fun. So we've definitely built it out to be sustainable, and hopefully we can just continue to actually to add more and more staff as needed.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that context because, uh, as much as we want to maintain the learning, we need that we're doing that in a financially sustainable way. So I'm surprised to hear that the funds were available. I'm glad that they were directed in that way, and appreciate that thoughtfulness with which you were implementing that. I did have one more question. I know you mentioned about, I believe it was biweekly home visits with families. But I'm also wondering, given how integral families can be to success, but also acknowledging that what happens in a student's home life is outside the locus of control of a school to a large extent, how you are partnering with families. And I think that's the one other piece that I didn't hear. I heard it around absenteeism, but I'm wondering if there are any other efforts that are being made with partnering with your families, getting them on campus, getting them to be able to provide some of that academic support, or anything that might look like for you.
Yeah, so we really invested in the family engagement. We actually have a family engagement coordinator, also a community involvement coordinator, because we want to be the center. That's what a school's supposed to be, the center of the community. So again, we're just blessed that we're right up the street from City Hall of North Las Vegas. We have a great relationship with the mayor over there. They actually just planted a tree in our honor for the first Arbor Day, which was really cool. But everything that we're doing, we're trying to post as much as we can on social media, even to the point where my wife's like, "When have you ever posted to social media?" And it's just something that we're starting to do more and more. And I mean, if you look at our social media, we're probably second to none when it comes to posting. That's just, again, for those parents that can't physically come, we are providing that opportunity for them to see what's going on. When we have our PIC meetings, which are our parent involvement committee meetings, we're not just having them at one time. We're setting them at 8 o'clock in the morning or 5:30 to try to work with people's schedules. And when we go for these home visits, we don't go from a disciplined mindset in a sense. That's just trying to show them how much we care. We notice that you're not here. What can we do? And opening that conversation piece as much as we possibly can. So, I mean, those are just some of those approaches that we're doing. We're trying to do everything we can, just building programs within itself. We're just trying to open up our new folklorico, and that was like 50 kids showed up yesterday with all their parents, which was fantastic. Just had a Veterans Day breakfast, had a Grandparents Day breakfast. So any little thing that you can imagine, we were trying to look up, okay, what day is representative today? What's being celebrated today? And inviting those parents in, and we're sending weekly memos home every Sunday so they can see what the upcoming events of the week are, so they can kind of plan those things out, and giving them a snapshot of the month. So we give them a month events list as well before that month starts, to really start to plan things out if they are able to attend.
Thank you so much, Member Stern, for the record. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for being new and stepping into this, and for appear to be extensive efforts and supports in place to improve the outcomes for the students of your school. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stern. Thank you all for your leadership. I would call for a motion.
Member Shanti Rosales will make the motion. And my motion is to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff to issue a notice of breach to Civica Academy. Notice of concern. I am on the wrong one. I need to start over.
May I read it for you?
Thank you, ma'am.
Approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Civica Nevada Career and Collegiate Academy Elementary School and Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Member Shanti Rosales will make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Vice Chair Thickman will second.
Thank you. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all very much. Good luck to you. I will transition us to agenda item number 14, Democracy Prep Nevada. Acknowledging that there are also two issues here, and issuing a notice of breach to the elementary school and issuing a notice of concern to the middle school.
Katie Broughton, for the record, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Democracy Prep Nevada was issued an academic notice of concern regarding the elementary school during the 2018-2019 school year. The notice of concern was continued for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. For the 2023-2024 school year, the elementary school's performance declined, and they earned a 1-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. Due to that decline in performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of breach to Democracy Prep Nevada regarding the elementary school. Additionally, the middle school campus at Democracy Prep Nevada earned a 2-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of concern regarding the middle school. A proposed motion for both items can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Beyonce Gaines for the record. I am the regional superintendent for Democracy Prep Schools. So I'll be speaking on behalf of the plan that we have here today. And then we also have CMO and board representation here who will have the opportunity to chime in as necessary.
I appreciate you so much. And if I may acknowledge that you will have 10 minutes, and I may interrupt if I need to give you the 2-minute warning.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Democracy Prep at the Agassiz campus is actually a K-12. We serve elementary, middle, and high school scholars. We are 70+% Black. I just did it as like an overall. So 70% or higher Black, and then 20% plus Hispanic. All 3 of our schools qualify for Title I. We sit at like 12% special education and 10% ELL. So our academic space right now, where we sit for our elementary school, um, in the previous school year, we were at 27% proficiency for math and 28% proficiency for ELA. And so our goal here is to increase our scores by 10%. We are taking this based on SBAC data, the same thing that the state uses. And so our goal here, our overall goal will be to increase math and ELA SBAC scores by 10%. And again, we're going to wrap this together. So if you could push forward for me just so I can speak to the middle school, which in its previous year was at 27% for math and 28% for ELA. And again, really resting at wanting to increase our scores by 10%. I want to make sure I put the focus of our time on those measurable action steps. So if you would push us forward here. So we have implemented a number of things here in this 24-25 school year. I'm so excited to have been able to join the DPAC team and really overlay some of the things that are my expertise in the world of academics. And so that has drawn us to a pretty lengthy list of the way that we have shifted how we execute, how we get more consistent, how we get more clear, and ultimately how we will impact student achievement. So since the start of the 24-25 school year, we've really been focused on SBAC and like how we are able to align. If I'm honest, it was a bit of a challenge for us in alignment with coursework and then like what students were getting as a result on the SBAC. And so we've done just an overhaul on making sure those things are aligned. That shows up in tutoring, that shows up in intervention, and it also shows up in just the way that we're executing daily lessons. So we've really done just a lot of work on trying to make sure we're providing time for students to actually iterate on the things that have been a gap in their learning. That is done through tutoring. Our daily interventions happen from a K-12 perspective. So there is time in every single grade band in which students are getting exactly what they need that is iterated on based upon the data that we are collecting on a more frequent and intentional basis. We have redone our end of quarter assessments so that they are truly SBAC aligned. We were doing them just a little bit differently. So we've made some adjustments here so that they are better able to give us a direct picture of what we should see on SBAC. And so we are excited to roll into actually being able to test our children here before the holiday break in December. We were able to take baseline data, and now we're excited to be able to see what gains we will be able to make at the end of this second quarter as we roll into the holiday. To speak just a little bit more in length about intervention and the way that we utilize that time. Every single day, scholars are having access to an entire period of intervention. And so, what that means is there's a dedicated class in which the interventionist is using the data from the classroom exit tickets, from data that is gathered via unit assessments and module assessments and things of that nature to inform what exactly students need to be taught during the intervention period. This allows us to be nimble. It allows us to respond to data immediately. Research tells us if you cannot inform within at least 5 days, then that data is now obsolete. And so we are able to do that with about a 2-day turnaround, given that teachers need time to process and then obviously execute. And so we are excited to see some definite improvements from there. An additional big shift to what we've done is increasing the number of hours that teachers get coaching and development. So we made adjustments to our calendar to provide teachers the opportunity to have 4 to 5 hours of coaching and development. We've expanded our leadership team to include coaches so that every single teacher has a coach and that they're getting coaching meetings. They are observed every single week. They're getting feedback and data, and then obviously being able to sit down with their coach to actually practice the area that there was a gap in their execution, and so that they're able to then deliver the lesson again in a better, high quality way or improve on the things that there was a gap in. And so, again, we're excited about being able to do that on a weekly basis. We are running data analysis meetings so that we're able to get closer to what children do and do not have mastery of. We are conducting um, more detailed observations and walkthroughs so that we're able to truly see where the gaps are in teachers' execution. Is that when they're launching the lesson? Is that when students are independently working? Is it that we're not grabbing the right data during the exit ticket? So we are able to get much more close to like what is happening so that we can get more prescribed in how to target and answer the challenges that we're seeing. We are utilizing the SBAC aligned practice exams. We actually reached out to the state to be able to utilize that resource that comes from them to be able to have our students participate in that. And then additionally, ones that we have actually hired someone to be on our team to develop to make sure that our children are constantly being in a space in which they can thrive and actually meet the mark of excellence. And then again, just consistently revisiting the plan. Our team meets on a weekly basis to say this is working and this is not. And without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, we certainly are tweaking as we go along to make sure we are able to improve the things that um, are not standing up so that we can, strengthen what we have going on. And then definitely being really, really collaborative with our board and our CMO so that we are able to create a holistic picture, bring in families, bring in community resources so that we are able to really wrap our arms around scholars. For whatever resources they may need or whatever things may stand in the way of them being successful academically, we are trying to just wrap our arms around them a little bit more. I am going to pause there to give the opportunity to anyone else from my team to speak to the things that we are doing. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long morning and a productive meeting, so thanks for allowing us a couple of minutes to chat. My name is Adam Johnson. I get I have the opportunity to be the board chair at Democracy Preparatory Aggie campus, and I get to support Dr. Gaines and the CMO as they execute on the plan that the board has been a part of developing and been a part of um, uh, listening through. We've we are really excited about the direction that we are heading. We are in no way, shape, or form the school that we want to be just yet. And so we have put a lot of emphasis on the steps that we need to take to be able to achieve our next set of academic goals in this current school year, and then the long range academic goals that we have for our school community over the time horizon. So we're working in partnership with Dr. Gaines and the CMO and putting an intense focus on how do we make sure that we see measurable increases in results both at the at the mid year and at the end of the year, so that we know we're on track to be able to hit our long term goals.
Chair Sutton, thank you very much. We appreciate you. I would ask if board colleagues in the boardroom or online have any questions.
Member Stern, if I may.
Yes, please.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you for laying out your action steps in such detail. I appreciate um, all the information that you provided. I did have a question. I apologize if I didn't make the connection myself, but when I'm looking at your data, if I'm reading this correctly, what I'm seeing is a fairly significant decrease in star rating from 2022-23 to your most recent 23-24 at the elementary and middle school levels. And so the connection I'm trying to make is kind of accounting for, because I assume that you've been attentive throughout. So what accounts for that, and how are these measures addressing the challenges that created this decrease in your data that you're seeing for last year?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Stern. I am the new superintendent for Democracy Prep, so what I can speak to is like there were some challenges in what I would mark as like consistency and getting clarity in an action plan, right? And so I think that there the work that we have overlaid this go round has been to really get more consistent, really get more prescribed, and really make sure that everyone understands that these are the steps that we have to take to get there, and all the little pieces and initiatives that it takes to push up. Um, we have been just very, very dedicated to all the little pieces that it takes to get to the steps that we're trying to get to, right? And so I think sometimes we can speak in high levels when we want to get stuff done. It's like really high up and like all of these things, but we're really driving it back to basics. And so if I could coin any term that we've been using, it is that back to basics and getting really, really granular about what exactly has to happen, which is why we're constantly turning over the data, why we're constantly meeting so that we can iterate immediately but are able to diagnose very quickly what exactly is or is not working, as opposed to allowing perhaps some time to go to gather more data, you could say, right, to get a different picture. Rather, we are picking it up a lot quicker to be able to iterate on it. And I hope that answers your question.
And Member Stern, can I also add on to Dr. Gaines's answer? So I've been a board member through the entire transition that we've had, and what I can say is that, you know, I heard through several other presentations how consistency is incredibly critical to school performance, and we did not have the consistency that we needed to be able to sustain strong academic growth. We've made, I think, not I think, we've made strategic shifts in school leadership to position us to be able to better attain the results that we want. And so the backslide from 22-23 to 23-24 is a result of the inconsistency that we saw in some of our school leadership. But we are glad to be able to be in a position now to have stable not only leaders, we also have a stable and strong academic and operational plan to push us in a position, push in the direction that we want. And so that's the cause, right? That was the cause, and so now we have, I think, the plan we need to be able to see stronger and better outcomes moving forward.
Would love to be able to
Um,
chime in here as well, if possible. This is Steve Popper, Chief Academic Officer, work with our CMO and have the privilege of working with Adam and our board and Dr. Gaines, the regional superintendent. One place that I think Dr. Gaines, in her first year in the role, has really increased the consistency of, to build off of Adam's point, is around teacher coaching and development. That's one of the really back to basics pieces that, frankly, to address your question, had been less consistent previously. And I think that Dr. Gaines has done an excellent job of making a top priority. Part of the action plan mentioned 4 to 5 hours per week of teacher coaching and professional development for each individual teacher. So really putting as top priority, making sure that we are developing our teachers and frankly our school leaders. And that's something that I think Dr. Gaines has made a huge priority and has been frankly very successful in the first several months of this school year.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that additional context and recognizing that I know Democracy Prep has been around and I'm relatively new to the board, having just joined in July. So you'll have to forgive me for not being fully knowledgeable about the entire history, but recognizing that particularly for the elementary, we're looking at a notice of breach um, and opportunity for significant growth in order um, to not um, advance to a termination for the school. So I do feel like I still need a little bit more clarification around that consistency piece and talking about the staff and the coaching piece, and obviously acknowledging that we can't change the things that happened in the past or the things that happened before we came, um, but also recognizing that the school does have a history that kind of did not have this consistency in it. I am glad to hear that that consistency is there now, but I do wonder with the 4 to 5 hours of coaching and things, what that communication is looking like with staff and how your staff is responding, recognizing that part of that piece of consistency is retaining staff and that 4 to 5 hours of coaching and professional development can potentially feel like micromanagement that could drive teachers towards the district. So I'm wondering how you are partnering effectively with your staff so that this investment of time is something that will give you the consistency that you're saying will produce the outcomes you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to make sure that that doesn't sound like we are every day standing and hovering over teachers. That's not exactly what's happening. We made adjustments to make sure that we were at a half day on Wednesdays so that we were able to provide those hours.
Okay.
And then the additional one-on-one time with the coach is 1 hour a week. So that allows them the collective for us to target what is essentially 2 sessions. And that's that 4 hours, right? We're capturing the second half of our day, which for us is 4 hours, and then the coaching allows them the five. The toggle here is sometimes we allow them, your session is go work, go execute, go do what it is that you have to do, right? So that's where that hour kind of bounces, but it is not, thank you for that. It is not us, just doing anything that is out of the norm of what you would see even other high performing charters doing across the nation. It is utilizing time in a way that allows us to gain um, the access to get them the support that they need.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. I very much appreciate that additional context and clarification for how you're partnering with your staff so that it's supported. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair Homestead, thank you. We appreciate you and your leadership. I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff to issue a notice of breach to the Democracy Prep Elementary School and a notice of concern to the Democracy Prep Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
Second, please.
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you all so very much. I will transition us to agenda item number 15, Explore Academy, regarding a notice of breach to the middle school.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Explore Academy was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its middle school during the 2022-2023 school year. For the 2023-2024 school year, The elementary school earned a second consecutive 1-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. It's also critical to note that NRS 388A.300 requires the SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of a school who receives a 1-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive years. Should the middle school level receive a 1-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance. I will also make a note that the school's high school has not yet been rated due to graduating classes that are too small, and we are also hopeful that they will see an enrollment increase so that we can measure the academic progress of the high school as well.
Thank you, I appreciate you. I will acknowledge that Explore will have 5 minutes, and I will provide you a 2-minute warning if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Allie Taylor. I am the principal here at Explore Academy. I'm in my second year of leadership here at our school. So a little bit about our school. We do serve grades 6 through 12. We have seen an increase in enrollment, so we're really hoping that we can get those class sizes up in our high school as well to get that rating for that. Our first senior class was last year. We had 6 seniors who graduated, and we did receive a 1-star school for our grade 6-8. We serve 47% Hispanic students, 19% Black students, 11% multiracial, and 19% white. We have a 35% transiency rate at our school. We had a 100% overall rate last year. We have increasing numbers of special populations. We have 13.8% L students, as well as 15.5% students with disabilities. Our model is short seminars based off of a subset of standards. We focus on mastery-based instruction there, and our grading system is based on mastery and standards solely. I understand the gravity of the situation we're in. We have put forth multiple things to ensure we are achieving these goals set out. We want to increase our ELA performance by 20%. So going from that 15.4% to 18.5% as measured by our SPAC scores. We grew 18% last year in math, but we want to grow an additional 20% because, as it was stated before, we still have only about 9%, 8 point something percent of our students proficient in math as measured by SPAC scores. And then we really want to focus in on our WIDA testing to ensure that our kids are meeting their growth scores as well as testing out of the program, because we have not historically done that in the past. So our measurable action steps, we've kind of chunked it into some buckets. The first one is really ensuring that everything we do on campus is aligned to SBAC. We utilized our PLC structure. Though we are small, we meet in grade bands and we meet in a full school capacity to ensure that we are aligned. Everyone from our gym class to our math to science, we all have an SBAC strategy and SBAC skill that we're working on. You'll see word walls in our art classes. We have decoding happening in gym, just so kids are getting those skills that are aligned to those SBAC blueprints. And then our core contents have decoded the SBAC blueprint and created very concrete action steps that they're doing in each content each term. We are tracking our growth in IXL as well as CERT to see where our kids are to create small group instruction as needed. Our WIDA scores, again, are not where we want to see them. So we have standards aligned curriculum. So the WIDA standards are also being aligned into our curriculum to ensure that we're hitting those areas, as well as using professional development to really hone in on what are strong Tier 1 instructional supports, so all students are getting the support that they need, and I get support from our network in that as well.
How about 2 minutes?
Thank you. Our families are so vital in this work, and so we are developing partnerships in a different way by really informing parents, what is SBAC, what is WIDA, what does this mean, how can you help, as well as providing them tools and tricks and strategies to work on us on at home, so that way kids are getting the full 360 support for their academic growth. And then we're continuing to grow our use of our tools at certain ISO to ensure that we're implementing them with fidelity, as well as coaching to ensure that teachers are getting the support that they need to implement these strategies and get feedback on the strategies so they can grow to be the best for our students. That is what I have. If you have any questions, I am here to answer.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues online and in the boardroom.
Sorry, I did not make note at the beginning. I am joined by my board president, Abraham Gomez. I believe he's in the audience. I just didn't want to not acknowledge that he was here supporting me in our school.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Haddad Bennett.
Thank you, Patricia Haddad. I do have one question. I'm looking at breakdowns for each school of sort of like what comprised the star rating and sort of like where were some of the deltas and where were some of the gaps. And as I'm looking at Explore Academy Middle School, one place that I see there was a gap was in the academic learning plan points. And there's not a ton of, there's only maybe 3 schools in this entire list that didn't receive any points. And so I was wondering if that is something that you guys are looking at addressing in your action steps moving forward. And I may just not know enough to know that that was embedded in there. So if you could explain that, that would be awesome.
Yep, so our system creates academic learning plans for grades 8 through 12. And so we are in the works of finalizing academic learning plans for our grades 6 and 7 to ensure that they're also getting those benchmarks towards their proficiency for what they need for high school.
Very good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from board colleagues? Absolutely.
The student representative Matthew Brewer for the record. So I saw how you had forums with families to emphasize the importance of SBAC testing and other assessments, but how have you worked specifically to encourage students to try their hardest on these tests?
Yeah, that is a great question. I think there is, when I took over the school, we developed a big culture on academic excellence and being the best person you can be. And so we started asking students to display that in all scenarios. So like for the importance of SBAC, we saw kids didn't have testing stamina. So now all of our testing are mimic SBAC and how we expect kids to act and engage in that testing material. With families, we discussed at our family forum nights about the importance of the testing scores. What do they mean? What do they mean for the school? What do they mean for our ratings? And what role can you play? And then we also celebrate kids when they grow. So we haven't done our second round of in-room testing yet, but we will celebrate kids of like, hey, you're this much closer to meeting your growth score in SBAC. Let's celebrate them. I'm all about stickers and celebrating. And even though I have 6 through 12, my kids really just go crazy for a smiley sticker and just knowing that they're being seen for their hard work.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. And thank you for your leadership. I would ask for a motion.
Member Haddad Bennett, I'm happy to make a motion. I do have one other question, if that's okay. Thank you. So this is unique to me looking at the index scores for the high school, right? And the fact that not rated because the N size is too low. What is your target enrollment for the high school?
So we look at target enrollment for our whole school, which is this year was 400. We're about 355 right now. For our senior class, we look to have about 50 graduating seniors. We currently have 12 enrolled in our senior class.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess, recognizing that the motion is specific to the middle school, more on a technicality, right? That the high school is not being included. So I do want to acknowledge that and say that that's noted. And really wish you all the best of luck as you continue to move forward, and that that that's another component here. And I hope that that's something that's also I know there are requirements with informing families and all of that, but that the full picture is being shared. So I thank you and know that you're truly working really hard to accelerate that. So I will make a motion then to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Explore Academy Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
May I have a second?
Vice Chair Thickman will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Before I transition us to Freedom Classical Academy, I will acknowledge that after this agenda item, we will take lunch for 30 minutes and then proceed with the rest of the agenda.
All right, this is Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. For the record, Freedom Classical Academy is agenda item 16. They were issued an academic notice of breach regarding the elementary school program during the 2018 to 2019 school year. This notice of breach was continued for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. Due to their decline in performance for the 23-24 school year, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority continue the notice of breach to Freedom Classical regarding the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. Freedom Classical Academy will have 5 minutes presentation, and I may interrupt at the 2-minute mark if necessary.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Christensen. I'm the Executive Director of Freedom Classical Academy. Lance Bonnie, our board president, was on earlier. I'm not sure if he had to leave for a meeting, but he was. Okay, then he's here with us. Freedom Classical Academy, this is our 8th year of operation in North Las Vegas. We serve about 1,070 students in grades K through 8. Our elementary was rated 1-star, but our middle school is 4-star and has been 4-star for the last 4 rating periods. We're knocking on the door of 5 stars in our middle school. We're hoping to push over that hump later this year. We are a majority minority population with 52% Hispanic Latino being our largest population. We are 11% special education with 16% English language learners, and we are a Title I school with 53% free and reduced lunch. Our goals for this school year, 70% of our students will meet their projected growth in both math and reading from the fall MAP assessment to the spring MAP assessment. And then 50% of the school's special education students will receive a minimum of 61% growth in math or reading from the fall assessment to the spring assessments. We're focusing heavily on growth this year. Based on the data, we noticed that our performance, our proficiency is very well aligned with other schools in our area, specifically Somerset, North Las Vegas, who we're talking about later. They got 20 points more than us, but our pooled proficiency is within 2 points of theirs. What they did better than us is they got great growth. And so we really are targeting our growth this year and doing everything to get those extra points. This year we did change our school schedule to allow more time we changed it to departmentalization. So our teachers can use their limited time to focus on fewer lessons and hopefully deliver them at a higher level. We did that in grades 3 through 5. We have pull-out intervention groups for our struggling students that happen every day. We hired an additional EL interventionist to provide small group support for our English language learners. And we also bought an intervention curriculum for them. We're doing a lot of challenges and competitions. We noticed this year that again, in the data looking at SBAC, that there were several students who were right on the bubble, that they just barely missed their AGP target. And then if they just got one or two more points, that they would have got credit for that. And so we're doing these competitions and incentives to try and get those students to do more on their own outside of the school day. So that includes Golden Sentinels. Students that participate in that program, they do an SBAC prep packet each week for 20 weeks. Those who complete the program get special recognition. They get some special swag from the school and some other incentives. We have a reading challenge that's ongoing, multiplication challenge that's ongoing, and spelling bee and other competitions. We're also trying to get our parents involved. We switched our math curriculum last year in the elementary from Saxon Math to Reveal Math. We believe that's part of the decline in performance is that implementation slump. But it was a necessary change as Saxon wasn't teaching the standards to the degree that we needed them to be taught. And Reveal is far more accessible to our parents as it has a huge online component and a number of resources for them. So we hosted a parent university to talk to parents, teach them more about the program and what resources are available to their students. I'll pause there. What available to answer any questions.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I would ask board colleagues if there are any questions for Freedom Classical.
Member
My
Stern,
apologies, I
sorry,
can't
can
see
proceed, Chair
everyone.
Holmes-Sutton.
Thank you, Member Stern. I can't see everyone online, so if you do have questions, please just unmute. Thank you, Member Stern. My apologies for interrupting you.
No problem. So I am curious, Member Stern, for the record, sorry. I am curious because your middle school seems to be so much better, stronger in its outcomes than what you are seeing out of your elementary school. And in your action steps, I appreciate the focus on what's happening at the elementary school, but I'm wondering if there are anything, given that you have the same population that's presumably moving from your elementary to your middle school and then finding success there that they didn't find in the elementary school. Um, how are you using what's happening, or are there any lessons from what's happening at your middle school that help explain why the students are finding more success in the middle school that you are carrying down to help them find that success faster and earlier at the elementary grades?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know we're working hard. We haven't stopped working this whole time. We know what we're doing in the elementary is setting up success in the middle school, but we haven't necessarily been targeting the standards to the degree we needed to. And so that's why we changed the math program. But one change we made this year specifically based on the success in the middle school was that departmentalization of the teachers. We found a lot of teachers were getting burnt out. They were overwhelmed by the workload. And we really wanted to focus on that quality of instruction. So by allowing them to focus on a few subjects, hopefully they can use their limited time to prepare better lessons. And that is something that's worked very well for us in the middle school. And we just carried that down.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. I appreciate you explaining that lesson that you've taken down. And I want to acknowledge that departmentalization has been tried at various schools, sometimes with mixed results. So I'm wondering how you're supporting your teachers, since departmentalization at elementary is a significant shift in instructional focus for those teachers. How are you supporting teachers in finding that success other than just reducing the amount, because elementary teachers are usually very accustomed to interweaving things throughout the different content. So how is this working for your teachers?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was clear. I'm sorry.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. So, Jeremy Christensen, for the record, there have been some teachers who are having a hard time adjusting to it because they love all of their curriculum and they want to keep teaching it. But we still have them work together in PLC teams so that they're coordinating their curriculum and there can still be those cross-curricular references. We also had our best year ever as far as teacher retention. We had 80% teacher retention this year. which was far increased over previous years. So a lot of those teachers know all of the curriculum and they're able to continue doing that. But as far as additional support, we added an instructional coach and reading specialist last year. They've been working heavily with those grade levels, going into their PLCs, answering questions for them, meeting with them individually, observing, all sorts of stuff to try and make sure that they have the resources and support that they need to be successful in the changes.
Thank you so much.
Are there any additional questions from board colleagues? I would ask for a motion.
Vice Chair Thickman, for the record, I move that we approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff to continue the notice of breach for Freedom Classical Academy Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? I just want to be certain because I don't know that I heard from online. Member Stern and Member Whitaker, are your votes aye?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you very much again for your leadership, and we are wishing you great luck. With that, we are going to recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. No. Beginning with Honors Academy of Literature. As we do, I wanted to make note to board colleagues that any questions that you may have wanted to ask that you weren't able to ask of schools or that you want to and are holding as you acknowledge that we have an extended agenda, Director McAdam, my sincerest apologies. Director McAdam will be able to help facilitate the inquiry. If I could ask board colleagues if they will forward those questions to Director McAdam, she will facilitate sharing them with the school, copying you on those questions, and then ensuring that you're connected so that you could follow up and ask clarifying questions as well. I acknowledge that we are moving at a pace that doesn't allow us to be able to really dive in as deep as we would like to. Even as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking it could be 30 to 45 minutes for each school, and then we'll be here over the weekend. So as not to do that, I'm going to appreciate you all in sharing those questions with Director McAdam and facilitating that communication with the school. Again, that's for the schools that have presented as well as the schools that appear on our agenda before us this afternoon. I appreciate you so very, very much. And with that, again, moving to agenda item number 17, Honors Academy of Literature. Thank you.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Agenda item 17 is the Honors Academy of Literature. Honors Academy of Literature was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2022-2023 school year. Because the elementary school received a second consecutive one-star rating, SPCSA staff is recommending that the authority issue a notice of breach to Honors Academy of Literature regarding its elementary school. It's critical to note that NRS 388A.300 requires the SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of any school that receives a one-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive years. Should the elementary school level receive a one-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve the academic performance of their elementary students.
Thank you. As we have Honors Academy of Literature come before us, we acknowledge that there is 5 minutes for the presentation, and I may interrupt with a 2-minute warning if needed. And just would also acknowledge too that as we're moving forward, that as we cover particularly slide 2 and looking at the demographics, if we could ensure that there is time to more specifically address the measurable actions, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the SPCSA board. I'm Dr. Andy Morency, representing the Honors Academy of Literature. For the record, I'm also
My sincerest apologies in interrupting so soon. I don't know if you're able to increase your volume or move closer. It sounds like you're quite a distance away and it's difficult to hear well.
I'll move a little bit closer, but it does fix itself once I keep talking for a bit. I'm also joined today with by Ben Contine. He's our Family Engagement and Title I Coordinator, and Lily Igman, our Assistant Principal. You can, next slide, please. The house serves students in grades K through 8 with a total enrollment of 217. We're proud to be a Title I school serving a diverse population, including 18.9% of our students served under IDEA. Next slide, please. Our recent NSPA ratings are shown. Elementary grades 3 through 5 is 1-star, and middle grades 6 through 8 is a 3-star rating. While these ratings provide valuable insight, it's important to note that for smaller schools like ours, minor fluctuations in student performance can have a disproportionate impact on the overall ratings. Last year in the state, only 2 elementary and middle schools with enrollment under 200 pupils were identified as 4 or 5-star schools, while 30 elementary and middle schools with enrollments under 200 were identified as 1 and 2 stars. This disproportionality clearly demonstrates a systemic disadvantage small schools are facing, especially as it applies to the NSPF. We hope this board will look into this bias in measurement. That being said, we know that hope is not a plan and have set goals to improve scores on the NSPF. Next slide, please. We've set 2 primary goals for the 24-25 academic year. We'll increase the percentage of elementary students in grades 3 through 5 scoring proficient above on SPAC mathematics by no less than 10%, and we plan to reduce our chronic absentee rate to 10%. We feel comfortable that these goals address the key areas for improvement while considering our unique student population. Next slide, please. To achieve our math proficiency goals, we'll be implementing daily targeted math interventions. We have a data-wise leadership role to address specific problems of practice and weekly instructional coaching by administrators. We're also planning additional steps, including specific professional development aligned with math instructional goals and increased use of interim assessments. To improve attendance, we've established a family engagement role to support families and developed a transportation plan for at-risk students using dedicated funds. We're committed to closely monitoring our progress. We're using interim assessments from SBAC, MAP, and IXL diagnostics. We've dedicated PLC time for developing instructional responses to assessment data. We're using formative assessment regularly and biweekly attendance monitoring. Next slide, please. As a small school, we face unique challenges in meeting standardized performance metrics. However, we're dedicated to continuing to provide quality education tailored to our students' needs. Our focused approach and commitment to continuous improvement will drive us towards our goals. We thank you for your time and your continued support. I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I would ask if there are questions from board colleagues, either online or in the boardroom. And again, I would acknowledge that I'm not able to see all board colleagues online. So if you have questions, please be encouraged to unmute to ask those questions.
And I would just tell Dr. Andy, as well as any other schools that are listening, like Chair Holmes Sutton said, don't think that there aren't questions. We're just going to submit them to you via email in the interest of time. So just know they're coming, just in a little bit different format.
Great. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you. If I may, I just wanted to know if you could provide a bit more context for the family engagement role that you have established to support families and reduce chronic absenteeism.
Yeah, absolutely. Our chronic absentee percentages fluctuate, up and down consistently with our academic performance rates. So we did see a big jump in that this year. Again, anything that's a percentage when we look at a small school enrollment, we tend to have more fluctuation. So we looked at what might be able to help support that role and identified that we were going to split our Title I coordinator role with that family engagement. So that's Ben Contine, and he is with us today. However, he is joining us from the hospital. So I'm not sure if he's going to want to chime in, but I'd like to give him a minute to talk a little bit more about that role if he feels up to it. And if not, I will chime back in.
I'm going to appreciate the dedication and acknowledge it is not necessary to dial in from the hospital.
Okay. Well, this is just for the record, Ben Contine, Family Engagement and Title I coordinator, and I am keeping my my video off just if anybody's squeamish about tubes and things like that. So But anyway, I've been, listening to the entire meeting. Yeah, so I just specifically on chronic absenteeism, um, we have been, because we value so strongly our family connections, it is perhaps the first and foremost thing that is ever mentioned. We did some data collecting. It's the connection to other families is one of the top reasons families choose to come to our school. So we were really when we decided to go be a little bit more intentional about reducing our absentee rate. We were really also intentional about not creating um, divisive relationships with our families and not because that's the strength of our school. So instead, what we've done is we through my role, we do weekly phone calls to any families who have shown in the past or are showing some early signs of chronic absenteeism. We have shared conversations with them about some of the challenges, and there are a lot of challenges out there, as most of the schools on here can say. People are taking second jobs, they're having trouble with transportation, their mental health issues, and we want to be supportive of that. So that's the first step, is that we just are doing we're doing weekly communication with all of those families. The second part of it is that we are working even harder to make sure every student, when they are at school, is seen, is heard, is felt welcome. We specifically targeted students with early issues with absenteeism. We've targeted them for participation in our extracurricular clubs, which was already at a really high rate. Nearly half of our students participate in some kind of at school extracurricular. That number, we don't have full numbers yet because it's still somewhat early, but that number looks like it's increasing. We are seeing in our early reports that the chronic absenteeism is going down. And that helps with two tiers of the NSPF, obviously the chronic absenteeism issue, but it also, we are a fully in-person school. We've made that clear over the last, we were hybrid during COVID, but we really see ourselves as an in-person school. And if students are not there, we're seeing a direct correlation with academic performance, as you might imagine. So all of those things look to be going in the right direction, and we would expect to see a commensurate rise in our scores.
And
Thank
also
you.
to add on, we're also involving teachers more in the chronic absentee conversation than we have in past years. We just this week had progress reports for this current trimester we're in go out, and teachers, as they're meeting in parent-teacher conferences, either Ben or myself will join conferences for students who are tracking towards chronic absenteeism, just as a second layer of support to those teachers and having conversations about the importance of being at school.
Thank you. We appreciate you. And certainly appreciate your commitment to being here today. With that, I would ask for a motion specifically to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Honors Academy of Literature Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Haddad Bennett, second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you, and we wish you good luck. I will transition us to agenda item number 18, Imagine Schools at Mountain View.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA for the record. Imagine Schools at Mountain View has issued an academic notice of concern regarding the elementary school during the 2022-2023 school year. Because the elementary school received a second consecutive one-star rating, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of breach to Imagine Schools at Mountain View regarding the elementary school. It's also important to note that NRS 388A.300 requires the SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of any school that receives a 1-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive years. Should the elementary school level receive a 1-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve their academic performance.
I appreciate you. Thank you. As you all prepare to present, I just acknowledge again that you have 5 minutes for a presentation, and I may interrupt to provide you a 2-minute warning. And if you would be so kind as to deeper dive on the measurable goals so we can get there rather than the demographics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes Sutton, board members, and everyone else attending today's meeting. I want to thank you for allowing us to be here to help share Imagine Mountain View's story in response to our recent 1-star rating. My name is April Blatzheim. I serve as a regional director with Imagine Schools. I'm joined today by Nicole Schaefer, the principal, and Kristen Winkler, our governing board president. Imagine Mountain View was established in 2011 and has been a pillar in the Las Vegas community since. ISMV prides itself on meeting organizational performances, frameworks, as well as financials, while also being recognized for promising practices by the nationalcharacter.org organization. We take our campus and its results seriously, and although we aren't satisfied with our current results, we would also like the board to have a clear understanding of our performance and the actions we are committed to that will change our outcomes. Our campus is a K-6, currently serving 677 students. The elementary received a 1-star status, while our 6th grade middle school in the same campus received a 3-star. We are in our 3rd year as a Title I and have seen these numbers increase to almost 50% of our current population. We serve a diverse population. About 79% are considered minorities, 12% EL, and 12% special education students, 100% qualifying for free and reduced. Our goals this year, before we reach our goals, sorry, you put up the slide, thank you. Once again, ISMV once again exceeded state averages in ELA with a 44% proficiency in 3.5. That's 2.7% higher than the state proficiency. In math, we saw lower results with 28% proficiency, which is 4.6 lower than the state proficiency. Our goals this year are to increase our ELA proficiency to 50% and math to 34%. We recognize our growth data impacted our state results significantly. Specifically, the AGP data has been problematic for our campus, but we would also like the board to understand that in the model, the AGP is concerning in general because our lowest students need to attain AGPs of 80 to 90, which is well above typical growth of 30 to 60, and statistically almost unheard of consistently. Additionally, the campus worked really diligently to significantly reduce our chronic absenteeism rate last year and did decrease it by 12%, bringing it down to 21%, which is below the state average, yet to get full points in chronic absenteeism, the rate must be 5% or below, which again is not only significantly below the state average, but also national averages post-COVID. We will continue to focus on reducing this goal with the goal of 11% this year. We agree our results must improve, and although we believe having our 6th grade scored on a different model, AGP data is a significant challenge, and chronic absenteeism should be looked at differently, we have and continue to take steps to improve our outcomes, which Schaefer is going to speak to.
So you can see on this slide our measurable action steps. You can also see the growth that we've made towards those measurable action steps. And as a result of our root cause analysis, the following are priority areas as we continue to work to improve: planning and implementing effective Tier 1 instruction, data-driven instruction, teacher retention, and reducing chronic absenteeism. As the board is aware, these take time and work. We are making progress in many areas to support our staff and student success, including increasing our teacher retention, decreasing student referrals, additional coach and program support, refining PLCs, embedded instructional planning time, targeted small group intervention in reading, and utilizing Zern trackers for math, just to name a few. So without going into full detail, if anybody has any questions there, you can see that the action items we put in place last year did yield success within those action items. It just hasn't made enough, we haven't had enough time for it to transfer into our star rating just yet. So on the next slide, we want to highlight a few additional things we've done within our priority areas to level up, as our motto is this year. This year, we've leveled up with these specific actions. We are implementing the 4DX implementation for creating goals, monitoring progress towards goals, having a cadence of accountability within our school culture, and creating lead measures of achieving our goals. That takes place at our school level and within our grade levels. And in one of our sixth grade classes, she's ventured out to have our students have their scoreboards with their goals and their lead measures as well. We have our child study team, which is also known as RTI. That's targeted in literacy. We're using a program called Literacy Footprints. We offer after school tutoring. We also have very targeted SBAC prep. We have math walkthroughs and problems of the day for application. We're also implementing the use of Lexia for ESS, our Exceptional Student Services, also known as special education. So far, just in today, in our current testing window.
We ask you if you take one more minute to wrap up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Our third grade ELA proficiency is projected at 46%, which is up from 21 of last school year, and the math projected proficiency is 39%, up from 25 last school year. We appreciate you hearing our action plan updates and the challenges we face. Imagine Mountain View's operationally sound campus working hard to make a difference in the lives of the diverse students that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues online or in the boardroom. I wanted to give appropriate wait time because I can't see everyone online. I appreciate you. With that, seeing none, I would ask for a motion specifically to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Imagine Schools at Mountain View Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
May I have a second?
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
I have a second for member Shante Rosales. Thank you. I would ask all those in favor of the proposed motion to indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you all very much. We wish you great luck. Thank you. I will transition us to agenda item 19, Learning Bridge Charter School.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. The elementary school at Learning Bridge Charter School earned a 2-star NSPF rating and a does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Learning Bridge Charter School regarding its elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of this recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as I call Learning Bridge Charter School leadership to present. Would remind you kindly that you have 5 minutes and would ask if you would emphasize measurable actions. Thank you. My apologies again, I'm not able to see everyone online. Dr. Broughton, are you able to see if representation from Learning Bridge School Academy are available?
Does not. Oh, Milo Jury looks like he's online. But maybe he stepped away.
I appreciate you. I would ask my board colleagues for a motion.
Vice Chair Thigpen, I move that we approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue notice of concern to Learning Bridge Charter School Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
May I have a second?
Second, Member Salcido.
Thank you, Member Salcido. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you.
He
I will
actually
turn-
just signed back in, so I'm wondering
Thank
if
you.
his.
Mhm.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can
Yes,
hear
we
you
can
now.
hear you
Yes.
now.
Sorry about that. I hadn't tried my camera in a while, and that did not work well. Sorry about that. So okay, I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Dr. Milo Jury. I'm the administrator at Learning Bridge Charter School. Next slide, please. Learning Bridge Charter School is a K-8 school in Ely, Nevada. Our current student population is 164. Each of our classes are capped at 22 students, so we can have up to 198 students at our school. Of course, last year our elementary school earned 2 stars in the Nevada on the Nevada report card. Our student population is about 66% Caucasian students, 26% Hispanic students. We're not like other schools in Nevada sometimes. We have one class in each grade level, kindergarten through 8th. I have one SPED teacher and a few paraprofessionals, and me as the sole administrator. I think that's it on that. Next one, thank you. So I just picked 2 goals from our school performance plan because I really thought those were kind of where we need to continue to improve. So our plan is to just continue to work to increase elementary math proficiency. Um, we had some growth last year, but we're finding, well, I'll talk about why that is in just a minute with our steps. But we had a small amount of growth, but it's still not sufficient for what we would like to see at our school. Our second goal, of course, is elementary ELA proficiency. It went down a tiny bit. We are still trying to work with tier 1 and tier 2 um, instruction and intervention support with our students, but we were at 41.6 in 22-23 and 38.9 in 23-24. So we're doing okay. It's not sufficient, but we were making better progress there than with our math. So our measurable action steps. I have, let's see, I counted this, but I kind of forgot. I have 6 teachers teaching kindergarten through 5th. And of those 6, 2 of them are licensed, and the other 4 are substitute teachers. They're great teachers. I love them. I would place my own children in any of their classes, and they're working hard to do what's right for their students and to do everything they can to continue to increase the rigor of their instruction. So what I've decided to do is to just train them, give them the background and training on what standards are, how standards are developed, what lesson plans should look like, what objectives are, how do we find objectives, and we would work on explicit direct instruction. I want to teach them how to teach in front of the classroom, and then we can work on other things as they go. And that would, of course, be measured by our classroom observations when I'm able to get into the classroom. When it comes to math, we have had our math program for 3 years, and at the first thing I decided when I got here 3 years ago was that we would not change our math curriculum just on a whim. That drives teachers crazier than anything else. As soon as they think they're getting good at something, they have to change what they're doing. So we've stuck with math, but we're finding that it's not quite meeting our needs. So we're going to look at how much we have to supplement the current math curriculum and how much the teachers find that it's effective in having their kids reach the to meet the objectives they have in their classrooms. And we're working on that throughout this school year. So I'll add one more thing. I probably have a minute. Um, we did make one change to our calendar. We went to a 4-day schedule. The local district has been a 4-day schedule for many years, and that has been hurting us on our chronic absenteeism because families had to make the choice. Do my elementary kids go to school on Friday while the high school kids have sports and activities because they're a 4-day school, or they have to drive? The nearest Walmart's 180 miles away. Doctors are in Salt Lake or Vegas or St. George. And so parents make a lot of choices, and often it's kids not being at school. Our chronic absenteeism did improve a little bit in elementary, but it's still over 15%. So we're making efforts to try to fix that. And one of them was to match the district's calendar schedule so that families don't have to make that choice of whether their kids should be in school or not. Now they can do the activities they need to do. And that has helped my teachers as well, because now they can participate in their family's activities as well. So that's it for now. If you have any questions, um, I'd be happy to answer them.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I would ask
Sure.
board colleagues if they have any immediate questions.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I'll ask a quick one, and thank you for presenting for us today. The 4 subs you mentioned that you have, are they currently working towards becoming certified educators?
Two of them have entered Western Governor University. The other 2 are brand new, so they're kind of when I say brand new, they've started this year, so they're considering what to do, whether they really want to make this a career or not. But my other 2, one is, she's 4 classes away from her bachelor's degree, and then she will be able to enter a teaching program. The other one needs maybe another year, and she will be done finishing her bachelor's degree and into a program. So kind of mixed on that.
Thank you. Well, it gives you time to give the other 2 chance to drink the Kool-Aid. Thank you.
And that's what I'm hoping. I'm doing pretty well getting these folks interested in teaching, because we make it fun here.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you and wish you good luck.
Thank you.
I will transition us to agenda item number 20, Legacy Traditional Schools, acknowledging that there are 3 items here: a continuance notice of breach for North Valley Elementary School, an issue of notice of concern to the North Valley Middle School, and an issue of notice of breach to the Cadence Elementary School.
Katie Broughton,
Appreciate-
Director.
Oops, so sorry.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please go ahead.
I was going to start my thing, but I think you were going to maybe say the time limit, so you can start if you want.
I was going to share that leadership has 10 minutes when they go to present, but I will say that again after you do the review. Thank you.
The North Valley campus of Legacy Traditional School was issued an academic notice of breach regarding the elementary school during the 2018-2019 school year. The notice of breach was continued for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating and a does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. For the 23-24 school year, the elementary school earned a 1-star NSPF rating and a below standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. Due to this decline in performance for the 23-24 school year, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority continue the notice of breach for the North Valley campus at Legacy Traditional School regarding the elementary school. Additionally, the middle school at the North Valley campus of Legacy Traditional School earned a 2-star on the NSPF and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA academic performance framework for the 23-24 school year. SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of concern for the North Valley campus at Legacy Traditional School regarding the middle school. Finally, the Cadence campus of Legacy Traditional School was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2018-2019 school year. The notice of concern was continued for the 23-24 school year due to a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. Due to this decline in the NSPF index score, a 2-star NSPF rating, and does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of breach for the Cadence campus at Legacy Traditional School regarding the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. We appreciate you all being here. I would just remind you that you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the SPCSA board. My name is Katie Larrabee. I'm Vice President of the school board for Legacy Traditional Schools of Nevada. I'm here today as a member of a dedicated group of school admin and board members united in our efforts to improve the academic standings of our Cadence and our North Valley campuses. Beside me is Jamila Christian, board member, Jennifer Emling, Nevada Superintendent Natalie Burgess, Associate Superintendent Brian Campbell, Principal of our North Valley campus, Dr. Tracy Schroeder, Principal of our Cadence campus, and AJ Ellis, Senior Director of Academic Leadership at Vertex. We will be happy to answer any questions at the end of our presentation, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity. Dr. Tracy Schroeder, Principal, Legacy Cadence, for the record. We are a two-star school with an enrollment of 853 students. We have a EL population of just under 9%, special education population of just under 12%. We have a whole school free and reduced lunch at 58, almost 59%. Other relevant characteristics or information is we opened in 2018, and I started as principal this time last year.
Superintendent Jennifer Emling for the record. Our academic goal for the Cadence campus. The Cadence campus will improve the school's NSPF index score from 33.5 to 50, a minimum of 50 as measured by the spring 2025 SBAC assessment results. This specifically will increase the school's star rating of 2-star up to a 3-star. Next slide, please. Okay. No worries. We have our own slides in front of us. We can speak to our feet on our feet. Some of our measurable action steps that we have taken, I proactively reduced class sizes, and we added paraprofessional support to improve student engagement and teacher effectiveness. So there's one para per grade level, specifically assigned at the Cadence campus. We revised the master schedule to allow for increased time on Tier 1 ELA and math instruction. We implemented level up tutoring that adds 3 hours per week for identified students that need that extra support. We also offered professional development for not only our teachers, but our academic paras and our admin. Everything from Tier 1 lesson planning and instruction, intervention, enrichment, and quite a bit of data analysis. We also implemented the NSPF this year, and we are doing true coaching cycles rather than just classroom observations. We added an additional administrative support, and we hired a director of operations for that campus so that our principal can focus on instruction rather than operations also. And that's taken quite a bit off both Dr. Schroeder and Brian Campbell's plate. We also designed our own standard-based instructional guides for both math and ELA in K through 8. We're going to continue all the steps that I mentioned, and we're planning to revisit those again after winter map benchmarks to see if there's any changes that we need to make. And we are
Superintendent, sorry, I just want to make sure. I don't think this is the right slide.
It's not.
Okay,
One more.
let's get it caught up.
There we are.
There we go. Okay, perfect. It helps everyone if they can read it too. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
And I'm a fast talker. My apologies. Big family, had to speak loud quickly as this kid. We do also make sure that our school board is informed bi-weekly of progress updates. They've asked for that, and we're making sure that we deliver. And then some things that we're using to find out if we're achieving that goal. We're doing a variety of things. Our classroom CSAs and CFA data. We are doing professional development. We're recording those and tracking attendance. Again, our bi-weekly progress monitoring. And then we're doing climate surveys, and we also do collaborative team meetings and our MTSS meetings where we review that data. We're going to move right into the North Valley campus.
Good afternoon, board members. Brian Campbell, Principal, North Valley Campus, for the record. Next slide, please. So North Valley Elementary School is currently a 1-star school. The middle school is at 2 stars. We serve kindergarten through 8th grade. Our enrollment right now is right around 1,294 students. Demographics, so 47% Hispanic, 22% African American, 12% white. And then our Yale population is 8.8%, 5.8% for special education, with 59% free and reduced. We opened in the fall of 2017, and I started there as principal last May 2020.
Good afternoon, everybody. Natalie Burgess, Associate Superintendent for the record. The goals that we have set forward for the North Valley campus include both elementary and middle school goals. So at the elementary school campus, we are working hard to improve the school's NSPF index score from a current score of 14 to an ambitious goal of 50 so that we can achieve a 3-star status for the upcoming 24-25 school year. At the middle school level, we are also looking at our index score, currently at 38, to increase to a minimum of 50 to achieve that 3-star status so that we can improve from 2 stars to 3 stars for the 24-25 school year. Next slide, please. So upon learning of the star rating, we jumped into action immediately at the North Valley campus. And so I would like to say that upon learning about those scores, we created a pretty robust action plan in collaboration with um, site leadership, district leadership, our school board, and also our EMO Vertex. And so together in that partnership and collaboration, I'd like to share some of the highlights from our action plan. We are currently in partnership with 10 Square, which is a national charter support organization, and they are supporting us specifically in data analysis and professional development. This was an approved action by our school board to undergo that scope of work. They have already came and visit with us once in October, and they're actually going to be with us next week. And we are looking forward to that collaboration with 10 Square to provide the support with data analysis, classroom observations, and professional development. We have also reduced class sizes at the North Valley campus, and we've also added 24 paraprofessionals for support in the 3 through 5 classrooms, as well as the subject-specific classrooms, at the junior high level. We have created a walk to ELA, a march to math intervention period within the school day, and the data analysis that was supported from the 10 Square group. We've used that data to very specifically ensure that students are getting the interventions that they are required during the walk to ELA and march to math. We have revised the master schedule to ensure that we have increased focus during our Tier 1 ELA and math instruction. We've included and implemented further level up tutoring. The standards-based instruction guide that Ms. Emily referred to at the Cadence campus also exists at North Valley. We have ongoing every other week professional development for our teachers, which is really focused on Tier 1 lesson planning, the implementation of the NAPF standards and coaching cycles. And at North Valley, we also have the addition administrative support of a director of operations position so that Mr. Campbell can focus entirely on instruction. We have the same steps in terms of progress monitoring to ensure that these steps will be continued throughout the year, just as we do at the Cadence campus, with biweekly progress monitoring visits and analysis of data and reports to the school board. And with that, I will conclude.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I would ask board colleagues online and in the boardroom if they have any immediate questions. Seeing none, appreciate you again. I would call for a motion specifically to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff to take action on the following academic notices for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year. Continue the notice of breach for the Legacy North Valley Elementary School, issue a notice of concern for the Legacy North Valley Middle School, and issue a notice of breach for the Legacy Cadence Elementary School.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Stern, I second. Oh, sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you both. Second by Member Haddad Bennett. I would ask those those in favor of the proposed motion to indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you all so very much for your leadership. Good luck to you. I will transition us to agenda item number 21, Matter Academy of Northern Nevada.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. The elementary school at Matter Academy of Northern Nevada earned a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Matter Academy of Northern Nevada regarding the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as leadership prepares to present. I would just acknowledge again, there is 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Gia Marasini, principal for the record, and I'm joined today with Kristen Conway. She's our secretary on our board. I am the proud principal of Matter Academy. We are a K-8 campus attached to the Boys and Girls Club in Reno, Nevada. We have about 500 students between our elementary and our middle school. Our demographics look so similar to what everyone else has shared today, so we won't dive a lot into that. We did see our school drop from a 3-star, both our elementary and our middle, to a 2-star this year. We feel like the barriers that really led to that were we're not shifting enough students to proficiency, and we have very high growth targets, as been mentioned before, for our students, and that makes some barriers for us. We are celebrating that we are the highest performing Title I school in Washoe County for middle school, and that we're the 5th highest performing Title I school in Washoe County for elementary schools. Our academic goals, lots of you on the board, we love that you have come to visit us. We always love visitors and have toured our school. Additionally, we just had a site visit last year by the SPCSA. We feel very confident that we have the systems and structures in place to grow students in a really wonderful and beautiful way. Our site evaluation noted that. So we are staying the course and are just pulled forward our academic goal for this year. That is what is in our school performance plan to grow proficiency. So we're looking at growing our elementary proficiency in ELA from about 35.7 to 48. And then in math from 43 to 0.7 to 55. And then science, our goal last year was 8%. We dropped to around 5% when the report card came out, up to 18%. Again, that's the first goal of our school performance plan. So already what we were working on. So measurable steps, we began working on those in February. Once we started writing our goals, we knew that we needed to do some shifts to grow proficiency from looking at our data. We've done a deep dive into the science of reading at our school, really restructuring how we look at teaching students to read. We believe strongly that that K2 foundation will help us grow higher proficiency in 3-5. So our whole school has received several days of science of reading PD, so we all understand what it takes to get a student to read. We have adopted magnetic foundations as a systematic and explicit instruction curriculum that K2 is using with integrity. We are doing letters training with our K2 teachers so that we're really all very aware of the educational shifts we need to do with students to get them to become readers. And then 3-8, we're diving deep into some text-centered comprehension work, really having the students do the heavier lift of the reading and asking deeper level questions to get to the comprehension. So we're ensuring that they are understanding what they're reading. This is, like I said, we started this back in February, so it's ongoing. Those of you who visited us know that we already have a really beautiful PD structure that I won't take time today to show you or explain, but our teachers are in grade level specific PD 1 day a week in our master calendar. And so we leverage that time to give grade level specific PD. I think that that's where you see huge shifts with staff is when they're learning what really applies to their grade level and not whole school. And then we're really evaluating that effectiveness through teacher surveys, teacher feedback, classroom observations. Both my assistant principal and I are doing informal observations on a weekly basis, and then looking at student achievement shifts too. We also have measurable action steps for math. This year
We'd ask you if you would take just about another minute to finish up.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
We're working on building a conceptual understanding with our teachers aligned with SBAC claims and data for 3rd through 8th grade. We partnered with RPDP for that. They come in and run a math cohort with those teachers. We sub those teachers out so that we can do some real good vertical planning too, and see that we're seeing some really great shifts there too. That's all I have for you guys. Do you have any questions for me?
I appreciate you so much. I would ask if board colleagues have any immediate questions. Seeing none, I would call for a motion.
Vice Chair Thigpen, thank you for your presentation today, Principal Gia. We appreciate you. I move to approve the recommendation of the SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue as a concern to Matter Academy, North Nevada Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Whitaker will second.
Thank you, Member Whitaker. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Any abstention? The motion carries. Thank you so very much again for your leadership, and we wish you great luck.
Thank you.
Transitioning us to agenda item number 22, Nevada Connections Academy.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. The high school at Nevada Connections Academy earned a 2-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Nevada Connections Academy regarding the high school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. Welcome. I would just kindly remind you that you have 5 minutes for presentation.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon. I'm Chris McBride, the superintendent at Nevada Connections Academy. We are, as you just heard, high school, grades 9 through 12. We achieved a 49.5 points on the NSPF last year, just a half a point short of 3 stars, and we're 56 points the previous year. We're around 1,200 students right now and growing. We are a Title I school that enrolls students only in grades 9 and 10, and then those that carry on into 11th and 12th grade at our school, we continue to serve, of course, as well. And again, we are a virtual school serving students and families throughout the state of Nevada. Our specific academic goals are to raise ACT math and ELA proficiency rate, a minimum of 1 additional NSPF point on the 24-25 NSPF rating report, and then also to raise English language proficiency indicator to a minimum of 3 points on the 24-25 NSPF rating report. Specific measurable action steps to improve our ACT math and ELA proficiency rates. We have newly implemented IXL for all 9th through 11th grade students who are not projected to be proficient on the ACT, with under 20% of students across the state not testing proficient last year on the ACT. We were using pretty high benchmarks for students that we put in IXL. So any students that are not at the 85th percentile in math or ELA are receiving that IXL intervention. We're of course striving for very high usage levels, and we'll be measuring our progress via MAP benchmarks and the IXL diagnostics as well. To improve English language proficiency rates, we're adding a new additional EL staff member who we actually just hired, who will be starting with us on December 2nd. We're very excited to bring on board, and we now have a new Keystone is a reference for a resource for our new EL teacher to help our EL students improve their language proficiency. Small group live lessons will be provided to our EL students using the WIDA Can-Do descriptors to help maximize their language growth. In addition to maximizing our EL student language growth, we are targeting EL students for achievement rates as well. And so we're measuring that progress based on MAP and IXL growth. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have either now or in the future.
Thank you, Dr. McBride. If I may, a more immediate question, may I ask what IXL is?
Yes, so IXL is a tool that students use on their own in order to grow their skills in math and English. So IXL kind of works well with MAP because when you get a student's MAP scores, those can be attached directly into the IXL program. Um, or students can take the diagnostic within IXL, and it gives them a plan of exactly what they need to work on based on their current levels, and gives them those questions as well as instruction um, within the program so that students can then again get exactly the instruction that they need based on their current levels, and then assesses them on that and measures their proficiency on specific standards as they progress.
Thank you. I appreciate you. That was very helpful. I would ask board colleagues if they have any immediate questions.
Can I ask one question, Chair Homestead? And this is Member Stern.
Absolutely.
I what I'm seeing in your measure, this Member Stern for the record, in your measurable action steps, I see a focus on the ACT math and ELA proficiency, which is taken in 11th grade. I'm wondering, are you vertically aligning your 9th and 10th grade efforts towards that, or are you focused exclusively on your 11th graders to try to raise your achievement? I'm just trying to understand the plan here a little bit more.
No, that's a great question. I'm a true believer that a student's ACT results are based on everything that they do starting in kindergarten through 11th grade. So as soon as we get those students in ninth grade, we are giving them benchmarks or diagnostic tests to figure out exactly where they are. So we are providing the necessary intervention. Again, specifically through IXL, starting with our ninth grade students and continuing on.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're targeting the ACT as your measure, but you are doing that with your 9th graders onward. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there a reason then that I know you mentioned you're using the MAP benchmarks, but the MAP has that alignment, projected ACT proficiency? Is that part of the plan that you're using as your measure? Okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate
Yep,
that.
that's exactly correct. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Nevada Connections Academy High School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Member Salcido.
Thank you, Member Salcido. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, Dr. McBride. Great luck to you.
Thank you very much.
We will transition us to agenda item number 23, Nevada Prep Charter School. I would
Katie
note that
Broughton.
there,
Oh, sorry. Did it
sorry,
again.
I was gonna note that there are two here, an issue of notice of concern to the elementary school as well as an issue of notice of concern to the middle school. Thank you.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Item 23 is Nevada Prep Charter School. The elementary and middle schools at Nevada Prep Charter School each earned a 1-star NSPF rating and does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Nevada Prep Charter School regarding the elementary and middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as leadership prepares to present. I will acknowledge that you have 10 minutes and I may provide a 2-minute warning as needed.
For the record, my name is John Hanel. I'm the Executive Director of Nevada Prep Charter School. Online is our Board President, Patrice Tu.
Jeff McAlpine, Academic Director at Nevada Prep.
For the record, Fred Ross, the Principal of Nevada Prep.
All right, Jeff McAlpin once again for the record, Academic Director. Just some school information. So last year we served 3rd through 8th grade. This year we're serving kindergarten through 8th grade, so we actually expanded our school. We have 406 total students at the moment, 100% free and reduced lunch, 22% EL. That is a typo though, we only have 12% special education in our school, we apologize. 62% Hispanic Latino students that we serve, 25% African American, 7% white, 4.5% to our other races. Our school is in its 6th year of existence. However, last year, essentially we had a whole school reset. We have totally new board members, totally new leadership, and basically totally new teacher team as well. So it was a bit of a transition going into last year. So if you wanted to.
Yeah, the reset, I think we've talked about this in prior meetings, but the most important thing was the timing of it. I was appointed May 15th, was told to shadow the former director for 2 months. On July 15th, when he exited, I had the opportunity to begin. For the record, we had a full team picked for us. The people that worked with us last year were not candidates we would have chosen. About 5 of them remain with us, and we restaffed everything with people based on traits. I'm a firm believer in hiring traits, and we can teach people to teach. I've got 2 of the best people here in the area that can do that. So when we put new people in place, the team we have in place now is doing a great job. But I will say, without doubt, we were a 1-star school last year.
Jeff McAlpin again for the record. So our academic goal, I believe in proficiency. And that's been my mission. I started on the east side of town, a couple blocks away from where Nevada Prep is now. And I believe that proficiency, getting our students on grade level is what we need to do to prove that it's possible. And personally, throughout my entire career, I've been proving that over and over again through working at multiple turnaround schools that we can get our students in low-income schools to high levels of proficiency. So our academic goal was made through, essentially I created a database of all 785 schools in Nevada. And I was looking at where can we get our students so that we compare to our schools that are maybe magnet schools or higher performing schools. And so we chose 40% proficiency across the board in our math and ELA. That would get us up in the top 20%. And schools in our area would be in the top 5%. And so 40%, it's an ambitious school across the board, but I absolutely know based on the teaching in our classrooms we can get there. We also want to serve better our EL population, so we're going to increase our literacy proficiency by 15%. So, yeah.
To the next slide, please. So I'm a big believer in instructional practices. The majority of what happens in a school is a teacher in a room with students, and it's instructional practices that matter. I'm also a professional learning community expert, but I care more about PLC culture. A meeting is not a PLC, it's actually the culture you make. So what I did was I studied our pockets of excellence in the year before, and while we were a one-star school, we had some pockets of excellence. Our sixth grade team actually increased proficiency by 10 and 11% in math and ELA that year before. And so we looked at those practices and I created basically it's a vision for instructional excellence based off of this, also based off of experience in teaching. And I track that data this year like crazy. I know where every single teacher is in their practices. I'd love to show it to you one of these days. I know who's doing what in their classrooms, and we share that data and we use that data. Like right now, I know that 89% of the walkthroughs I've done, our teachers are teaching on or above grade level, and that's huge on our side of town. That's what I've been working on a lot. But it also shows us where we have to work on things as well. So the most important step we've made is using that framework for excellence. And I'm an experienced instructional coach, so I am coaching all day long. Bringing in Mr. Rosser to help with behavior, because that was the big culture shock when I became academic leader, was we'll actually have to do more behavior than anything. And Mr. Rosser came in and brilliantly helped with behavior. So this year I'm able to focus and be in classrooms and meeting with teachers all the time. And we hired lots of experienced educators. I think that was the most important thing. When we started, we had a lot of ARL inexperienced teachers as well. And so that's one big thing. We created a newcomers program. We have someone dedicated all day long to working with our students that are learning English, which was super important to us as well. I added a tier 3 writing class. We have double block, just like a lot of schools, ELA and math, an hour on grade level, an hour on basic skills to help students catch up and extend. But I found my ELA teachers were focused a lot on grammar. So I wanted to make sure we got to focus on high levels of reading and answering questions. So creating that tier 3 writing classes really, really helped with that as well. So, and we want to continue to honor and own our practices with iReady. So I use the MAP test. It's eerily predictive of where the SBAC will be. And so I sit down with teachers and we look at that data for some data-informed instruction. All teachers have a 40% plan. They know exactly the students that they need to get up to grade level, and we're working to hone that 40% plan, and I'm working with them, and we'll get to that goal. We definitely will.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I would ask if there are board colleagues who have immediate questions.
Brief question, if I may, Chair Holmes Sutton.
Certainly, Member Stern.
I'm sorry if I didn't catch it, but I just wanted the clarification on slide 3. You talk about wanting to narrow your focus, and I'm unclear on what is being narrowed to achieve these goals.
Oh, I believe I was talking about our EL students, that we wanted to definitely focus more on that population as a school, the students learning the English language. We did not do a good enough job last year of helping those students succeed. So that's what I'm talking about for that. Yeah, definitely.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff. My apologies. I will not read the motion, please. Thank you.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I move that we approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Nevada Prep Charter School, Elementary School, and Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year. Had to say school one more time.
Thank you. Appreciate you. May I have a second?
Member Whitaker will second.
Thank you, Member Whitaker. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition or abstentions? Motion carries. Wait, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck to you. We transition to agenda item number 24 for Nevada Virtual Academy.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. The middle school at Nevada Virtual Academy, no. The middle school Nevada Virtual Charter School earned a 2-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, the SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Nevada Virtual Charter School regarding the middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you very much. School leadership prepares to present. I would acknowledge that there are 5 minutes for the presentation.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present our plan. My name is Dr. Yolanda Hamilton. I'm the executive director here at Nevada Virtual Charter School. I am joined by Dr. Andre Denson, principal, and Samantha Morris, board chair, is also on. A little bit about our school on the next slide. Nevada Virtual Charter School services students in grades 6 through 12. Our high school received a 3-star rating, 59.5 index score. Middle school received a 2-star rating of 32. Our school is fully accredited by CAPIA with distinction. We partner with ESSEL to provide Nevada State Aligned Standards curriculum on their virtual platform. We offer a blended CTE dual credit virtual and jumpstart pathway. With a student population currently of about 1,750, we employ 105 staff members, including highly qualified teachers, operations, student support teams, and a school leadership team, and myself. The current makeup of our leadership team has been in place for about 5 years, working to improve instruction, student achievement, and culture. We serve a diverse FRL population of about 58% statewide, and our special education population is about 14.5%. And at this time, I'd like to turn some time over to Dr. Denson to talk about our plan.
Thank you, Dr. Hamilton, board members, board president, Director McAdin. Thank you for this opportunity to present on behalf of our school. I'm going to focus on 2 goals specifically, even though we have 6 goals, but due to time, I'm going to focus on 2 goals. The first one, as it reads, we want to increase our math closing gaps from 4% this last school year to 8% as measured by the spring SBAC assessment. The reason we're focused on closing the achievement gap in mathematics is because we know we have to improve in proficiency as well. And we thought that closing the achievement gap will get us to improving in proficiency as well as growing our students. To make this happen, we have a robust plan of action, and that plan of action includes implementing instructional strategies that we have not done in the past. I was excited to hear over the last 4 or 5 hours that many schools are double blocking and or adding more instruction time, because that's one thing that we did this school year to make sure our students have enough time not only to get the content, but to catch up in skills and to provide writing in mathematics, to reteach the lesson, and to provide that tier 2 and tier 3 RTI support when necessary. With that, our teachers have an opportunity to create more smaller groups and work with students who are in need with regard to multiple steps and complex issues with regard to mathematics. This also applies in ELA, but we're focused on math because that's where our growth needs to happen the most. This will take place because of additional classroom time, our in-person blended support. Even though we're a virtual school, we do allow and require students to attend in-person blended support in our northern location here in Southern Nevada, and using different assessments to make sure we have the right data for our students to help them move forward. Our academic administrators and our data coaches, instructional coaches, provide ongoing professional development in all areas, from reading constant data to improvement strategies to providing rigor in the classroom, writing in mathematics, and providing that ongoing support and tools necessary for teachers to be the best teachers they can be with our students.
Dr. Denson, just note that you have about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, President. With that, I'd like to talk about our second goal, and that's pertaining to our students with IEPs. We want to make sure we continue to grow our students as measured by AGP in mathematics from 0.88% to 4%. As being designated a TSI school, we want to make sure we are targeting our IEP students, and we're making a goal specifically for them in the area of mathematics. To meet that goal, our measurable steps are very short and quick due to time. Implement evidence-based strategies in our classrooms. Not only giving our students more time in the block schedule, but also giving them additional support classes where they're going to support in mathematics and ELA up to 6 times throughout the week. This will provide our teachers opportunity to not only address the students where they are based on their IEPs, but to make sure they're getting standards-based instruction in a smaller group setting with students and a resource room teacher as well. Using our ongoing assessments like iReady assessments and Edulastic assessments to monitor students' progress throughout the school year, not waiting for the SBAC data to give us our results. And last but not least, using pull-out sessions within a classroom setting where we can move our students from that classroom setting with 20, 25 students to a smaller group of 2 students to provide ongoing instruction and in-depth instruction for our students with IEPs. With that, I'd like to thank you for listening to us today, and I look forward to any questions submitted to us and or here at the meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I would ask if board colleagues online or in the boardroom have any immediate questions.
Vice Chair Thigpen, this is more for staff as an aside. I noticed online it says Nevada Virtual Academy. Is it something we should update to correct the naming? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was my apologies on that one.
That's okay. Flogging will ensue later. Thank you. And the other thing I would just say is thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed that you both brought the energy today and that you see things as an opportunity. I think you mentioned, which I appreciate, as this is not, one of the easier part of our jobs having to go through all this. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much for your leadership. I would call for a motion specifically to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Nevada Virtual Charter School Middle School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Member Shanti Rosales will make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Haddad Bennett, I'll second.
Thank you, Member Bennett. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you all very much for your leadership. We wish you great luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Transition us to agenda item number 25, piloted Cactus Park Elementary.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the record. Pilot Ed Cactus Park Elementary earned a 1-star NSPF rating and a below standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Sorry, I lost my place. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Pilot Ed Cactus Park Elementary. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as school leadership prepares to present. I would just remind you that you have 5 minutes for the presentation, and I may interrupt at the 2-minute mark is needed.
All right, thank you very much. This is Carly Casto, founding principal of Cactus Park Elementary Pilot Ed Schools of Nevada, for the record. And I'd like to share with you a little bit about our school and what we are doing over here. So we are just in year 3 as a school. We're a K-5. Last year was our first year with 5th grade. We opened with K-4. And last year was the first year that we received a star rating, which was a 1-star rating. Our student population metrics were a Title I school, CEP 100% FRL. We have 11% of our students experiencing homelessness. About 8% have IEPs. 18% are identified as English language learners. And demographic breakdown, 58% Hispanic, 34% African American, 7% Caucasian, and 4% other, either mixed or other ethnic identities. Other relevant characteristics about our school, like I said, we're in our 3rd year of operations. This was our first star rating, and we are also currently undergoing a CMO transition as our CMO is sunsetting at the end of 2024. So for our academic goals, I listed our main one here, but our goals as a school were created, developed in collaboration with Raising the Bar, who I know was mentioned earlier on the call, um, based on what has worked at some of the higher performing schools in Las Vegas. So our academic goal is to increase the percent of all students meeting their median typical growth by basically the end of this school year as measured by our iReady fall and spring diagnostics. So we gave our fall diagnostic, and our goal is around the growth that we would see by the time they take their spring. And we want 70% of students meeting their typical growth goal at our benchmarks. And of course, the iReady diagnostic serves as a strong predictor of how students will perform on the SBAC. And that's our growth and our proficiency, and increasing those two things, along with improving our attendance and our chronic absenteeism rates, are the main things that we're doing to improve our star rating. So some of the things that we have already done, we have increased our daily iReady time for students from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. That's time that students are getting targeted instruction through the iReady program for filling gaps that they have. Our students oftentimes come to us 2 grade levels behind, and filling those gaps at the same time that we are also teaching grade level content is super important, and iReady does a great job of identifying those gaps for each student individually and filling those gaps. We've also increased that daily small group instruction time for students from 30 to 60 minutes. So that's targeted intervention provided by the teacher themselves in a small group or one-on-one with students each day, so that students are getting that intervention and getting things that maybe they've been working on already and they're having a hard time mastering the content. The teacher can step in and help with that. Our teachers are also trained on front loading content ahead of time before it becomes the whole group lesson. They're working with students in small groups to front load that content and scaffold, so that when it does come time to learn that whole group, the students are well prepared to receive that information compared to that being the first time that they've seen it in a whole group setting. Um,
I appreciate you.
because
I'd acknowledge if you could take just about 1 more minute to finish up.
yeah,
Thank you.
as a result, we've also increased the PD that we have for teachers to be able to do that. We also changed our math curriculum to address the school needs and increase alignment. Having a lot of new teachers, we needed one that was more appropriate for the teachers that we have and their skill sets. So things that we're continuing throughout the year, we're going to continue to measure the progress toward our goal, monitor use and all of those things along the way, and monitor the diagnostic data that we'll take in a few weeks here. And then we're also continuing to support teachers with curricular implementation, small group instruction through coaching and data analysis. PLCs is a structure that we have as well. And attendance interventions have been a big part of our push since last year to make sure that students are here to experience all the great things that we're doing. And also just because of our CMO transition, we're currently doing a RFP process. We're about to open that soon so that we can find a good fit for support for our school and the needs that we have.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I would ask if board colleagues online or in the boardroom, I beg your pardon, have any immediate questions.
Student Representative Baru for record here. I have a question, if I may. So, you mentioned that you have a homeless population of 11% at your school. How do you work to support these students differently from your other students? Or how are you hoping to do that in the coming school year?
Great question. Thank you, Carly Casto, for the record. There's a number of ways that we do that. Some are through wraparound services to try and meet the needs of the family. We work with community partners who are able to recommend and provide various services that we have as a community. And then there's also provisions that we have as a school in order to help students who are experiencing homelessness. They have a wide range, anything from when they enroll, having allowances for the documentation needed to enroll in our school, all the way to making accommodations when needed to be able to meet families' needs. So there's a number of ways that we do that. Thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate you. I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Pilot Ed Cactus Park Elementary for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Member Shanti Rosales will make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We wish you great luck. I would transition us to agenda item number 26, Quest Preparatory Academy.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Quest Preparatory Academy was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school during the 2022-2023 school year. Because the elementary school has received a second consecutive one-star rating, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of breach to Quest Preparatory regarding the elementary school. It is also critical to note that NRS 388A.300 requires SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of a school who receives a one-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive years. Should the elementary school level receive a one-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as the school comes to present. I would kindly remind you that you have 5 minutes for presentation and ask if you would also prioritize your academic goals and measurable action steps. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for having me today. I'm Janelle White. I'm the principal here at Quest Academy. I had some other administrators with me, but we are really close to the end of the day, so it will be myself presenting. As many of you are aware, we're a K-8 charter school where we have our elementary school and middle school. Our middle school consistently gets a 3 and 4 star rating. The elementary 2 years ago had a 3 rating with points, and then the previous 2 years did receive the 1 star. I do know earlier in the presentations, there was a question regarding that difference of students who have stayed with your school and then the middle school is high performing. And when we did a deep dive on our data, you do note the differences in point totals and how much is assigned per area. I know in agenda number 9, slide 7, you can see a little over a third of elementary schools got a 3 or higher, whereas middle school was 44%, high school was 70% in terms of how they're scoring that. Now, our population, of course, 100% FRL, you can see our SPED and EL population, as well as our ethnicity. Again, we are a leader in East School in our 17th year of operation. And some things I want to note about our NSPF data this year is that we did double our academic points from 11 to 21.5 over the previous year. And when we looked at our specific cohorts on our data dive, we noticed our 3rd graders going to 4th graders increase their ELA proficiency, as well as our 4th graders going to 5th grade. So we want to continue seeing that cohort growth. Another point to note when we looked at our data and the analysis is that while we get an MGP for the median student, when we looked at our students, we had greater than 20% in the top 20% of growth, 3rd through 8th grade, and we had less than 20% in the bottom 20% of growth. So overall, even though that median is where it is at 45 and 50 something, we do have a lot of kids moving significantly. And one of our challenges is that over 90% of our students that come to Quest at a testing grade level score in the bottom 20 percentile on their MAP test when they come. But when our students stay at Quest and they leave 8th grade, they all outperform the state averages for proficiency. And last year, no 8th graders that had been with us
got lower than a 2. All right, go ahead. I know you want to get to the next part. Our academic goals specifically, we're looking at the proficiency in English language arts. We want to increase from 31.78 to 37.5, and in math from 22.48 to 27.5. And our goal really there, we focus on the proficiency because when we look at the growth areas, we have 3 areas of growth. 2 of them are specific to proficiencies. And we have a lot of students coming in with several years of deficits. And so while our overall growth was good, getting that AGP and the closing opportunity gap, some of those were harder. So we want to make sure that we're really pushing towards proficiency with our academic goals. We were able to stabilize proficiencies from the previous year. So things that we're doing, again, we analyzed our data from both MAP, SBAC, and our WIDA scores to find some root causes and what we can do. We did 5 days of summer training on classroom management and then continued and followed up with Kagan and discourse and engagement trainings. We retained the staff that had high student growth in that 3rd through 5th grade band. We added a math interventionist, of course, revised curriculum maps and looked at standards and are we hitting what's on that the SBAC blueprint. And we did update our My View to the newest 2025 edition. We do use that same curriculum up in our middle school where the ratings are strong. So throughout the year, we're increasing instructional support from myself and our student success administrator for that feedback that is focused on research best practices, scaffolding for new staff. We were able to retain a high number of staff this year, so we're pleased with that. We have a weekly student support team meeting where we're looking at students' performances, interventions, and growth. And then, of course, we're doing a biweekly PLC meeting with our 3rd through 5th grade team, increased transportation services to get students there. And we are progress monitoring through MAP. Like many other schools, we're looking forward to the December assessments to see how we're doing, and then monitoring our Achieve 3000 Dreambox growth. Our walkthrough growth, we just did a PD a couple weeks ago where we analyzed our school walkthrough data and then created goals for the next 2 months based on that. And so those are the steps that we're working to continue to get our elementary school back to the 3-star status that we got 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you so much. I would ask if board colleagues online or in the boardroom have any immediate questions. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Quest Preparatory Academy Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
May I have a second?
Member Whitaker will second.
Thank you, Member Whitaker. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you so very much. We appreciate your leadership and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would transition us to agenda item number 27, Sage Collegiate Public Charter School. Noting that there are 2 issues, an issue of notice of concern to the elementary school and a notice of concern to the middle school.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Both the elementary and middle schools at Sage Collegiate earned a 1-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Sage Collegiate Public Charter School regarding the elementary and middle school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve their academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I will acknowledge as school leadership prepares to present that they have 10 minutes, and I may offer a 2-minute warning if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra Kinney. For the record, Jennifer Brott, I'm the executive director. Jennifer Broadstone, our board chair, is also on via phone. She is in car line to pick up her child, so she's not on camera. Thank you for this opportunity. I don't know who's doing the slides, but you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I have the printout in front of me as well. Just a little bit about our school. You see our mission statement there. That is what drives our work. Last year for 23-24, we were in our second year of operations. So obviously 24-25, we're in our third year of operations. We have a slow growth model. So this year we have kindergarten through seventh grade. Next year we'll have kindergarten through eighth grade. We opened 3 years ago with kindergarten through fifth grade. Our year one star rating was solely for our elementary school because we did not have sixth grade in year one, and we were 6/10 of a point from 3 stars. So to be where we are now is a huge disappointment, obviously, and we are working diligently to get ourselves back up to where we should be and where students need us to be. Our student population metrics, you can see right there, 83% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. That was the statistic from last year. We think we're holding steady for this year on that same percentage. 15% of our scholars qualify for special education. That's on par with schools within our our district schools within our zip code and with the district as a whole. 40% of our scholars, approximately 40% of our scholars, are identified as English language learners, also on par with the local schools in our area. And then about 25% of our founding scholars joined our school after 2+ years of homeschooling. We thought that that was a relevant statistic given some of the challenges that we're having with where students are performing and the low proficiency rates that so many of our students came into us with. And so it's been a challenge to get students to show that growth, but also to demonstrate basic proficiency at grade level. A couple of other pieces of information that we thought was relevant, our chronic absenteeism rate. I know a number of schools have spoken to this over the course of the day. From year one to year two, we were able to cut it by almost 20 percentage points. We're holding steady around 18%. We have had a number of initiatives this year so that we can cut it further and get under 10%. It has been a real challenge to get to even that 18% for almost 30 percentage points off of 2 years ago, and have had a lot of conversations with families and with students and even with our team to help understand the importance of being in seats. If students are not at school, they're not learning. And so we have a number of initiatives that we do on a weekly, daily, and monthly basis to support attendance, and that is helping so far. One piece, and this ties into the transportation piece, is that we would love to be able to get more funding from the transportation grant to be able to get a van that would support those one-offs where a parent's car breaks down on the way to school, for example, or a student has a parent or a caregiver who's in the hospital recovering from surgery for 3 days and they're going to miss school. And all of those are examples that we've had over the last 2.5 years. So we know that attendance impacts learning. We also know that having options and having funding to be able to support solutions to supporting students in their seats is also part of the equation and trying to figure out how to best support our students. Staffing wise, you can see our staffing there, and I've put the percentage that are instructionally focused because we truly are focused on on instruction and making sure students are getting what they need academically. We have a very, very lean staff to begin with as a small school, as a small independent school. And the majority of our team, whether it's instructional aides in special education or instructional aides in K2, are really focused on instruction because we want to meet that mission and fill that mission of our school. And then transportation I've included because that has been a real component for our school. It's allowed us to increase our enrollment over the last year, and we have a number of students who are reliant on that transportation to get to and from school. And so I wanted to name that because it's an important piece of our program, and also recognizing with the legislative session coming up how critical it will be to schools like ours that funding for transportation continues, because it is how we get students in their seats. And so you can see some of the details there. Oh, too far. You can see some of the details there. We are at 2 buses right now. We have a wait list for buses, and we have a number of students who wish to enroll in our school but are reliant on transportation, and we don't have a route that meets their needs right now. And so that is a critical component. Transportation is a critical component of both our attendance, our achievement, and increase in our enrollment. Next slide. Thank you. So these are our academic goals. These were developed over the late spring, early summer in partnership with Bridge Equity, who came in and did some on-site evaluations with us, thanks to a grant with Opportunity 180. And so those, we have a couple of other goals related to the work that we're doing, but these were specific to our academic goals. And you can see them there. We are looking at both the overall percentage of achievement and proficiency while also looking at the cohort of students. So how are our current first graders doing compared to how they were doing in kindergarten? Are they showing an increase in proficiency as well as an increase in growth? So for our returning scholars, we're looking at both of those components as they move from kinder to first grade, or as our fourth graders who were third graders last year, how are they doing better this year? And you can see some of the ambitious goals that we have, because we want our students to meet statewide goals. We want students to be proficient in their grade levels. We don't want students to continue to struggle. You can go to the next slide, please. And then some measurable action steps that we are taking. So this year we're fortunate enough to have an associate director, thanks to the Opportunity 180 Propel Fellowship. So we have somebody who is concentrated on coaching, concentrated in providing instructional support to our team, and that has really been beneficial to our team. We had a comparable role last year, but due to being under enrolled, we had to shift some staff around, and we ended up not having anybody in that comparable role last year beyond February. And we know that that was detrimental to the success of our students, as well as to the success of our young, inexperienced teaching staff. And so having somebody full-time dedicated to coaching and instructional support, we think is a strong lever to get the students where they need to be. We also are now in our second year of Amplify. For ELA, we introduced that over the course of the first trimester last year, and so we're in a full year of Amplify for ELA, and that has seen some progress for our students, some consistency with instruction for our students using that program. Our teachers like it, and it's a good program to keep moving students and developing their mastery within ELA. We're also continuing the use of iReady, which we started using last year, and that's a supplemental tool for both ELA and math, and that was in response to teacher feedback last year, as well as wanting to find a strong resource that students would benefit from. We have structured, focused daily RTI blocks. We were not as consistent about those last year as we needed to be, and we have held firm to our schedule and held teachers accountable to doing RTI blocks. We're in supporting them with RTI blocks. We have a K2 instructional aid that supports those minutes. But also in January, thanks to title funding, we're going to be able to hire 2 additional IAs that will be focused solely on supporting kindergarten through second grade during those RTI and instructional small group blocks, so that there's more time for support and more time to get students who are on the bubble up to proficiency. We also we started data folders last year, and we've started them at the beginning of the year this year to support student investment in their own growth and goals, so students know where they land, students know where they're performing, and we also have those conversations with families to invest them in the data and invest them in their students' progress toward goals. We're more intentional and intensive about our PD. We actually have iReady here on campus right now, doing some work with our instructional team to help teachers better digest the data, better understand where students are performing and what growth they are showing, or in some cases not showing. In addition to those PD sessions, we have a partnership with the Good to Great cohort with Opportunity 180 that provides support and feedback. Also, for another month, we have support from Catapult Learning. They've been here on campus once and provided some feedback and coaching to team members, and we'll be here again next month. And then we've also had external visits through other partnerships, including Bridge Equity through O180. And so being very intentional about the support and the planning for professional development that we're doing, so that we can get our relatively inexperienced and young teaching staff growing as fast as we need scholars to grow too. And then, like I've already mentioned, we have additional kindergarten through second grade aid starting in January, thanks to title funding. And then weekly.
Thank you. I apologize, Ms. Kenny. May we ask you to take about a minute to wrap up?
Great. Then I didn't realize I'd been talking for so long. Thank you for that cue. Just right there, some bullet points around our measure and progress, and I won't read them out loud for the sake of time, but we are being very intentional about the work that we're doing this year and holding folks into roles to better support teachers.
I appreciate you so much. I would ask board colleagues online and in the boardroom if they have any immediate questions. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion.
Vice Chair Thigpen, I move that we approve the recognition of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Sage Collegiate Public Charter School, elementary school, and middle school for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
May I have a second?
Member Salcido seconds.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. We appreciate your leadership. Good luck to you. It is 3:15. We will take a 5 minutes convenient break and come back at 3:20. Thank you. Go to agenda item number 28, Silver Sands Montessori Charter School. Please pardon me.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Silver Sands Montessori Charter School was issued an academic notice of concern regarding their elementary school during the 22-23 school year. Because the elementary school received a second consecutive one-star rating, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority issue a notice of breach to Silver Sands Montessori Charter School regarding the elementary school. It is also critical to note that NRS 388A.300 requires the SPCSA to terminate the charter contract of a school that receives a one-star rating 3 times within 5 consecutive years. Should the elementary school receive a one-star rating within the next 3 years, the charter contract must be terminated for the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 2 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you as you prepare to present. I would just kindly remind you that you have 5 minutes, and I may remind you at the 2-minute mark if needed. Thank you kindly.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Holmes-Sutton, the board, and Executive Director McAdon, SPCSA staff. Thank you for having us today. For the record, my name is Marlo Suchiyama. I'm the head of school for Silver Sands Montessori. And with me, I have Ms. Sheila Palumbo, our principal, our assistant principal, Mr. Johnny Valencia, and online, we have Ms. Danette Olmos-Green, and maybe our chair, I know he was here earlier, Mr. Chris Jacobson. So for the next slide, our focus today is our elementary portion of Silver Sands that served 169 K-5 students in SY 23-24 and received a 1-star in SPF and a does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. I just want to point out the special populations in our elementary grades for SY 23-24, and they were 14.2% in special education, 12.8% in ELL, and 31.5% in FRL, and this year we are newly designated as a Title I school.
Next slide. Okay, so for the record, Jonathan Valencia, assistant principal. So we went ahead and have our academic goals listed on here, and as you can see, we have one for our reading, and we also have one for our math, and then we also went ahead and listed that for our special population as well. We do use the ECCBM benchmark assessment tool, which coincides with our SPAC proficiency rating. So, which is perfect. So we use this 3 times. We use this measuring tool 3 times a year, and we could see kind of where our students are and where they're progressing, and areas that we need to target and work a little bit more. So, yeah, it's definitely a great tool for us to use 3 times a year, and then, like I said, it coincides with the SPAC.
Next slide. Next slide. Do I hit it?
Good.
Oh. Do I? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She switched it. My apologies. My name is Sheila Palumbo, principal for the record. Our measurable action steps that are taking to achieving our goal is that we have our weekly grade level meetings to discuss the progress monitoring data for EasyCBM. We also have parent engagement where our teachers are providing educational resources for the parents to utilize at home. Our homework is sent home weekly to reinforce the reading and math content that is being taught that week within the classroom. We do review our EasyCBM data to organize our intervention groups in the areas of reading and math. So we have small group interventions that we have embedded within our work cycle, where it's 30 minutes a day for the reading instruction and also 30 minutes daily for math instruction. We are targeting students that are at or near proficient through specialized and focused instruction in reading and math content. Our teachers, last year, we had 6 out of the 7 teachers that were fully licensed. This year, we have all 7 teachers that are fully licensed, so we are really proud of that. Additional steps that we have are now have started our after-school tutoring in math and reading content areas, and we're even taking it all the way down into kinder. So we're focusing on that as well after school. We are implementing more so of daily reading, and additional daily reading classroom interventions for 30 minutes. And Mr. Johnny here, our assistant principal, goes into the classroom weekly to help with these strategies using the Montessori curriculum to ensure that it is being implemented completely and with integrity. We do meet weekly with our special programs facilitator to monitor our IEP students, our EL students, and our FRL students with the EasyCBM data to see their growth. On the next slide.
And I just know you have about 1 minute to finish. I couldn't get your attention. I know you kept looking up, but not over here.
Just a couple things. Our last slide here, our teacher training, we have the Montessori training. This year we will have the 7 out of 7 teachers also Montessori trained. Our absenteeism, we are doing monthly incentives to reward the students that do have perfect attendance monthly and quarterly. We are making sure we look at Infinite Campus on that. And again, measuring towards our goals, we are reviewing the EasyCBM data 3 times a year, and we are monitoring the students that the interventions and reviewing to evaluate student progress. Thank you.
I appreciate you so much. I know that feeling all too well. I would ask board colleagues if they have online and in the boardroom if they have any questions. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion specifically to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of breach to Silver Sands Montessori Charter School Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Member Salcido, so moved.
Thank you, Member Salcido.
I will second it.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition or abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries. Appreciate you so much. Know that this is the end of the agenda. Thank you for your patience and your grace. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep forgetting it's Friday. I will transition us to agenda item number 29, Somerset Academy of Las Vegas.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Somerset Academy of Las Vegas is agenda item 29. The elementary and middle school at the Low C campus earned a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 2023-2024 school year. Based on this academic performance, SPCSA staff recommends the authority issue a notice of concern to Somerset Academy Low C regarding the elementary school and middle school. The North Las Vegas campus of Somerset Academy of Las Vegas was issued an academic notice of concern regarding its elementary school for the 2022-2023 school year due to a 1-star NSPF rating, and it does not meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework. Due to the school receiving a 2-star NSPF rating and a meet standard rating on the SPCSA academic performance framework in the 23-24 school year, SPCSA staff recommends that the authority remove the notice of concern and return the North Las Vegas campus of Somerset. The elementary school of the North Las Vegas campus of Somerset Academy of Las Vegas to good standing. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to improve academic performance.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And as the school comes to present, I would remind them kindly that they have 10 minutes and I may provide a 2-minute warning as needed.
Sure, thank you. This is Jessica Scoble. I'm the principal at Somerset Academy Low C.
If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. We are a K-12 school. Currently for the, actually last year for the 2023-24 school year, both the elementary and middle school were rated 2 stars. Our high school was rated 3 stars. We're pretty evenly split with our student enrollment, 780 students in our K-5, 807 in our 6 through 8, and about 860 in our high school. You can also see our demographics below. We are a majority minority with the biggest population of our students being Hispanic. We currently have 207 students in our EL population, and we are a Title I school. You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the biggest areas of concern for us in the elementary were our opportunity gap students. There were some areas of success in our elementary school. On the SBAC last year, 15% of our, we had 15% growth in our first time proficiency in 3rd grade. So we increased our first time proficiency by 15%. We also saw the largest percentage of students meeting read by grade 3 in our school's history, with 50% of our students meeting that standard for read by grade 3. The area of concern that we are placing a majority of our emphasis on in elementary will be those grades 4 and 5 math opportunity gap, and our grades 4 and 5 ELA opportunity gap. We also are looking into our middle school, grades 6 through 8, MGPs in both math and ELA. Like many schools have said before, the adjusted growth targets for the student growth percentiles really did put our middle school at a disadvantage this year in terms of growth. We saw our students growing, just not where they needed to grow to meet their SGPs. And so that is a huge area of emphasis for us as well. Another area where we have a lot of concern is our chronic absenteeism. Last year, our elementary school was about 17.2% chronic absenteeism, and our middle school was at 15.9%. We are looking to improve those numbers by utilizing a variety of incentives. You can go to the next slide. So in grades 4 and 5, the opportunity gap is going to be addressed using strategies. Those strategies that I'll go into in a second can be measured by looking at our student progress on their individual pathways in iReady. It will also be looked at during our iReady diagnostic times. Our mid-year diagnostic is coming up in a couple of weeks. And then we will also measure it looking at, obviously, our SBAC results. And that is for both elementary and for middle school. In elementary, high leverage curriculum in both ELA and math, we utilize CKLA, and we have a majority of our teachers trained in letters and the science of reading. We think that that's very important to ensure that we are using a well-respected curriculum and one that is going to meet the needs of our learners. We utilize Ready Math for our math curriculum in grades K through 5. The Ready Math curriculum is closely aligned to iReady, and so our students are not only seeing the math in Tier 1, they're also having the math that they need to see in their interventions during utilizing those individual pathways in iReady. In terms of Tier 2, and we've also placed a big emphasis on getting fully credentialed teachers on our staff. Currently, we have 3 teachers with a substitute credential in my elementary school, and we are working really hard to ensure that those teachers complete their ARL certifications and become fully credentialed. For Tier 2 intervention, we've invested a lot of money in ensuring that our interventions are very effective and that they are prescriptive. We utilize in math the Bridges intervention curriculum, and it creates more of a game-centered type of math intervention so that our students are staying engaged and the different activities that they're doing are meeting their individual needs. We also, again, use the iReady pathway for math. In ELA, we use reading A to Z. We've also implemented a writing program called Right Score, where our students are doing some writing preparation as well as doing some practice prompts that are then scored by an outside group of scorers so that we're getting really high quality results in our writing so that we can look at that as we move into the SBAC testing. I have a large group of instructional assistants in grades K through 2. Each teacher has an instructional assistant in their classroom to help really break down those small groups and ensure that interventions are successful. In grades 3 through 5, each grade level shares 3 instructional assistants between the 5 teachers. And all the IAs do is pull small groups for EL intervention, for math intervention, and for ELA intervention. So those IAs are really just pulling those groups all day long and ensuring our kids are getting the tier 2 interventions that they need to be successful. And then with our most at-risk students and our students that are furthest behind in grade level, we're ensuring that a credentialed teacher is pulling them for both ELA groups and math groups so that those students are getting the attention that they need to hopefully meet some of the goals that they have as well. We do have targeted EL intervention daily in small group to address both language acquisition and assuring that students are preparing to not only take the WIDA, but it's also take the SBAC later in the year. And we've seen a lot of success with our EL intervention groups. In the 2022-2023 school year, we earned 1 point in the EL category, and this last year in 23-24, we earned 7. So we saw a significant amount of growth in our EL population as well. But again, our biggest area of concern in elementary is just that math opportunity gap growth and math instruction as a whole. We're ensuring that that tier 1 is at grade level and that our interventions are prescriptive and that they're happening on a daily basis. In middle school, again, effective tier 1 instruction, we're using HMH curriculum for our ELA. We've double blocked our ELA course so that the students have 100 minutes of ELA daily. During that double blocked ELA, we have instructional assistants that are pulling those students and implementing the tier 2 interventions that are taking place. And in math, we're utilizing Get More Math, I believe, is the curriculum that we're using. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. We're utilizing a math curriculum that we're ensuring is providing effective tier 1 instruction. And we're also utilizing the iReady program in middle school for both ELA and math for the students in their individual pathways. Seeing that we had some success in the elementary with the instructional assistants, we have brought that same practice over to the middle school this year. Our students have a Math Boost course, which is a double dose in both 6th and 7th grade, where we're attempting to ensure that they're getting the intervention that they need, but also reserving that tier 1 time in their traditional math 6 and 7 courses. We do have an EL course for our students that are in our highly targeted EL subgroup. And those students are getting assistance with reading and writing and test taking and study strategies, all the things that they need to be successful. And again, we are pulling those students in small groups. As far as attendance, the administration is paying a lot of attention to attendance this year. We're making parent phone calls, we're holding conferences, we're bringing in students for meetings, and we are developing attendance plans with those students. In grades K through 12, we are implementing incentives. We have a attendance wheel. If you have perfect attendance, you get to spin the wheel for a prize. We are doing a number of different drawings, as well as sending home certificates and things like that with the students who have perfect attendance. But we're trying to hit attendance both, ensuring that we're addressing those students who are having attendance issues, but also creating those incentives for some positive reinforcement. So that's where we are at, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I would ask if board colleagues online or in the boardroom have any questions. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated herein to issue a notice of concern to Somerset Academy of Nevada, Losee Elementary and Middle School for academic performance for 2023-2024 school year, as well as to remove the notice of concern for Somerset Academy of Las Vegas North Las Vegas Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year and return the school to good standing.
Vice Chair Thigpen, so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Shanti Rosales will second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition or abstentions? I appreciate you. With that, the motion carries. Thank you so much for your presentation and your leadership. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are transitioning to agenda item number 30. This will round out our notices for this afternoon, inviting school leadership up for SLAM and turning the time over to Dr. Broughton.
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Sports Leadership and Management of Nevada, also known as SLAM, earned a 1-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework for the 2022-2023 school year and was issued a notice of concern for academic performance at the board meeting on November 3rd, 2023. SLAM earned a 2-star NSPF rating and it does not meet standard on the SPCSA performance framework for the 23-24 school year. Because their academic performance did improve, SPCSA staff recommends the authority continue the notice of concern for Sports Leadership and Management Academy of Nevada regarding the elementary school. A proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo, and representatives from the school are here to share more about the school's plan to continue to improve their academic performance.
Thank you. Appreciate you so much for being here and would kindly remind you that you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
My name is Jill Krabari. I'm the principal of SLAM Elementary. I have with me here today Dan Triana, our lead principal, and our board chair, Mr. Phil Bateman. Next slide, please. SLAM Nevada is a K-12 campus. We're here today to discuss the elementary K-5, which serves 660 students. We are a very diverse population and are designated by the state as a CEP school 100% free and reduced lunch. SLAM Nevada this past year increased our NSPF rating from 1 star in 2023 to 2 stars in 2024, growing 21 index points, which ranks us in the top 5% NSPF point increases for the state. SLAM Nevada at this time does not have any flags for ATSI, TSI, or CSI. This year, we hope to increase our proficiency in ELA and math both to 45%, as measured on SBAC. Next slide. Following our 1-star designation in 2023, our school worked to identify areas that needed improvement, which included chronic absenteeism, EL proficiency, and ELA and math proficiency. We tackled chronic absenteeism and decreased our rate from 27.7% in 2023 to 10.6% in 2024. We did this by engaging our parents and educating them on the impact that attendance has on education. As of yesterday, our rate for this year is 5.8%, which shows that we have truly changed the culture of our families at SLAM. To address our EL proficiency needs, we hired an instructional aide last year to pull strategic groups throughout the day. We grew from 1 point earned in 2023 to 9 points earned in 2024. We also implemented specific structures for teachers to follow in ELA and math to help both our students and our teachers focus learning on student-specific needs. Looking at the year-end data in 2024, we felt that the structures that we put in place were solid and began to move that proficiency, but we're just shy of pushing us to that 3-star. This year, we have added a new ELA curriculum and have made strategic staff adjustments to better suit teachers' skills to the grade levels that they serve. We've also increased the number of teachers on our campus who have Beyond a sub-license, they have a true license. We are also utilizing our instructional coaches and our instructional aides to provide an improved adult to student ratio during small group instruction. To address our needs in science, we have adopted Open SciEd, which is a science curriculum supported by the state. It includes hands-on science activities and helps students to develop science vocabulary. At SLAM, we regularly review formative data from multiple sources to inform our instruction, and we use this data to identify the needs of students and to group students based on those needs to provide direct instruction. We appreciate the increased funding we've received over time and feel that our investment of that money into both licensed staff and support staff is creating an environment where our students are receiving the instructional supports they need to be successful and reach proficiency. We are confident that the curriculum, strategies, and structures we have put in place this year will move our school to 3 stars and beyond. As always, I invite you to come see our campus and meet our SLAMily.
We appreciate you. Thank you. I would ask.
Mr. Triana might have a word or two. Sorry.
Um, good afternoon. I was gonna say evening.
Almost.
But I just wanted to thank you guys for this time and this accountability process. I just wanted to share that the elementary school has made the middle school better. We've had a breakthrough. We've been consistently a 3-star. We jumped from a 3 to a 5-star. We attribute that to the growing our own elementary school kids. 50% of our 6th graders come from Slam Elementary School, and our proficiency pass rates are all double digits in ELA, math, and science. So we grew 30 index points to jump to that 5-star. And again, we couldn't have done it without the elementary school.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Excellent. I would ask if board colleagues online or in the boardroom have questions.
Member Patricia Haddad Bennett. I just wanted to comment that it's clear that you guys have a really excellent trajectory. I don't think there's many other schools we've seen today. Like, I almost wish you guys would have gone first instead of last, so that others can see that it's possible to literally double your index score. And so, just congratulations to you guys, and I hope to not see you at this table again. Let's say that.
Come out to our school and see us.
That would be great. Thank you, and happy to make a motion when you're ready.
Are there any additional questions or remarks?
Just a small remark. Again, just doubling off of what she just said. Thank you again also for being here all day. It is a long day. And I was going to comment the same way because your data and your numbers obviously are completely different. And had you gone first, you would have been out of here. And second, really quick, because I know we're all tired, I have been to your school incognito. Because my son used to play your school, so I was sliding in there, and it is amazing. And actually, the camaraderie of the families, it was really weird because you feel like, yeah, these people really all like each other. Like this is crazy. So, just good job on everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I would entertain a motion. Shall I?
No, I got it. This is member Haddad Bennett to make a motion to approve the recommendation of SPCSA staff as stated here and to continue the notice of concern to Sports Leadership and Management of Nevada Elementary School for academic performance for the 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Member Whitaker will second.
Thank you, Member Whitaker. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition or abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your grace and your patience. Be well. I will acknowledge as we transition to agenda item 32 that we will not go in depth with the long range plan, stressing that you've had an opportunity to take a look at it and also acknowledge that the 2024 long range plan is there. That Noting for December 13th, when we meet next, Member Stern will be leading us for the governance standards, and the agenda items that we can anticipate seeing are noted there on the long-range calendar. If anyone has any questions and or additions that they'd like to see, please be encouraged to contact Executive Director McAdam and leadership staff. With that being said, I will ask if there is any public comment online.
There is not.
Thank you. Seeing none in the boardroom, I will move us more immediately to adjournment at 3:50 p.m. Thanking you all again for your leadership and your commitment. I know today was an extended agenda, and I appreciate you so much and your collegiality.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Be well.
Thank you.